this out. Completely wireless.
Good morning. Happy Sunday. Hope you all are having a blessed day. Welcome to the Dennis Herrera Show. You know I am Dennis Herrera, and I want to wish you guys a blessed Sunday. Baba, how are you? Good morning. Good to have you in here. Hey, good become a member. Thank you, sir. Appreciate you. Appreciate your constant support. You actually have been a blessing since you came into my show. You know that? Not just with your comments, but with your monetary help and support. I appreciate you very much. You know that. I've been giving you thanks since I was in Honduras as well. I don't know if you got that part, but I have. I appreciate people that support a good cause, and I appreciate people that support me. So thank you for that. And let's see if we can get anybody else in here. What do we got? Brian says, "What's up?" That's the way I read it. That's probably not the way he said it, but that's the way I read it. Good morning, Robert. Good to see you in here. Omar, let's go. Patriots assemble, he says. Omar is overfilled with excitement and passion. This guy's so passionate. He's like me. He cries of excitement. And I love that. Dosito, how you doing, brother? Good to see you on here. Thought I'd give you guys a little heads up this morning. I know I went over 3 minutes. I got caught listening to Scott Jennings. I love listening to people that have common sense. And I know by now you guys already saw my short from this weekend as I was at Alderwood Mall in Linwood, Linwood, Washington. And I made this short. Let me see if I can pull this up. Where are you? Oh, first of all, let's see now that I get you. I wish I had more patrons in right now, but I understand how it goes. I wanna play something to you. And David, good morning. I want to play something for you. This is a scene from The Matrix. Now, I'm going to play it right now in case it gets copyrighted, and then I can just delete it when I leave these live for somebody else to watch if they want to. You guys ready? You're going to love this. You're going to love this part. Before I show you, Democrats, and I'm going to tell you this, Democrats the loyalty is unbelievable. First of all, I took out my wife. I had a very full day yesterday, guys. I'm sorry. I was going to go live yesterday instead of today, but I had a really full day spending time with my family. And so in the morning, Cutting Edge, what's up? That's the way we're saying good morning today, according to Brian Reedy. Cutting Edge also a huge, probably Cutting Edge has been probably the biggest supporter, not just with facts, links, information, comments, corrections, but also monetary. And I appreciate you guys, every single one of you guys. I know you guys don't have to, but I appreciate you doing that because it does help me do this more often. More often than not, it's, I do have that leaning idea that maybe I should just go back to doing a full-time job and get a regular paycheck, but it'll stop me from doing what I do. And I know that you guys appreciate it. You guys are entertained in some way or form. So I know that that's why you support me. So thank you for that. But here's the thing. I went to the mall. So morning, I took my wife out for breakfast, okay? We went to breakfast to Denny's. Why do we go to Denny's? Because in this Denny's, there is a server. His name is Anthony. I call him Tony. He has been there for decades. Decades. I mean, he's been there so long. He's been there almost as long as I have been in Denny's. This is a man that when I told you my first job was at Denny's, and when I worked there as a dishwasher, he was the only one that had my back. He didn't treat me like any less. He was fair man. And that's just how I remember him, and maybe I put him in that memory, but that's how I remember him. So anyway, so we go to Denny's, have breakfast. And of course, I want to sit in Tony's area. And so yesterday morning, I was talking to him and I asked him a question. I said, hey, Tony, so tell me, how was your tax returns this year? He says, yeah, they were bigger than normal. And I said, did you do your no tax on tips? He said, yeah, the option was there, but I don't know if that was any difference. He said, but my return was a lot bigger than it normally is. And I said, well, that sounds great. I said, I'm running for governor. I said, I'm going to put my name on the ballot in May, God willing. And he said, oh, man, that's good, man, that's good. He said, everything is getting so expensive and they just keep taxing us and businesses are leaving. And it's like, man, I'm so glad that you're doing that. You know what? You got my vote. And I tell you this because when I'm at the mall, right, I made my short video, which all of you probably saw by now. And it's crazy that I get I get a lot of lip-tart comments on there that didn't understand my sarcasm that the economy is booming. I know the economy is good, but not here in Washington State. Here in Washington State, there's way too many taxes, and there's a lot of companies exiting or threatening to exit, etc. And so I made this short video, and I said that on there, and some people were told that I was crazy and this and that. And they just don't get the sarcasm. I know some of you, probably all of you in here, got the sarcasm on that. But the reason why I made that video is because the mall was packed. I'm talking about thousands of people. No joke. Thousands of people were in that mall. That is crazy. And we're talking about in and out. Like it was so hard to get one table at the food court. That's how many people were there. And there was lines, big lines in most of the restaurants that they had at the food court. And so, and I see people, spending hundreds and hundreds of dollars. And I'm just like, I'm this peeping Tom now, and I'm walking around. I was like, oh, damn, $300. Good Lord for that. Okay. And I just see people just spending money. I mean, what was it? The Macy was packed. People just buying colognes and all kinds of stuff. We're talking about $80, $100, $120 colognes. People buying that. And I was just like, damn, economy is booming, huh? What the? I thought these guys were complaining. They were complaining about the economy, gas prices. Oh, my God, the tariffs, they're destroying the business. Oh, what are we doing? Right? And so I was like, okay, it doesn't seem like, let me make a short video. And whether liptards want to admit it or not, a lot of people that have bought and are financing a car made in America, they got to put up to $10,000 as a deductible. Senior citizens who are retired got to put up to $6,000 in deductibles for single filing. If it's two, it's $12,000 deductible. For people that are waitresses, servers, or they're in an industry where they get tips, no tax, up to, I think, what was it, $10,000 or $20,000. And then you have all these little things that are coming into the big, beautiful bill. Democrats have been telling us, oh, no, this is wrong. And, Republicans are destroying this and conservatives and the Christians. And that's like, wait a minute. Wait a minute. Let's talk facts. Let's see what's going on here. And, you got to call it as it is. We have to strengthen a big military force, which I am 100% for. I'm gonna play a little video from the Prime Minister from Iran. I love the way he talks. He's fantastic. He's very wise and very truthful in his intentions, and a little bit of hypocrisy, and I will point it out. But we'll get to it. But before we get there, Pizza Guy, I got a video for you. I'm glad you're here, because I'm going to play this video just for you now that you're here. With that being said, I talked to another man, an older man, and his son. Now, the older man was probably about 75, and the son was probably around my age. And, I said, whoa, hey, what do you think about these Starbucks, CEO moving to Tennessee? He's like, oh, no, that's not happening. He's like, oh, just 5 Starbucks stores closed, only 5 of them. And I said, well, they moved. They got a new headquarters in Tennessee. You know that, right? He's like, oh, that's not happening. It's a bluff. And I'm just like, okay, this guy's a Democrat. This guy is a Democrat. This guy thinks everything is fine. I will say this. The pricing, though, the prices at the food court, I think that were okay. I order, mind you, it was my daughter's birthday, and then it was 1, 2, 3, 4. How many people were there? I don't want to exaggerate. 6 people? 6 other teenagers, right, that were there with us. Now, when I went and I ordered 5 plates. 5 plates from these Japanese teriyaki there, and they were $10.20 each. I'm used to paying almost $20 for a regular chicken teriyaki at a small store. At the mall, normally it's more expensive. So to see the plate at $10.20, I was impressed. I really was. Because that's just like, $3-4 more than what I known from like years ago. So that to me is fair. And so I bought food for all of them. I bought them a drink, and it came just like, about $80. And then my wife took the girls, and she went and bought them whatever food they wanted from other food courts. And we even got some milkshakes. We got some desserts. The kids had a blast. Some of the kids, they had their own money, so they went shopping as they were at the mall. My daughter, of course, she has her own money, and so they also went shopping. And she's more into this, like, perfumes and body sprays and all this stuff. She's like me. She likes to smell good. I like to smell good. So I buy my colognes once in a while. And so I'm in there, and I'm like, it doesn't seem that bad. It's all good. But the fact that he denied that businesses are leaving and all this other stuff, I'm like, I'm not gonna lie to you, Brian. He made me think, like, is it even worth to run for governor? Should I even try to run for governor? Because if 68% of the population here are Democrats, and they think that way, is it really worth it? And I started doubting the reason why. And I said to myself later, I said, okay, you know what? You're right to question that. And I said, I know, I talked to myself. And I said, and you're right to have, negative thoughts. You have the right to doubt. But what is the goal? If I run for governor, what is the goal? Well, the goal is to deliver a message. If the people do not want me, well, the people have spoken. And, maybe a little bit embarrassing because I like winning. I don't like to lose. But besides that, I think that as long as we deliver a very clear message of what is happening, when it does happen, we can say, I told you so. With that being said, Pizza Guy, pay attention. Here we go. You're going to love this one. This is a clip from The Matrix. This is from 1999. You ready? Democrats see that the whole country is going down the toilet, but this is their mentality. Whew, you ready? Here we go. Without further ado, enjoy.
Do we have a deal, Mr. Reagan?
You know, I know this steak doesn't exist. I know that when I put it in my mouth, the Matrix is telling my brain that it is juicy and delicious. After 9 years, you know what I realize? Ignorance is bliss.
That's you. That's all of you on the left. That's every single one of you on the left. Pizza guy, you get to take the lead on that one. You can take the head on that one, my friend. That is exactly what you guys do on the left. The leftist mentality, this is exactly what you do. You know that what's happening is not right. You know that what President Trump and the Republic, not all of them, but those who are fighting for America first, they're doing the hard things. We have to be defensive. We have to attack targets. We have to, disabilitate the enemy. We got to destroy it. We got to kill the head of the snake. That's it. We got to cut it off. And you guys are so cowardly. You're not willing to make sacrifices. You're not willing to invest. You're not willing to see the truth for what it is, and you'd rather live in a fake reality. You'd rather live in fiction. I listen to every single Democrat. It is torture to me because they sound the opposite of what Democrats are. It is unbelievable. It is crazy. I till this day, I'm like, how can they believe a lie? And then I look at all these people that believe in Muslims, and this fake religion, and they being debunked daily that their scriptures are evil, they're satanical, they're horrible, they are liars. The more that I try to find a reason to defend them, the more I go deeper into the rabbit hole, and I find even worse things about them. It is crazy. It's unbelievable. You know what they do here in Washington State? They tax the crap out of everything, right? We know this. They tax. You know what they don't do? You ready for this? Yeah, I'm going to tell you. The one thing they don't do. You ready for this? You ready? All right, here we go. Hold on. They don't tap into the retirement fund for the government. That's right. When they retire from office, the governor guys, if I went to be the governor, I would have that money for the rest of my life until I die as well. I would benefit greatly. It is a big benefit for me to shut the hell up, go in there, run as a Democrat, and run all these shady deals. I can hide those things better than they can. I can tell you that right now. It will be such a better and greater benefit for me. Because if I went as governor and I tell them, hey guys, I got your back, keep doing what you're doing, let's go. I will benefit for the rest of my life financially, but I probably lose my soul in the process, and I cannot stand for that. You see, this is why I cannot stop my faith in God to be able to serve the people. I got to be able to hold my foundation, begin my journey with the foundation of Jesus Christ in my heart, because I will not be bought. I will not be compromised. Many people have handled a little bit of money and they steal. I have handled hundreds of thousands of dollars, not millions, hundreds of thousands. Not one penny have I ever stolen from anything in my life. I have a testimony. Since I was a kid, I was taught not to steal, not to beg, not to be a burden to others, but to stand up for myself and gather what I got to gather to survive legally. My mother told me, even if that is easy to do right there, if it's illegal, you don't do it. Very simple. Something that people on the left don't understand. Well, they have to feed their family. Well, they got to do it in their country. They can't go commit crimes because they want to feed their family. Jesus Christ said, if your hand causes you to sin, cut it off and cast it away. If your eyes cause you to fall into temptation, if it causes you to sin, take them out and cast them away. That is exactly what my mother taught me. She used different words, but that is exactly what she taught me. But because I was hungry, I was not to beg. That was my mom's rules. Just because I was hungry doesn't mean that I was going to beg. I was not going to break the rules. Sin just means miss the mark. Miss the mark is very easy. My mother said, don't be a burden. Even if you're... I wouldn't to see my kids die of hunger? Of course not. I'm going to do my best. I will do my best. You know what's crazy? This is what's crazy. And I bet you anything, probably, if not all of the leftists, none of them, if not all of them, none of them have thought about this. They say, oh, we robbed the store because we were hungry. You don't get welfare? No? Okay. You don't want to work? Okay, well then you're going to starve. If I could not get a job, if I could not get food assistance from the government, I'm going to grab my fishing rod and I'm going to bring fish to feed my family. The point is, my family will not go hungry. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? You cannot blame others for your miseries. You just can't. You can't make excuses. If you're able to have milk, eggs in the house, well, you're doing great. It's better to live with eggs and milk than to be a thief. It's better to live in a small apartment, but honest, than to live in a bigger place and you keep blaming the government for your lifestyle. At the mall, I thought, if the economy was so horrible, why is there thousands of people in the mall shopping expensive items? It is crazy. You know what's even crazier? That they punish you if you're married. The government here in Washington State punishes you if you're married. You got to pay higher taxes. But if you have a boyfriend and a girlfriend living together and they're not married, they pay individual taxes and they get more. But if you're married, you're penalized. What are they doing? You got to look at it this way. They want to change men into women. Women into men. At the end of the day, that woman that believes is a man and the man that believes is a woman, they come together and they form a relationship. Tell me how retarded that is. You cannot even excuse it. There's no way. There's no way. I hear women out there who says that they are gay. They are trans men that are gay. What the hell does that mean? It means you're a lesbian. See, this is why gays and lesbians don't support the LGBTQ. A lot of them do. But some of them don't support it because of that stupidity. You're playing games. There's a mental problem going on. You're playing games. You're playing games. Well, here, I want you to look at this, okay? When you have to remember, we are the United States of America. We belong to the United States of America. We should want what's best for the United States of America. Now, if you are a migrant who has become a citizen in this country and you don't believe that, then get the hell out of the United States and go back to the country you came from and defend it from there. You have to understand something. And somebody tried to ask me a question like I would have to hesitate on the answer. If it was between your country where you were born and this one, who would you stand with? Absolutely the United States of America. What kind of stupid question is that? But then you have a lot of migrants out there that do. They want to defend the country they come from, and they want to tear apart the one that they're in. What are you doing? Just get the hell back to your country. That's simple. With that being said, if you're an American citizen, because a lot of illegal immigrants come into my chat. If you're an American citizen, this is your country. If you agree or disagree is irrelevant. If our president and our military go to war somewhere, your job, your loyalty is to the United States of America, period. And if you don't have it, again, get the hell out of this country and go to the country that you're defending. Stop being so self-righteous with other people's money and other people's lives, but you don't do jack squat to support this country. We have enough enemies hating this country for helping the innocents in those same countries that hate us. We don't need your ass to come and hate our country either. If you're an American citizen, stand your ground. Believe in your country. And if you don't, get the hell out. It's that simple. Listen, right now, here in Washington State, we should be up in arms, like literally, with guns out in the street and going to the Capitol in Olympia. We should be doing that. You know why? Not because it's unconstitutional to go and attack another. Shut the hell up. If it's this country, if the government was attacking this country, yes, absolutely stand up. Right here in Washington State, they keep raping our Washington Constitution, left and right. They keep doing it, and the people are paying the price, and we're staying quiet about it. But let me tell you something. A lot of people are thinking about it. The Boston Tea Party. They're talking about throwing tea into the ocean. You know that? You know what that means? You probably don't. But nonetheless, a tyrannical government. These are communists that we have in office pretending to be Democrats. See, they have learned to use Democrats because it's so close to democratic, to democracy. And this is the reason why donkeys or jackasses follow this party. Because it's called democracy, right? Democrats. It's a farce. It's a lie for you to feel like you're being democratic. This is a constitutional republic, number one. We do have a democracy, but this is a constitutional republic. If anybody in the States has the right to bear arms right now and go against the government, it's right here in Washington State. They keep raping the Washington Constitution. And Democrats are okay with it. How are you okay with it? We'll come back to it. Let's switch gears a little bit. And I want to play a video from CNN. Hey, don't give me that look. I hear it. I hear all the righties on here. Dennis, come on, man. Don't play that BS. No, we have to play it. We have to play it. We have to play CNN because I get a lot of libtards in here that accuse me of not watching CNN for news. They were, oh, Fox. No wonder he thinks this way. Let's watch CNN for a change. And why don't we give them a little taste of their own medicine? Hey, don't come over here hablando español. Excuse me, my American friends. By the way, did you notice? Oh, man, I'm so happy today. Did you see that? Huh? You like that right here? How many of you support this flag right here because of me? Huh? America, number one. Honduras, number two. For me, it's number one, but America and Honduras. There we go. Yeah, look at that. America brings peace. I'm so happy. I got my Honduran flag back there because I really appreciate the motherland. You know what I'm saying? But my loyalty is still with the United States of America. And I'm going to tell you something. I'm going to give you something. Thank you, Omar. Appreciate you. I'm going to tell you something. The president of Honduras. The president of Honduras makes me so happy right now. You know why? Oh, man, I love this. The president of Honduras makes me so happy because he says, to have a relationship with the United States of America, it is the best thing that can happen to Honduras. And I am 100% with the United States of America. Bam! That's what I'm talking about. That's what I want. I want to hear other countries saying how good the United States of America is. It is. Oh, I am so excited. So these two flags, they stay. I want these two flags. This is it. The state. It doesn't matter what I change in my background. If I remove that wallpaper and put a different, it doesn't matter. These two flags stay. And by the way, I've been thinking about getting maybe some long curtains. Maybe some long curtains back there. And then put this stuff on top of it. Right now, you guys probably didn't notice, but I have my 250th Freedom Eagle with the double American flags in there celebrating the 250th birthday of our country. 1776 to 2026, my friends. You know what's crazy? 1776, that's only 200 years before I was born. Oh, man, let's see. Free Thinker wants to know if I like torta. Of course I do, man. Of course. Let's see. Dean Star says, America is not first for the streamer. Just admitted it's second. How retarded and selective hearing we have from the libtards. Number one. Number two. You hear that? Number one, number two. This guy. Paul Salsi, what's going on? Hey, good to see you guys in here, man. You guys are awesome. All right, here we go. I don't want to hear any whining or complaining. It's all right. Don't worry, David. Everybody insults me here on the libtard side. Everybody wants to hear about CNN. Let's take a listen, guys. Well, you know what? Maybe we're just wrong. We're wrong. Iran is an innocent country. They have beautiful people. We know this. But Iran hasn't done anything wrong. Like the regime and our million soldiers that they have, nothing wrong. Let's take a listen, and they'll prove us wrong. They'll correct me, and they will. CNN always tells the truth. Let's take a listen.
Minister of Iran, Abbas Araghchi. Good evening to you, sir.
Well, good evening to you. Thank you for having me for the second time.
Yes, and they are extraordinary.
They have him for the second time. This must be good. Let's listen how she defends the United States of America.
Times, Minister, President Trump said this weekend he is not ready to make a deal with Iran because the terms aren't good enough yet. His administration is saying this war could last another 3.5 weeks or so. Has Iran asked for a ceasefire?
No, we never asked for a ceasefire, and we have never asked even for negotiation. We are ready to defend ourselves as long as it takes, and this is what we have done so far, and we continue to.
God has given victory to his people over and over in every war. Think about that before you say God hates wars. And guess what's happening amongst angels and demons? They're warring. Of course we don't like war. Of course we hate war, but sometimes it's a must. For evil to be eradicated, good people have to stand up and do something about it.
Do that until President Trump comes to the point that this is an illegal war with no victory, and there are people being killed only because President Trump wants to have fun. This is what he has said.
Have
So
fun?
we are not. Yes, this is what he said, that they are sinking, ships and targeting different places because it is fun. And the Secretary of War has said that there is no mercy. And this is actually a war crime. Even saying that is a war crime. So this is a war. This is a war of choice by President Trump and the United States, and we are going to continue our self-defense.
Well, that may be your position, but sir, this is a war of survival for your government. Minister, don't you have to negotiate and reach out either directly or through a third party?
No, it's not a war of survival. We are stable and strong enough. We are only defending our people from this act of aggression, and we don't see any reason why we should talk with Americans, because we were talking with them when they decided to attack us, and that was for the second time. There is no good experience talking with Americans. We were talking, so why they decided to attack us? So what is good if we go back to talk once again?
Well,
all right, they don't want to negotiate. You heard it here. You heard it here. The prime minister does not want to negotiate. They say that it is Trump who's killing people, but he doesn't say nothing about the 30,000 people plus the people that they kill on protests. Now, there's a rumor out there that they have no leader. The other guy that's been injured, he's dead. We don't know that. But the point is, you see how CNN has been given so much promotion on the strength of Iran over the United States of America, and you see how they're flipping everything to make the United States look bad. Now, I will address that missile, the Patriot that landed on the school. I don't know yet, right? I don't know yet for certain, at least not that I'm aware of. Now, the last I heard was there was a malfunction. President Donald Trump also gave us another analytic over it, and that is that other people also are Patriots. Now, if they were tracing, because they're showing a missile of the Patriot right before it lands, if they were tracing the Patriot that comes from a military, USA military boat or plane, I don't know where these Patriots get shot from. I'm ignorant when it comes to weapons like that. Then I will go ahead and say, yeah, this is the United States of America, blah, blah, blah. But you know what? Even in Hollywood, I watched enough movies to know that those who are evil, that don't want peace, will use weapons and put names of those countries against each other just to instigate a war. Very easily, they can do the same, attacking their own people. And the only reason why I give you that example or that theory, they had no problem killing over 30,000 of their own people because they were protesting. They had no problem running military vehicles, running those people over just because they were protesting. Now, I get it. We have kind of the same thing over here, except when we say if you're going to protest, peacefully protest, don't block the streets. Well, these guys actually go onto the sidewalks and try to swipe every little person that they can that is protesting against them. And I think that's a very big difference. With that being said, I love how he plays the victim. They are just defending themselves. Wait a minute. Where have I heard that before? I think when I said that Israel is just defending themselves, everybody on the left and their mama and all these terrorist Muslim supporters that hate Israel all came to say, no, Israel is committing a genocide. Israel is doing this. Israel's doing that. Funny how not one of them today say that about him after killing 30,000 of his own people. Somebody came into my channel here and said, oh, well, what about Israel killing 70,000 Palestinians? I notice how they don't say Hamas or Hamas supporters. No, it's just free, just innocent Palestinians. They just wear the Hamas bandage. That's no big deal. These are the same people that hide under hospitals and in schools themselves, of course. These are the same people that put little innocent children before them as shields. But no, nobody on the left notices that. No, everything is a lie. It's a lie. That's what I hear. It's a lie. What is it, my friend? Cutting Edge says, Iran only has 5.4 million of Islamists out of 90 million, plus the dysphoria out of the country. Diaspora. I'm sorry. Diaspora out of the country. Let's see. What the hell was that? They follow the book to the teeth, so we want to give them what they want. And I agree with that. I agree with that. Thanks for the super, brother. Appreciate you. Double time. Double time says, love hurts. It burns. Yeah, that's right. Love hurts as well, my friend. Not just loves fix everything. That's not, you are misconstruing the message of love. Love is kind and is noble and is patient, but love is also discipline, exhorting and rebuking, because love wants us to do what's right. That's what love is, to do the right thing. There's many forms of love, my friend. God is love. If you believe in God, then you believe in love. If you don't believe in God, then you don't believe in love. It is that simple. But if I love you, I'm going to tell you the truth. I'm going to correct you. I'm going to tell you, don't break the law. Don't be in this country illegally. I'm going to tell you, don't cheat on your taxes. That's love. Have I wanted to cheat and steal and do? Of course. Yeah. Human, but we got to stand with our moral grounds, and if you don't have a morality, a moral compass based on the foundation of Jesus Christ, you will fail every single day. Trust me, I fight very hard to not sin, and I am glad that I am on Jesus Christ's team, because he already won. 100%, he already won. All right, let's let this slithering snakes over here finish their talk.
I want to come back to that in just a moment. You're referring to the diplomacy with President Trump's son-in-law, Jared Kushner, and his envoy, Steve Witkoff. But just to continue on this, Iran is sending its drones and its missiles into your neighboring countries, American allies throughout the Gulf. Before the war, your government traded with them, you had relations with them. If your government survives this conflict, how do you go back to doing business with countries you're sending drones into and hitting civilian targets?
Well, obviously, these are the countries who have given their soil to American forces to attack us. So what can we do? We just sit and watch that American forces are attacking us from their soil, and
but your drones are going into civilian areas and hitting plants and hotels and civilians.
No, this is not the fact. We are only targeting American assets, American installations, American military bases. Everything belongs to Americans, and this is a fact that they are using their soil. There are many examples. Just yesterday, they attacked our islands using HIMARS artillery rockets, which are low-range, rockets, and they use.
Let's see if he also mentions why. Let's see if he mentions why we attacked those facilities. Let's take a listen.
The territory of UAE to attack us.
By the way, just so you know, I have not watched this clip myself.
A week ago, 3 F-15 jet fighters were shot down, apparently by a friendly fire in Kuwait, but nobody asked what they were doing in Kuwait. They were using Kuwait and, airspace of a neighborly.
Don't worry, fake Christians. I will give you a chance to come at me with the word of God. Oof, I love it when people challenge me on two things, on the Bible and God, and when they challenge me with immigration problems. Oof, I love it. You came to the right channel if that's what you're looking for. Come on, just hang in there. Give me some time.
Friendly content.
And don't be cheap. Do some super chats if you have a question. Sorry, we don't accept EBT cards. You actually had to have some sort of real source of income to be able to, put super chats on this channel. I'm just saying, the cash on the EBT just doesn't work on this, on YouTube.
To attack us. So it is obvious we cannot just, remain,
Right. Well, so many of these
silent
countries
against
are part of CENTCOM, but this is the point, is that it's going to hurt your country in the long term. But when we talk about the Strait of Hormuz, which is such an important transit point for global trade, you have said it is closed to Israel and it's closed to the United States. The Financial Times is reporting that European diplomats from France and Italy are talking to your government about trying to get safe passage for their ships. Are you open to restarting oil and gas vessels going through there?
Well, we are open to countries who want to talk to us about the safe passage of their vessels.
You are
It depends
negotiating with France and
our,
Italy?
Well, I cannot mention any country in particular, but we have been approached by a number of countries who wants to have a safe passage for their vessels, and this is up to our military to decide. And they have already decided to let a group of vessels belongs to different countries to pass in a safe and secure. So we provide them security to pass because we have not closed this strait. They are not coming themselves because of the insecurity which is there because of the aggression by the U.S.
I want to ask you again about the negotiations. Iran has declared it has 440 kilos or so of nuclear material. Where is that material now? Who has custody of it?
Well, we have not declared. This is verified and declared by the agency.
That's right.
This is not a secret. This is not a secret, The agency have said in his many reports the exact amount of our enriched, nuclear material.
Yes.
Hey, Democrat, user Democrat that wants illegal immigrants in this country. Did you hear that? It's not a secret. They do have uranium, enriched uranium. It's not a secret. But you libtards keep defending them. Maybe I just don't speak English good enough. Let me just go ahead and listen to the whole thing.
So where is it now? Who has custody of it?
So they are under the rebels. Our nuclear facilities were attacked, and everything is under the rebels. Of course, there is the possibility to retreat them, but under the supervision of the agency. If one day we come to the conclusion.
All right, one disclaimer. I thought he said rebels. He means rubbles, as in under rocks, under what President Trump said. He obliterated the nuclear facility. Listen to what he said, libtard. User Democrat, you failure to this country. You failure of an American. You're not paying attention. Listen, I call on all Democrats, all of them, because you guys are all Americans, okay? I'm not talking about the illegal Democrats. I don't care about them. I care about American Democrats because you are we the people. You have a voice. You can vote. Illegals are not supposed to. They do, but they're not supposed to. I'm calling on all Americans to please listen up. I believe that your common sense will kick in. If not now, eventually. Listen to this, please. He just admitted to enrich uranium. He just said, if we need to, we'll go dig it out. We cannot, in good conscience, allow that to happen. And if they move in to try to retrieve it, we need to destroy it again and make it even more impossible. So I don't foresee precision strikes ever ending because they will never stop threatening us. They will never stop trying to get their hands on it. So don't be a little softy and just know that we will, hopefully the next presidents will pay attention and we will precision strikes those locations so that they cannot retrieve that uranium. Does that make sense? I hope it does. It's really simple. It's really simple, okay? You're hearing this from CNN. I'm actually surprised. She actually asked a couple of good questions in there, and she is not totally on his side. So I'm glad to see something's going on. Plus, CNN has Scott Jennings, so CNN is not a total loser. You know what I'm saying? Let's go. Go ahead. Let this rat finish talking his poison lies.
To do that, it would be under the supervision of the agency. But for the time being, we have no program, we have no plan to recover them from under the rubbles.
Am I understanding you here? Because I know that you said 48 hours before the U.S. strikes happened, you had personally offered to President Trump's negotiators to take that 440 kilo amount of 60% enriched material and to dilute it. You said Iran was ready to give that material away. This was in the deal that was also presented to Vice President Vance by Oman. Today, is Iran still willing to let go of that enriched uranium?
Well, that was one of the elements of a deal that we were negotiating with our, American interlocutors. That element dealt with the question of Iran's 60% enriched material. And I offered actually that we are ready to dilute those enriched material or downblend them, as they say.
Right.
I said I was ready to dilute that enriched uranium. But libtards, oh man, you are getting some juice. You're getting some real juice today on the Dennis Herrera Show. Isn't it crazy? I have not been hearing, I haven't watched this clip. I really haven't. I have not seen anybody looking at this interview. I have not heard anybody on the left, the whole Congress, the whole Senate on the left, none of them, not even Fetterman, has ever pointed out at this interview right here. He just confirmed that everything that Trump and the administration has been saying about uranium being enriched, 60%, enough to make 11 nukes. He just confirmed all of that. And he tries to backtrack a little bit where he says we don't want negotiations. He says we wanted to dilute. You know what the problem is with lies? They always come and bite you in the ass. They always do. You know why I'm always telling the truth? Because it never bites me in the ass. If anything, it corrects me to be a better person. If I say the truth and I happen to catch something that I'm doing wrong, I change it. I change it like that. That, my friend, is how I want you to think. Now, pizza guy. Now, I haven't been reading your comments, but I know you're still in here. I know you're still in here. You're probably driving. Hopefully, you're resting. But I'm going to tell you something. You cannot deny this clip. And since we have a couple of people on here, let me go ahead and play. Let me go ahead and play the clip that I started this live with, okay? Let me go ahead and play this clip. Hold on. Let me play it again for you guys. I really want you to enjoy this. Here we go. Here we go. Listen, I want you to really dissect. I want you to savor. I want you to try to understand. Use common sense. What is he saying here? try to do a critical thinking analogy about the situation. Try to see how you can get this information into your brain and realize that everything you have been told has been a lie. And you, if you continue to support that lie, well, my friends, this clip is for you.
Do we have a deal, Mr. Reagan?
You know, I know this steak doesn't exist.
Nope.
I know that when I put it in my mouth, the matrix is telling my brain that it is juicy and delicious. After 9 years, you know what I realize? Ignorance is bliss.
Never gets old. My friends, never gets old. You know why? Because it's true. Pizza guy in the house. Let's see what retarded comment he makes in here. Republicans support Russia and hate Europe and the real Soviet commie traitors. Okay, so you're saying, all right, here we go. I like this comment. I know you trying to insult us. It doesn't work. But I'm going to say this. You just mentioned something very, very important that I agree with. Soviet commies. Do you know what commies are? Commies are communist. You know who the Republicans are today? Yeah, they're commies. Communist. This is my impression of Joe Biden. And then raising his voice very high. Oh, man, you know what? I knew I wanted to have a live today. I knew I wanted to have a live today. You have to understand something. If libtards and if people like stop lying about the United States and stop lying about the things that are going on that are bad or good, I just wouldn't say anything. But I'm glad that they do because it just, it makes me out. I want to come over here and just speak the truth to the world. Are you not entertained? All right, let's get back to the video. Stop being cheeky. Let's get serious. Everything is about serious.
Into lower percentage. So that was a big offer, a big concession in order to prove that Iran has never wanted nuclear weapons and would never want them.
Are you willing to give that up now?
Well, there is nothing on the table right now. Everything depends on the future. If any time in the future we decide to enter into negotiation with the U.S. or other interlocutors, we may decide what to put on the table. For the time being, nothing is on the table.
There are at least 4 Americans being held at Evin prison that we know of, including a journalist, Reza Valizadeh, and Cameron Hekmati, a 61-year-old man. What is the status of those Americans? Are they safe?
Well, if the U.S. and Israel do not attack our prisons, I guess they are safe.
Foreign Minister, we are running out of time, and I can see the internet is going in and out here. I just do want to point out, you're speaking to us via Zoom. The Iranian people don't have open internet access, but you do.
Oh.
Why?
Well, because I'm the voice of Iranians, and I have to defend their right. So this is what.
I'm the voice of Iranians. What the citizen says, who cares? Who cares about what the people of Iran says? Did you hear that? Fantastic question. You know what? There is still hope. Just a little glimpse of hope from CNN, guys. Listen to it. Listen. Listen. I know, my friends. But you got to give credit where credit's due. This is CNN. This is the libtards news. But listen to this. There is no way you cannot give them credit for this.
To us via Zoom. The Iranian people don't have open internet access.
But
you do. Why?
Wait, who is the voice of Iran? Who is the voice of Iran? The Iranian people, the majority of Iranian people, that's the voice of Iran. According to him, let's take a listen. Who is the voice of Iran? This, my friends, is what we're talking about.
Well, because I'm the voice of Iranians, and I have to defend their right. So this is why I have access.
So, shut the hell up, the people of Iran, and let me be the voice of Iran. I am going to shut you all up, and I'm going to be your voice. Is that right? I thought he was the messenger of Iran. I thought that he just speaks what Iranians want in their country. Very interesting, isn't it? Are you not entertained? That's what I'm talking about. That's what I'm talking about.
To internet to just have our voice being heard by the international community. But internet is closed because of the security reasons, because we are under attack, we are under aggression, and we have to do everything to protect our people. In any country, there are urgent measures taken for the sake of war.
Minister, I'm glad the uplink worked to talk to you right now. We thank you for your time this morning. Face the Nation will be back in a minute. Stay with us.
Oh, man. CNN. There is hope after all. There is hope, my friends. All right, here we go. Let me, first of all, where's my phone to call here? I'm going to open up the lines. I'll tell you what, I appreciate, let me see, is there I don't have the boss of the chat on. Let me see. Who is the boss on the chat? Oh, man. Sorry, guys. I know, Cutting Edge, you have given me more than him, but it seems like Pizza Guy, it's the boss of the chat. And so with that being said, I need to find my boss video here. And Pizza Guy is the Jefe El Patron, but I am still the host of the Dennis Herrera Show. I'll be right back. Great news. I found the phone. And we are going to take some calls. There seem to be enough people in here to want to take a punch and a hit at me. Well, why don't we give them a little bit of pleasure? And let's see, make sure ringer's on, volume's up. Now, when I don't take phone calls, my phone is on airplane mode. So just so you know what I'm saying? I just want to let you know. Oh, I didn't know. Bubba, thank you for the super through PayPal. Appreciate you, brother. Man, God bless you, man. You guys show me so much love, man. I'm overwhelmed. I really don't have words. I try to put something together to give you something here, but man, damn, Omar, I'm trying to get the all right.
Hello.
Oh, good morning, sir. Thank you for calling. We want some people that don't like me.
Sir.
Oh yeah. Good afternoon.
It's great to be back on your show, and I think you've seen that video from CNN. I don't watch CNN. Okay, I don't watch that news. But it's honestly surprisingly that their interviewing style is quite exposing for me to kind of like be honest, in my opinion.
Why what?
Like they're almost like interrogating this dude instead of, they kind of twist it almost like United States is not they're almost like right leaning. It almost seems like, or in the middle.
Left leaning, you mean? They're always left leaning.
Yeah, but like I felt like that interview was, I don't know. I feel like they've kind of, like I said, I just don't watch CNN too much. But no, I think you kind of heard it from the prime. That's supposed to be the foreign minister. He's saying he has Wi-Fi on Zoom.
Yeah, he's the prime minister over there.
But everybody else is in the dark, and Elon Musk had to give him Starlight satellites.
I don't know if Elon has given them Starlight. Oh man, I don't know if I don't know how they block people on the internet, to be honest. So I can't really speak to it, but
I don't think
that'd be stupid if Elon is giving them access, though. I don't think Elon's giving them access.
No, he did. He gave him Starlight. He said he was going to do it back in, I want to say, December, January.
Yeah, but for the people, not for these guys.
Right. Like, and then I don't know. We don't know the number of people that have, obviously, the satellites. We don't know the number. It's probably something. I mean, there's the population of Iran is a big number, pretty insane number.
Yeah, I will agree that this interview seemed a little bit righty. But see, that's the thing. You know, I have never before my show, right, until just recently, because I'm going to run as, I have never once said that I am Republican, because I always been Democrat. I know, I'm sorry, guys, it's a shame. I apologize. But here's the thing. I have never said that I'm Republican, but every single time that I will argue policies, the way that I think, they automatically assume, and this is why I started buying Trump stuff. I kid you not. This is the reason why. Oh, you're a Trumpster.
Yeah.
Oh, of course.
Trump on your, it says it right here, 100%.
Yeah, well, this is the reason. And it's just like, you know what? No, I'm not. And then it's like, oh, you're a Trumpster. No, I'm not. So I'm going to tell you this. Quick story. I'm going to make it very brief, very short, because I shared this story before.
I'm at work right now, unlike some Democrats. But
all right, brother. Just okay. You can go ahead and hang up, but I'll tell this story, okay?
No, go. Yeah, go. No, I'm great.
Okay, thank you.
Later, Dennis.
All right, thank you, brother.
Love you. Keep
Yeah.
fighting.
Love you too, man. Just call me when you get a chance.
Yep.
All right,
Talk
peace.
To you later. Bye-bye.
All right, look, quick story. When I came to this country, yes, I was in ESL, a special English special learning, okay? And whenever I spoke in Spanish, obviously, right? And so people will ask me, hey, you speak Spanish? And I say, yeah. And they said, are you Mexican? And I said, no, I'm not Mexican, right? And so this happened every single year. In my senior year, after I went to school with this guy for 4 years, he one time hears me talking in Spanish with my Mexican friends, and he says, Dennis, what the hell? You speak Spanish? And I was like, bro, we've been together for 4 years going to school. You didn't know? He's like, no. Are you Mexican? I said, yes, I am Mexican. The same thing has happened with President Trump. Every time that I would speak about what I believe is best for America, immigration, the policies, putting American first, the economy, this and that, every single Democrat will tell me, oh, so you are a Trumpster. And after so many people telling me, there was a time where I finally said, yes, I am a Trumpster. Order my hats. And now you see, I support Trump 100%. This is what you want. This is what you get. Let's go, user. Give me a call. Holla. Holla, user. Docino says, so when Tucker Carlson interviewed Putin, he was a traitor, but this, I'm not going to say that word, sir, interviewing the enemy in Iran isn't. I don't think Tucker interviewing anybody. I think I would interview anybody. Bro, I will have Saddam Hussein in here. And not really, not in my room. You guys know this is my room, right? Half of the room is the studio for my show. So for people to call me Grifter, yeah, I wish I would actually have a nice studio, believe it or not. If I was a grifter getting paid to promote propaganda and false advertising, but that's not what I do. I am very humble, very legit, and try to be honest in everything that I do. Here we go. Maybe a user doesn't have my number. How about we put the number up there? Yeah, let's do that. I think you can see it through all of that. All right, give me a call, user, or Team Hype. Team Hype, you wanna call in, bro? Go ahead, man. Today is your day. Happy Sunday, everybody, as you're coming in here. The truth shall set you free. There you go. Oh, pizza guy, you better be nice. Better be nice. Better be nice, pizza guy. Let's see what you got. What you think about that interview? Give me some.
The interview that just took place.
Yeah, you did watch it, right?
CNN.
Yeah.
Yeah, you're talking about the CNN one?
Yeah.
It was about the Iran war, right?
Yes. Do you want me to put you a specific question?
Sure.
Okay.
Sure. Ask me about what you thought.
60% enriched uranium. Truth or false?
Yeah, that's true. They have that, but but you're saying they don't. Trump destroyed that, is what you're saying, right?
So the whole idea is this: a lot of people on the left, right, and some people on the right, they believe they make fun of Trump and they say, "Oh, you say you obliterated? It's not obliterated. It's just semi-destroyed." Okay. So what President Trump says is true, and this guy just confirmed it. So he says, check this out. First, they said they didn't have 60% enriched, right? Trump says, oh, no, we know, and we hit the nuclear facilities. Okay, it's on the rumbles now, right?
Yeah,
he just confirmed that everything that Trump said was true, and he said we still have it. It's on the rubbles. And if we want it, we can go and get it out of there when we want it. And everybody said that was not true, that there was not 60% uranium. And then when the Iranian regime, not the beautiful people of Iran, I want them to be free as well. But the regime said, right now, mind you, if this is going to be the question, okay, for you, just because you're my friend, I'm going to ask you this question. If Iran, the bad people, the regime, I don't know how do I separate this without calling them Iran, because Iran, I believe most of them are good people that don't support this regime. Let's call the
the Iranian people. I'll let you say what you want to say.
Okay. I want this. So the regime, let's call them the regime in Iran. So the regime said we have 60% uranium, enriched uranium, right? And we have enough.
100%.
Well, that's horrible. I don't want to know about that. But they said that they had enough, enriched uranium to create 11 nukes. This is what they said. The leftists, they keep denying that, and they also threatened us by saying that they are actually very close to building missiles that are intercontinental, meaning that they can reach all the way to the United States of America. With that being said, here's a question. With that being said, would you take the chance to ignore that threat, saying they're lying, or would you actually take action and say, I don't want that to happen?
No. I think Obama did the right thing. They should have nuclear power, and we had a system where they weren't building nuclear power plants.
Did you say they should have nuclear power?
Because Obama did the right thing. He made an amazing agreement that Trump destroyed.
But all the Arabs don't want that.
I don't care what Saudi Arabia wants. I want regime change for Saudi Arabia. I want Saudi Arabia's prince head for killing the American journalist. I want his head cut off. I want the prince of Saudi Arabia's head cut off for how he killed the American journalist. I want
one guy.
Head cut off. I want.
So for one guy, you want his head?
Egypt, Lebanon. You know what? I'm happy that Hezbollah and the Iranian Revolutionary Guard are killing these horrible, disgusting, genocidal maniacs that for 70 years they've been murdering Palestinians and Arabs in Israel for, since the end of World War II. They've been, but I don't want to rant or rave. I'll let you make your point. But, the truth is, God knows the truth. Obama was doing the right thing. he had a good agreement with them, and then Trump ruined the agreement that we had.
So you want?
And we may never be able to get that agreement again ever.
So you want the prince's head on a silver platter for killing an American
he murdered
Okay.
an American journalist.
Okay.
He needs to pay for what he did.
Fair enough.
He murdered our journalist for
Sure.
speaking the truth.
Sure. Okay, so my question would be for you. What do you wish from the regime from Iran?
Look, here's what happened. They want nationalized oil. They want to be in charge of their own oil. Britain did not want them
No.
to do that.
No. Just answer my question. What do you
I
want
them to have
for the
original
Iran
democracy.
regime?
Before, they didn't have an Ayatollah, but what happened? The UK and the US killed their entire government. So now they have an Ayatollah because here's why they have an Ayatollah. Their government constantly gets killed. So they need to always have one person in charge, because if they have a democracy, they don't have time for elections, because every time they have an election, the U.S. doesn't agree with their government, they kill them all, even if they're democratically elected.
Okay.
So you cannot
I'm okay
say,
with that,
oh,
but this is the reason why I ask you that, because you said, they killed the American press.
that's what
Okay.
Saudi Prince did.
All
He
right.
killed
Well,
the American
I
journalist.
ask you the question about Iran because I don't give a shit if they have the best interest for Iran and saying, "Oh, we're going to build this beautiful
we
city."
as
hold on.
America should not even be
I'm going to
in the
give you
Middle
an
East. We
give you an
shouldn't be there.
example, and I'm going to tell you how different we are. Okay.
But yeah,
It's
not
let's
what
say
about America?
let's say.
I thought MAGA said no new wars. America
Hold on.
first. Why are we
We'll
in the
get
Middle
there.
East?
We'll get there. We'll get defensive. See, this is how people go against Israel. They don't understand. But here's the thing: that Ayatollah that you worship so much right now,
I
that
don't
type
worship.
of
I know why
wait,
they exist.
those Muslims that you support so right now,
I don't.
those are
I
the
want
same
my own
ones. Listen to
descendants.
this. You went irate on me. You went 100% way above the line.
I'm angry.
Okay,
I don't like what's
so
going on.
I ask you, knowing the facts, I'm assuming you know the facts. I ask you why. What would you wish about the Iranian regime? You said I want them to do this, and that. Wait a minute. Let me finish. Once I finish, you can comment. Okay? You have to listen so that it makes sense. I pointed out what you just said. The head of the Qatar. Okay, I got it, 100%, because they killed one guy. But I ask you, what would you wish about the Iran regime? And there's a reason why I ask, and I'll tell you why. You said all of these nice things, right? But in my head, the whole time that I ask you this question, in my head, not only did they kill over 30,000 people, it was their own people, not even other people in other countries. No, their own people till this day. They're still running them over on the street. They're still killing them for speaking out their voice. You just heard it from the Prime Minister here. They take away all the internet from all of them because he is the only voice of Iran, meaning they shut up all the citizens asking for the rights to be defended. And he says he's the only voice. But here you are saying that we should get the head off, Qatar because they killed one American press. Yeah, and I don't agree with that. But 30,000 people, you think they should be well off. You see what I'm saying?
No, can I tell you?
Okay, go ahead. Yeah, go ahead. I'm finished. That was my point. Everybody's hearing
so
it.
how many people did Israel kill in their apparent land? They've killed millions. For the last 70 years, probably over 10 million people.
Let's just go ahead and keep it within the last
genocide.
decade.
And the international court, the ICC has confirmed it's a genocide.
And how many Jews have died in history?
It doesn't give you the right to kill.
A lot more. Exactly. But you just said that you want Qatar's. You just said you want the prince's head on the platter.
The Germans killed the Jews.
Yeah, but you just asked for the head of the prince.
Yeah,
for one
he's a
person.
murderer. I don't like this.
For one person.
Trump is a murderer.
Pizza guy, you got to stay consistent. You got to stay consistent, my friend.
Yeah, they have to be brought to justice.
But you're not consistent.
You know why the Ayatollah exists? But can I ask you
Ayatollah is
something?
evil, bro.
But do you know why it exists?
Yeah, they're evil. They are there to disrupt and destroy.
Why it's like
you can go ahead and tell me, but I know why they're there.
Okay, so before the Ayatollah, Iran had a democratically elected government, fully democratic. They had a prime minister, and the U.S. and Britain wanted to take their oil, make it part of OPEC, and they wanted to control all their oil. And then Iranian people didn't want that. They wanted to control their own oil and sell whoever they want. They want to sell to India, sell to whoever, mainly India. But they're like, oh, we don't want you to sell to India. We want you to use U.S. dollars and sell it at the price we want you to sell it, when we want you to sell it, for how much, and you have to give us a cut. give our companies a cut. And Iran did not want to do that. That's why the U.S. went and murdered the Iranian democratically elected prime minister and the whole government, the whole cabinet. That's why they have the Ayatollah, because they are constantly getting murdered by the U.S. and the U.K. And since their government's always getting murdered, they always have to Ayatollah, because if they don't have an Ayatollah, they won't have a functioning government. And that's the whole purpose of the Ayatollah, is that their government constantly gets murdered, so they need to have one person always in charge. That's why they have an Ayatollah.
Yeah, it's called tyranny, dictatorship.
They would have never had that if it wasn't for the UK and the US and the horrible corrupt stuff that George H.W. Bush and all these crooked Epstein class people were doing.
Oh, so you
That's why I
think
have to
so?
bring the Epstein class to
And
justice.
so, what do you have to say about the 30,000 Iranians they killed?
They're getting killed because how many did the US
They're
kill?
citizens. No, wait. They're citizens. They have rights. They got killed by their own government. What's the excuse?
Yeah, well, that's what happens when you don't have food and your government gets constantly destroyed.
Yeah, but that's what I'm trying to. Wait, hold on. I'll say, start over. Sorry, I should just let you finish. Go ahead. Start over again. Why?
Okay, when you have a democracy in a country, right? And then you kill. Let's say, for instance, the U.S. We have a government, right?
Pizza guy,
Now,
be
let's
careful
say
with your
someone
answer, okay?
comes-
Be careful with your
Whatever.
answer, because it's going to come back to bite you in the ass. Tell me
Okay,
why
I'm
is
just
it
saying,
okay
well,
to
let's say
kill
someone,
30,000 people?
Like some country destroys, like Washington D.C. gets nuked, right?
No,
What's gonna
just
happen?
Iran. Iran is killing 30,000 of their own people. Why is it okay?
Okay, but look, we've already had books and scholars discuss this, and if the U.S. had a similar thing where our entire elected government was destroyed, we would have a military dictatorship, just like Iran. We would have the same exact thing, because this is why we cannot just have elections 24/7. You can't just have an election then put people. You saw how long it takes to change power and how to elect. It takes so long to do elections, right? So if you elect people and then they get killed instantly, and then you try to elect more people and then the candidates get killed again, like you cannot have a functioning government like that. You know what I mean? There'll be no law and order. That's why they have an Ayatollah, because their government constantly gets killed by Israel, and all the horrible people, and because they constantly are getting killed. That's what the whole purpose of the Ayatollah is.
Yeah.
Okay, every time they can rebuild their government and they have someone.
Okay.
And we would do the same thing. We would have a general. We would have a head of state or a general that would do the same thing as an Ayatollah if the same thing happened to us. If another country, or if we were fighting aliens, or God forbid, whatever else, then we would have a chief general, or we would be in a military dictatorship. We'd have martial law, and that's basically what they have. They have martial law. They're in a military dictatorship, and it's terrible. But when you have a democracy and it constantly gets killed, the people who get elected constantly get killed, then the military takes over. I mean, that's just what happens.
Now, I heard all that, but what is the excuse for killing 30,000 of their own people?
Because right now a lot of people are fighting back, and we also have people getting killed in America too. And don't forget, during the Civil Rights Act, how many people got killed just to end segregation. So so that excuse is not valid. But do you agree? Do you agree with the government? Wait,
do you agree? I don't give a shit about Russia. Listen, do you agree that the government can kill 30,000 people because they are disagreeing with them and they're protesting?
It's not a problem in America.
No. It's a question.
I don't care about.
It's
Iran.
just a question of moral values. I want to know why you have to make decisions on what
I
you
don't
believe.
Want American soldiers to die for.
Okay, well, our American soldiers are more than willing to die for innocent people.
No, they're not.
Yes, they are.
They all hate Trump.
If I was in Iran, if I was in Spain, if I was in Honduras, I would fight the bad guys. I will fight evil. And if I died and I gave my life, no, as a Christian, it doesn't say that the best sign of love is to die for your family. It says to die for another. It doesn't necessarily mean America. I am America first, 100%. But we're also going to defend the innocent anywhere that we find them. And after 30,000 people got killed, I know the answer, and the reason why you can't answer is because it's morally conflicting. We
No, okay,
will
then
not.
what
So
about
you're
the power
saying
side? Okay,
here,
then let the
you're
moral right
complaining.
thing to
Listen,
do is to take Netanyahu
no, but
to
you
Israel
didn't give.
government and do the same thing
You
that's happening to the
you still
to the
didn't
Mani.
answer
They
the
need to do the
question.
same thing.
You still didn't answer the question.
They
People
should be
here, listen to
bombing,
this.
Tel Aviv and killing every single
Forget
person
about
in
that.
Mossad.
You're don't go around the issue of the question. Listen to this. You said, and don't interrupt me. Just I want to point out so everybody understands what's happening. You said the Saudi prince killed an American press. Boom! I want the head on the platter. Okay, one guy. Iran killed. Wait a minute. And Iran. It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. It happened. It happened. Iran kills. The regime kills 30,000 of their own people. You are okay with that? No heads on the platter. Nothing. Wait. Don't say nothing. Now we have two people impeding, obstructing the federal agents in Minnesota. One tried to run the guy over with the vehicle. Not the first time she tried that. The other guy resisted arrest while he has a gun on his waist. And every libtard on the left was over there complaining, calling President Trump a murderer, and you want ICE out of there, you want all this revolt, but you still defend the Iranian regime with over 30,000 of their own people being killed? Do you see why that doesn't make sense?
No, we don't want a stupid war. We don't want a senseless war. We don't want war in the Middle East. We have enough oil in the United States. We need to be making the dollar strong. We need to be getting more jobs. We need to be bringing in more immigrants.
Yes, so help.
And by the way, let's talk about the Iranians, because look at all the Iranians that have to now declare asylum, and where are they going to live? You know, they can't live in their own country because Israel won't stop bombing it, and we can't bomb Israel because
don't worry.
they
There's
killed
plenty
millions
of
people.
Arab
You're
countries
talking
around
about
them.
30,000.
Yeah, there's plenty of Arab countries around there. I'm sure all those Muslims would like to take more Muslims in. Not a problem.
Okay, Israel's a Muslim country, so why don't we let Israel take those countries?
Sure,
and change the
I
name
think
of
Israel has a lot of
flag?
Palestinians that become citizens, actually. How do you think that happens?
No.
Yeah, Palestinians
They were
becoming
already there.
Palestinian. Wait, but why do you think if Palestinians, if they were all the same, why do you think Palestinians wanted to become Israelis instead of staying Palestinian?
What do you, they don't have a choice. It's like
No, they can be like the rest of the
black people wanna
Palestinians.
become Americans, U.S. citizen, but then
Because
they
this is
say
the greatest
we're already
country in the
born here.
world. That's why.
Like I was born here. You can't choose where you're born. It's like.
Well, I know, but you see my rationality here is America is the best country on earth. This is why people want to be citizens here. If Palestinians wanted to be Israeli citizens, that tells me Israel is the best country in the Middle East to be a part of.
Okay, but after the Iraq War, a lot of Iraqis wanted to become Iranian citizens. So does that mean that Iran is the best country in the world?
It was. Iran has its good points. Yeah, absolutely. I believe Iran, even after we get rid of this regime, I believe Iran is going to flourish again. And not just them. They will flourish, in our economy here in our country is going to be way better than what it was before.
No, Iran won't get destroyed, and they also have India, China, and Russia helping them behind the scenes. And China can just ship a nuclear weapon to them at any time. Obama had a great deal. He said, okay, look, we'll inspect your nuclear power plants. You can have nuclear power. You can do whatever you want with uranium. We just want to make sure you're not using it to launch missiles. And they were like, yeah, that's great. And then Trump came and ruined it because he's a horrible, evil person.
Sure.
And God's gonna face God one day.
Then you must think that I'm a horrible person because somebody says
I don't
death
think
to...
you
No,
are
wait.
that. I
Because
think a lot
when
of
somebody
people
says
are
death to
misled.
America, I will do exactly the same thing that Trump did and is doing and continues to do, and I still support him 100%. All right, let me see if I can take another call, brother.
Foolish, sadly.
I know, but I still love you. Let me see if I can get another call to come in, okay? I appreciate you, brother. All right, be blessed. Take care. Just so you guys know, I do consider Pizza Guy to be my friend, okay? So if I clown on him and I talk shit to him, it's because I love him, okay? So if anybody else wants to call in, I know somebody was trying to call in here. Hopefully is one of you guys in there. There we go. Oh, Everett. Interesting. Thank you for calling. Who's calling?
What's going on?
Who this?
Am I on air with you?
Yeah, everybody's listening to you right now. I don't have nobody screening calls, brother. So if you're good or bad, it's going to come out.
I had to turn YouTube down so I didn't, cross feed you if I was. So I couldn't tell if I was.
Go ahead, bud. What's up? What's your comment? Positive or negative? It's okay. You can say it.
Oh man, dude, everything positive, man. I'm Irish.
Oh, the Fighting Irish.
Years before any African was brought here as slaves. So
One of my favorite people, man. No joke. I'm serious. One of my favorite people. One. You guys are one of my favorite people.
Democrats have switched their chains out for tiny screens and created nothing but mental slaves for the Democratic plantation.
That's true. I had never heard that point before, but that's true.
Well, I can't remember if it was 54 years or 58 years, Irish and Polish people were brought here from England when they were homeless there as slaves.
Yeah.
Later, they adopted the term indentured servants, but sadly, white people were called the N-word for 54 years in America before any black person was called the N-word. So.
Yeah, well,
Yep.
I know, why people, refer to that as to black people. It's just in the same way that Democrats brainwash people into democracy because of the name. If you listen to the word nigger, it sounds like it's meant to a Negro, but it's not. The word nigger means ignorant, and it became a word that was racist. They make it racist today, but it's not. You know what I mean?
Definition 1 was ignorant, and definition 2 was translucent, which means it didn't see color. They saw through you because you were ignorant.
Correct. Yes, I agree 100%.
And it blows me away. I grew up, and I can't tell. Obviously, I'm pretty sure we're from the same state, based off your.
I'm in Everett.
Oh, man, you could be down the block from me, bro.
You're probably my neighbor right now. I don't even know.
I'm just behind Rollins Toyota.
Oh shoot! I'm over here on Broadway.
Oh, good old Broadway.
Oh man, that's awesome. Hey, I'm running for governor this year. Well, we're gonna put a name on the ballot, but we have so many Democrats here. I don't know. I don't have a chance to win probably, but I am gonna go ahead and deliver a message. Believe me, I have not said anything on this channel, and I don't want to until I start campaigning. But who knows? Maybe I'll have you there with me.
If you do, you might get me to vote for the first time.
Oh,
you want to know why
snap.
I don't vote?
Yeah, I know why. I know, but we should always vote.
Okay.
Can't give up, brother. We can't give up. I know you already know that there's a lot of people leaving us, millionaires, businesses. I know, man. I don't blame them either, but still, we need people to freaking stay here and fight.
Oh, I know. But see, here's the problem that most Democrats just overlook. When I turned 18 during my government class, okay?
Okay.
You know the only reason I passed my government class?
The which what?
My government class in high school.
Uh-huh.
You know the only reason I passed that? It's because my teacher forced me to register as a Democrat to pass the government class.
Oh, wait, that's a good incentive. And then you can just flip.
Like there isn't a criminal office. He's like, it's your job and your duty to vote. I was like, no, it is my constitutional right to have a choice if I want to vote or not. And
That is
you took
correct.
that away from me.
Yeah, that's the communist mentality. That comes from Marxist. Marxist is the foundation, the base of the new democratic socialist communist party. That's who they are. And oh my gosh. Don't make me. Oh, you have no idea, bro. I'm going to go off on this campaign. Oh.
Great.
You're breaking up, man. You're breaking up.
Yeah, my bad. Let's see if I can get a little bit better. I grew up in the 80s and 90s.
Best era, in my opinion.
All through grade school, I got called nigger.
Oh, wow.
And I got fights weekly. Principal always said I could never suspend you for what you're going through because I know what you're going through. And I had no idea what that meant at that time.
Yeah.
Until I was about 26 and I went to go visit my mom, and I'm Irish. I'm wiry as all can be, so I got quite a unique personality. I'm just in the front office, and all of a sudden the principal was like, oh my gosh, is that you? Is that really you? And then it comes out walking a 6'2" black woman. It hit me. It's like, oh, she can never suspend me for defending myself, being called nigger because she was a black woman.
Yeah.
She knew exactly what it was through.
Yeah. Yeah, no, that word has been burned and encrypted into the black community, but they are not. The word ignorant is just, maybe just not knowing information. That's all that is. But I don't see a one black person to fit that category until I see them being that category. Like, for example, the mentality of I'm sorry, the mentality that I'm gonna go rob a store that fits that category.
Well, that's the Marxist agenda and what Democrats are trying to bring. They're the ones that push the laws to allow them to have that mentality.
Yep. And illegals to be here in this country getting benefits, even though I know a lot of Americans are still denying that they do, but they do. It's funny, right? Because it's funny because I know people that do, and they still call me a liar. It's like, bro, trust me. It's all going to come out of my campaign. Yeah, it's all going to come out of my campaign. I can tell you that.
For sure. Well, you got my support 100%. And you got my digits now. So yeah, hit me up if you need help with anything.
Yeah, anytime. Send me a text message. Drop me your name on the message, and we'll keep you in mind. Okay.
Yeah, for sure.
All right, brother. Thanks for calling. Let me see if I can get some of the negative opinions in here. Be blessed.
Yeah, definitely.
Take care.
I can't quit. Have a good one.
All right, man. Take it easy. Wow, that's awesome. It's awesome to hear somebody here from my local town. Just so you know, Everett, that's south, downtown and the north in Everett. So Everett's actually not bad. It's actually a pretty good size city. All right, let me go ahead and hear from Team Hype, bro. Why don't you go ahead and give me a call? I want to hear some negative comments in here. I got my little mixing spoon in here just so that we can get this show cooking. Let's go. I want somebody to go ahead and give me some knowledge. Give me some common sense that I haven't found yet. Listen, you might be right, but I just need to hear it. Maybe you can just give me a different opinion and don't just tell me I'm a liar. Tell me why. Give me your opinion. See, the reason why the whole having a conversation doesn't work sometimes is because people are convinced of their facts, but their opinions are not facts. All right, here we go. Massachusetts, I think. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
Dennis, what's up? Jason Beatrice from the chat.
Jason Beatrice, what's up?
Hey, what's up, brother? I just wanted to say, hey, I respect Pizza Guy's opinion, but he was wrong about one thing. He was wrong about one thing. Those Marines that are on ship right now off the coast of Iran, my son is one of them.
Oh, wow. Thank you, sir.
They are drooling for combat. It's what they do. They're enthusiastic about their jobs, and they're dying to hit the ground. It's not like they don't want to fight. They're dying to fight.
Yeah.
They want to make their mark on the world.
You know what? Let me cut you off. Man, I'm going to tell you right now, brother, you just give me goosebumps. Because when I look at my soldiers, and people can call me naive, hypocrite, oh, you're not serving. There's nothing more that I would like to do than to go into that war and die on the battlefield with a purpose. Most people don't have a purpose. My purpose is to speak the truth. But I'm going to tell you something. What you just said, man, tell your son, man, that this random guy from Washington State is so proud that he is there. And there's tears and internal tears that I have right now, bro, because, man, I stand for America first, but we can't stand idle and let tyrants continue to destroy our world. This is more than just looking at us. Like, if we don't take care of these things everywhere, then America is doomed. And right now we have this thing to where, like, I'm trying to smack people. I'm trying to slap people around with the truth to wake up and start defending this country because our enemies are watching. And they need to let go of some things.
Julius Caesar said it. He said, men will always believe what they wish.
This is true. Yep. That's true.
That's a problem. And
yeah.
I tell you, the most important thing we have to do right now is pass the SAVE Act. It is so important. They have Democrats in Congress
passed.
right now fighting.
The SAVE Act is passed on the floor.
Schools, hospitals, churches, and polling areas. That's crazy.
Yeah, I know, man. I always tell people, you heard me say this before, I'm sure. Even though, look, I know this offends a lot of people, but I believe, listen to this, as a faith, as a spiritual man, I believe that Jesus Christ is the only truth, the only way to the Father in heaven, and the only life. That's my belief 150,000%. I believe every other religion is fake. It's not real. But as an American citizen, as a man that believes on the law of the land, I believe the Constitution gives this country the freedom of religion, meaning that if you want to worship a tree, go for it. That's your prerogative. I'm okay. Here is the only thing that I have against any religion, even though there is a freedom of religion. It's a religion that wishes death to us. A religion that says that their laws in their religious book is above our own law. And you see the difference between me.
Verses in the Quran calling for violence.
Absolutely. But you see the difference between.
He says to cut off the hands and feet of anyone that refuses Allah or crucify them.
Yep. Oh, man, there's more than that. But you see the difference between us and them. We are willing to work around it. We're willing to give you that freedom that we say that we have the right to. Just don't wish death to us. That's not a religion that we want here. As a matter of fact, the reality of this is this. Islam was created as a political movement. It is a political power grab. They use the spirituality, because we have to remember this. We are all, every single one of us, are spirits inside the flesh. And because of that, every single one of us tries to find a purpose in this world. Some of them find it in Jesus Christ. Some of them, they're connected to the land, to the ocean. They protect the animals. And I get all that. But there's only one way to the Father. And that's my belief. So with that being said, when I have Pizza Guy call in, right, you see, I'm trying to get this moral sense of justice, right? He says, the Fresh Prince, the Crown Prince of Qatar, right? He killed an American press. Okay, got it. He wants the head on the silver platter, right? One guy.
Yeah.
Iran kills 30,000, probably by now is I don't know how many thousands, right? But he says that Iran has the right, in every person that has been killed, well, they didn't follow orders. And I'm thinking, wait a minute, if you believe that, because Pizza Guy is an American. I love Pizza Guy, but he's twisted on the left brain right now. But with that knowledge, with that not knowledge, what's the word? Oh my gosh, my brain just got with that logic. With that logic, he shouldn't have been saying anything about our government. And with that logic, we should be taking people out on the street, left and right. I mean, 30,000. Once we get to that point, we can probably think about it with that logic. But that's not the way they think. I don't understand why people want to give the benefit of doubt and full support to these people that want to destroy us, but they give us no doubt, no benefit of doubt, and they give us zero, and they give us negative 100. They're against us. I don't understand that part. I don't understand.
We will win. We will prevail.
Yes, sir. Oh, my gosh. Please, man.
Hey,
if you get a chance, listen, I really mean it, man. And oh, my gosh, please, God, allow me to have this young man come back to us. I want to meet. I want to be able to. Listen, I know as a father, bro, it made me cry. As a father, I know how much you love your son and how much he's making you proud right now. I really pray that God brings him back to you. And I want to have the privilege of giving him a hug, or at least a handshake if he doesn't like to hug. I am beyond words for people like your son, and you as a father. I'm not going to take away from that, but people like your son, because that is exactly where my hope lays. People that respect this flag to my right, people that die to raise that flag, because that flag means hope, not just for the United States of America and the people, but for the world. And a lot of people throughout the world know that. Only the evil ones are the ones that are against us. And man,
And
what a
would
blessing.
the world look
Thank
like
you.
If we didn't have the biggest stick.
I know. I hope that I can get words to get that across. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you, Jason.
Thank you, Dennis.
My love to you and the family. Be blessed.
Thank you, Dennis. Love you. Bye.
Bye. Man, I'm sorry, guys. I'm a tough guy. Yeah, I'm a tough guy, but I am. I get very emotional when I see sacrifices that people make for justice. People think that I love war. No, I don't love war. But I also believe that if we don't put evil in their place, they are just going to go rampant across the world. And we can't let that happen. Listen, Honduras has been destroyed because of evil existing in our country. Mexico celebrates kicking Americans off the beach because they're putting obstacles to mark private property, and yet they allow cartels to destroy their cities and kill their citizens, putting their conservatives in jail, political assassinations, political incarcerations. These people are evil. Cuba is giving up finally. They're feeling the squeeze. They're feeling the pressure, and Cubans will soon be free. And I can't wait. And I hope that it goes more than just freedom. I hope that Cuba becomes a territory of the United States of America. And yes, they will have access to welfare. And yes, they will have access to our taxes. And yes, they will be able to come back and forth to the United States of America. Man, the United States is doing the right thing. All right, New Orleans. Surprise me. Who's calling?
How you doing, Chris?
Hey, Chris. How are you, brother?
Good.
What do you got for me? Good, positive? Doesn't matter. Lay it on me.
Trump's the greatest man to ever walk the planet.
Oh, my God. That's too easy, man. How's the economy looking over there in New Orleans?
I mean, it's a little, gas is up, but it's all the same stuff.
Yep, you can say it. Well, how much is gas right now?
Well, by me, the cheapest I seen was like $3.14.
Okay, fair enough. That's fair.
Yeah.
What about anything on the housing issues? How are the taxes? How does that look? Does it look fair tax-wise, local? How much has tariffs impact your city or state?
Well, I mean, everything's the same. I go to grocery every day, so, I don't see no difference, really.
You don't buy the big, bulky?
No, I don't eat out, man. I eat pretty clean for the most part. But, yeah, I've been staying in the same house for like 15 years, so my rent just went up a few months ago.
Yeah.
Like 2 years ago. Something like that, but...
Yeah. Well, housing, one of the things that people don't understand is this. Inflation, we have to have inflation. This is how the economy works. Housing will always go up. It's just what happens. Every year, everything goes up. The problem is when things goes up out of proportion. For example, this is one of the biggest arguments that I had when I was a leasing agent. You know what? I work here, right, at the apartment complex. I live here. I can't afford my apartment on my income alone. How is that and why? And then, I get a raise, right? My raise was $60 for a year. Can you believe that? For a year.
Right.
And then even if my raise was about $130 a month, okay? $130 a month. I apologize, not a year, a month. And the rent went up $250. You just gave me a raise that's not even half of what you just raised my rent on. That is impossible. That doesn't make sense. It doesn't compute. I mean, maybe maybe these guys are right on the chat. Maybe my comprehension skills are just horrible, right? But it didn't feel right because what happens? My housing cost just double what my raise was. On top of that, gas is up, food is up, clothing is up, everything is up. So that little raise that I got, it means nothing. And, this has nothing to do with tariffs. There was no tariffs when I was working at departments. And yet the economy was still crashing. The economy was still going down the toilet. And so the whole argument of tariffs destroying our country, please. We're having manufacturers coming back over here. Whether they're happening in our states or not is irrelevant. I mean, Michigan, right? I might play a video of her. Michigan is over there jumping, rejoicing about this and that. Here in Washington, we're seeing companies leaving. Starbucks, Microsoft. Bro, this big Boeing hasn't said nothing yet. But just check this out. I think, was it Amazon? Oh, Amazon, I think it was Amazon. Amazon left Seattle and went to another city called Bellevue. And they're thinking about leaving completely now, and then you have Microsoft. Microsoft is also in Bellevue, and you have these big corporations that are paying billions of dollars in taxes. And we have these local government clowns that they put taxes and they take money out of every fund except for their retirement fund. So Congress, the government, the governor, mayors, all of these people, nobody touches their funds for retirement, but they touch Social Security, they touch pensions, they grab businesses, bro, it is crazy. And Democrats don't want to say anything about it. That's crazy. What do you think about that?
I mean, I think it's a combination of things. But I mean, of course, it starts with energy prices. That's why gas is going up, because instead of transport, doesn't like 40% of gas or the gas in the world come from the Strait of Hormuz, right?
Yeah, some of it, yeah.
It's a lot of gas that comes in. We get a lot of that, the world, and everything goes up because of energy. But now, instead of going through the strait, they're having to cross from the Gulf states across Saudi Arabia through trucks.
Yeah.
Which is not only more money, it's also just as dangerous, if not more dangerous. So that's why gas is up right now. That's why he's trying to get Japan and China to come and support through that. I see what he's trying to do. I see gas being where it's at for the next 3 or 4 weeks or whatever, but then it's going to drop back down to like $2 a gallon or whatever.
Yeah.
And maybe it'll work into Trump's play. He's a very smart man, bro. Like he would have never did all this if he didn't have a strategy or an exit plan or a different web of things he could do, like everything else. Every week it's some different new hysteria that's got everybody up, and it's going to be that's the end of the world. And it's like, bro, just let the man have the next couple of years, and then after that, everything.
That's all I ask. Yep, that's all I ask. I mean, we put up with a lot of stuff, bro. We put up a lot of stuff.
Yeah, I mean, you got to give the man credit. He's a smart man, and they're gonna say, "Oh, well, you're simping or whatever for Trump and this and that." Well, I mean, the dude's been to war with this whatever that's going against him for the last 10 years.
Yeah. You know what's crazy?
Calm down.
Yeah. How about this? He stopped 8 wars. That's not enough.
Yeah.
You know what? You guys don't care about stopping wars? Well, let's get some. Might as well do some. If they're gonna complain about it, if they're gonna lie to me about it, if they're gonna just hate me anyway, well, I guess you guys don't care about peace. Let me go hit something, And now they're like, oh, he lied to us. He said no wars. Now he's warring. This is the thing that I don't understand about the left. How about you have some I don't know, some balancing in your lies, right? How about you say, oh, damn, Trump is actually stopping wars, And think about this. If they did that, this is why I call them libtards. If they did that, just think about the impact, right? Watch this. Remember from all the way back, the first term of President Trump, what did they do? 12 minutes, the guy, 12 minutes. Impeach the mofo. Bro, listen. Everything that you did, it's trying to put this guy that we put in office, by the way, using democracy, it's trying to put this man in jail. You put all your efforts, 100% effort into trying to put this man in jail. Think about this, okay? And then when they say something about him, we got no choice but to defend him because they've been falsely accusing him of everything below and above the earth. And so this second term, they haven't learned. Look how impactful it is. Let's say I'm still a Democrat. Watch this. I'm a Democrat. Man, President Trump, mandate. He won everything. Guys, we got to support him. He said Epstein files will be released. Okay, sure. Let the courts deal with that, right? Finally, after whatever thing, he signed the papers. Okay, you know what? The guy wants to make sure that innocent people are protected. But I'm saying, no, he is not protecting the innocent. He just doesn't want the files to come out. This is their mentality on the libtard side. Now, me as a Democrat, I'm saying, hey, you know what? He's doing the right thing. I stopped 8 wars, 8.25, right? And I'm saying, well, yeah, technically he did stop 8 wars by diplomacy, not attacking, but diplomacy. And then all of a sudden, he is attacking. Now I'm like, wait a minute. You stopped 8 wars. Why are you starting a war? I was with you until then. But now you can't make that argument because I have been against you regardless. Whether you work for peace or not, I am against you regardless. So what way does my word or argument or complaining hold when everything that I think about you is hate? I never give you credit for anything that you do right? Just like, the leftists right now, they get mad at me because they think I only defend Trump. Trump can do no wrong, but not once have they given me anything that supports the good stuff that he has done, which I believe he's doing a tremendous job, regardless of how they see things right now. They have no way of truth in their argument. And even when they do tell the truth, it's wolf, wolf, wolf. You know the story. And that's where I'm at with these guys. So it's just like I have no choice but to defend my president. You hate him so much, somebody's got to defend him. Might as well be me. And you, of course.
Yeah, I mean, bro, there's a lot of single cat ladies out there, bro, that's just angry at the world, bro.
Yeah, I know, man. I know.
And unfortunately, men aren't men no more. So, but I think people are coming around. But it's just like everybody's got a side already. So
yeah, well, okay, on that comment that you just said right there, you said men are not men no more. Well, did you hear what my brother Jason said about his son?
What?
I hope that gives you hope. The soldiers that we have, all those men and women out there, bro, they are just itchy to get into battle, man. They're itchy to hit the ground, and they're just itchy to fight for what's right. Not just for our country, but for what's right. And I think that should give you a little bit of hope, man. There's still plenty of men, real men, out there in the world. And they belong to us in the military. And that's what I support them 100%.
Yes.
All right, brother. Did you have any other comment or question?
No, man, I like what you do. So
thank you, brother. Easy, I appreciate you, man. Have a good one, bud. Be blessed.
You too.
Late. Awesome. Pizza guy. They should change the SAVE Act and make the IQ Act, where you can only vote after passing a series of tests, so no trailer park dwellers can vote. Pizza guy, be nice. Isn't that what you're building, man? Come on, don't talk like that about your future residents. But I'll tell you what, sure, why not? Let's get it. I bet you Democrats will get no votes. Guys, it's just a joke. Just a joke. There is plenty of Democrats out there that are smart, but they are just too loyalist. They're too loyal to the party. I wish you would look up to John Fetterman, the Senator Fetterman. Senator Fetterman. Look to his guidance. He's not supporting everything Republicans do and say, but he knows that this needs to happen. And you have to learn to put country first over party. I will tell you what, there is so many paid protesters out there, okay? You have to understand this. Hold on, buddy. I'll take your call in a little bit, okay? Give me a second. I will open the lines again, I promise. Okay. There is a lot of Democrats that want to do the right thing, but they're so loyal to the party, okay? That loyalty can blind them from the truth. But you have to start thinking country first. You really do. We need you Democrats to think country first. Otherwise, we're doomed. I can tell you this. There's more people around the world trying to destroy America for one simple reason: jealousy. They're envious. They can't handle it. Cutting edge. It's the first time I can go with a pizza guy. A civic test is good for everyone. Yes, and I had to pass one to become an American citizen. Bang! And bada bing, bada boom. Here I am as an American citizen with my most beautiful flags right behind me. I love that. With that being said, guys, let me give you guys some thank you for supporting my channel. Let me see. Where is my thing? Here we go. Let's see. No, that's not what I want. That's not what I want. What the hell happened? I had it ready for you guys. Oh yeah, that is the one. Okay. I want to say thank you guys. Let me go ahead and take a quick small break here, and I'll be right back. In the meantime, I want to say thank you to all people that have been members. Baba, I will add you on my next one because you became a member today. And anybody else that wants to support me on my channel to continue to do this, I appreciate you. Thank you so much. In the meantime, I want to say thanks by playing this little dance from our POTUS that fights for this country. Oh, man, I missed it by a few seconds, I hope. All right. Thank you so much for your support. I appreciate it. All right. Let's see. Let me go ahead and reopen the line here. Let me see here real quick. Hold on. All right. Let me go ahead and reopen the line here so that you guys can call in. And I want you to tell me why you don't like Trump, or why do you? But I want the people that are really against me, the ones that are really against me, to call me. But I don't want you to just call in and start talking smack. I want you to call me so that you can tell me why. Okay? Go ahead, Mr. Jones. You can call. It's free to you. I pay for it. Well, my supporters, my members, they pay for all the bills that I have for this channel. So let's see, $2 billion a day, yes. And you should support us instead of fighting us. You're making it worse. You not supporting us is making it worse. Let's go, guys. There we go. Minneapolis. Oh, this should be good. All right, who's calling?
It's Unlimited in the chat.
Who?
Unlimited.
Unlimited. Oh, man. You in Minnesota?
Yep.
Oh, man. Tell me what's going on.
You don't think Trump should be in jail?
No, not yet.
Not yet.
The way that everybody on the left talks, they want him in jail, but I don't see anything yet.
I'm not from the left, and he definitely should be in jail. You don't think 32-time felon should be in jail?
The fake? You see my little picture up there? I quit it. 100%. Besides that, what else do you have?
What do you mean? I can't see your chat right now. I'm talking to you.
Oh, okay. Yeah, it says he was acquitted from all that.
He was charged with, or
He's only a felon because he actually did go to jail, but that's just a name for a prisoner. Everybody gets that felon title on there, but they don't get the charges to stick on them. They don't have any charges sticking on them, just the title.
yeah, 32 felonies.
Yeah,
from,
32, 34, I think, as somebody said.
Yeah.
Yeah, besides that, that's not to put him in jail. If that was the case, Shifty Schiff would be in jail, Nancy Pelosi would be in jail, Schumer, Letitia. Yeah, everybody should be in jail.
In jail too. Yes.
Yeah, so because that's
point.
not happening, justice has to be fair. So why did you mention just Trump? Why not say everybody?
That's who I was getting at for the first part.
Yeah, but you see how you started with Trump? Why didn't you start with Letitia James? Why didn't you start with Ilhan Omar, who is a traitor, an actual traitor to this country under oath? Why didn't you mention Talib Rashid?
Ilhan Omar in jail too? I'm not saying don't put her in jail.
Yeah, but you started with just saying Trump. You said Trump, so that's... He's the biggest fish? I get it. Okay, sure.
Trump is your boy, so that's who I started with.
Okay, all right.
Barack Obama, Joe Biden, George Bush, Bill Clinton.
Fair
all
enough.
of them should be in jail.
Okay, fair enough. I can accept it.
9/11, 9/11 was a complete cover-up. Nobody ever looked into that. None of those presidents have looked into that.
I will agree with you on that one. Actually, I have a theory on that as well.
Yeah, that's treason right there, to not look into 9/11 when you know it was Zionists that did it.
Yeah.
Zionists own this country. Netanyahu owns Donald Trump. That's treason. You go to jail for that. Not to mention everything with Epstein, the way that it's been covered, the way that he won't release it. If I'm president and somebody's accusing me of that, A1, everything on the Epstein list is released instantly. I'm releasing everything, and everybody that is on there that's done something bad, wrong. We're talking about little kids, okay? This isn't who stole the fucking cookies from the cookie jar.
Yeah.
This is they're hurting children. It's
okay.
a different kind of game.
So Epstein is in the past. It's history. What else are you doing for children today?
Epstein is not in the past.
It's still in the past.
That is current. As we speak, he's not exonerated. That's the problem with mega. You just
no. I get it. I get your point. And I think the Epstein files are important, but they're not number one priority. My question is directed to you, because none of the people that think like you, even though you think you're a Republican or conservative, the way you guys think, you don't rationalize or look exactly what should be primary. You guys want files from Epstein files. The guy supposed to be alive. He committed suicide. Nobody knows. What we do know is that we have a lot of pedophiles throughout the United States of America currently trafficking children, pornography, all of that stuff. And yet the only focus is Epstein files. Like, that's going to do shit for this country. It's not going to do anything for us. We need to stop all of that. Not just, you have to understand, don't concentrate on the Epstein files. I'm not trying to put some smoke up your butt, okay? I'm not doing that. What I'm saying is, this is in the past. This has been in courts already. Governments from blue and red have gone through all this crap before. Lawyers, all of a sudden, everybody cares about the Epstein files, and yet they do nothing to support the FBI with all of this pornography and all this child abuse and everything that's going on in this country right now, currently going on. No, they say, we want justice for the people. No, you want justice for everybody. How about this? Jesus said, let the dead bury the dead. How about we are more concerned about what's currently going on and saving those children who are being abused right now? How about we focus on that? Nobody on the left is focusing on the live issue. They just care about the Epstein files for one reason, and this is why I ignore it the most, is because it's all about Trump.
Okay, what about the victims? How come the victims aren't satisfied from it?
None of the victims accused President Trump. And the one that did was a lie. That was fake. She retracted that.
Then why wouldn't he release everything? No redactions, nothing. Everything we know. First of all, shouldn't even have to release it. The FBI has it. It's not up to the American people to have a scavenger hunt through all this to try to figure out who did what. Like, they have all the answers. You seen how Pam Bondi acted in that thing? You just gonna let that go?
Well, if you anybody can misspeak. I understand that. Now, when I understood, this is just me. Listen, when you tell me, listen to me, please. Listen, no, he's not a pedophile. I don't believe that for 1 second. Listen, when Pam Bundy says the files are on my desk, I really not in one common sense fiber in my body did I believe the freaking pile of files were sitting on her desk. Okay, well, that is relatively speaking, meaning the files are in my hands. Are you going to expect to see the pile of files in her hands? No. So,
to be honest, I don't need to see anything.
I get it, but that's what they're judging her on. Misspeaking. You know, when the whole thing about... Yeah, well, listen, the fact is, when we did release the files, what was the first thing Congress did? Oh, my God, you released the unredacted names of the innocent victims. Motherfucker, you are rushing me to release these things unredacted, and yet now you want to bitch about being unredacted? You can't have it one way or the other.
They're in on it together. They're friends. It's not
I know, but this is why Trump didn't release them.
And Bill Clinton are both on that list.
I get it, but this is why Trump wanted Congress to vote for it so that he can wash his hands from that and say, hey, you asked for it. You wanted this. Remember, you wanted this. Okay. Yeah. That is the process. That is the process.
The other point, you still miss my other point. It's not up to Americans to have a scavenger hunt over something this serious.
Yeah, I know.
This is not who stole the cookies from the cookie jar.
Do I need that right now while we're trying to make peace in the world?
Yes.
No, it's not important.
You put Trump in jail, Biden, Bush. You take all their assets. You take everything they own. Joe Biden, Barack Obama, George Bush, Bill Clinton, Donald Trump. You take anybody that donated more than $5 million to their campaigns, these corporations, these billionaires, these donors, everything they own. You take everything from them, all their assets.
All right, pick a side.
Every American gets a $25,000 check.
Sure.
Under like $250,000. We apologize to the world for what we did.
I don't.
Start over.
I don't apologize to the world for anything. Pick a side.
Pick a side. I'm on the side of not pedophiles.
Okay, what side is that? Tell me what side that is. What side is that? Tell me what side that is.
The new America side. The side where we start America over.
No, not such thing.
Everybody needs to unite on that. We all need to know that Donald Trump, Joe Biden, Barack Obama, George Bush, Bill Clinton should all be in jail.
How do we start a new side?
We all unite on that.
Yeah, how do we start a new side?
By taking their assets, taking everything they own. At this point, who cares?
So that's a good idea, and I can come up with ideas. But how do we do it? Because you have to understand. I'm sure if you're American, you have realized that there's only donkeys and elephants in this country, right?
Yeah, that's how
okay. So pick a side. Yes, I know. It is what it is.
It's not going to change till you realize you have been groomed also.
No. I agree with the policies. What are the policies?
Which policies for what?
Exactly. You have to know about policies from the Democrats and the Republicans. So you got to pick a side. Whether you like what they are or what they're doing is irrelevant.
You don't have to pick one of these sides. It's good versus evil. It's not.
Yeah, well, they're the biggest parties. You got to pick one. It is what it is, my friend.
That's how we got into this situation, is by having to vote for lesser of two evils over and over.
I didn't say vote for any of them. I say pick a side. You know why I vote for? You know why I vote? Independents don't do shit for this country. Independents don't fight for freedom. Independents don't stand for the innocent. Independents can't do shit. They don't have power.
So what am I saying? I'm not standing up for innocence with what I'm saying?
No, you got to pick a side. You got to be either a Democrat or a Republican.
A new side.
Okay.
You know, it doesn't always
How about this? You can always not vote.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, just do that. I pick one side. You know why?
That was for John Kerry. That was the biggest mistake of my life.
Okay, well, you did your best. You did what you thought was best. Don't worry about that. As long as you do that, you should be okay to vote. Now, here's my thing. I like Trump only because I've been forced to like him by the libtards. But the only reason why I support the Republican Party today is because those are the policies that have been in place for decades for the American people. And the party that actually implements those policies should be the one taking care of our country. In this case, right now, Republicans are doing those policies. So whether you like him as a person or not, if there is nothing that you can do against President Donald Trump or any other president in office, you got to pick a side. Which one is going to protect the United States of America's interests, not just economically, but safety-wise around the globe? Only President Trump has had, only President Donald Trump has had the balls to stand up against tyrants and Muslim terrorists, those who have been attacking the United States of America. Hold on, Essay. Hold on. The Islamophobia doesn't exist, my friend. It is the fact. It is the truth. Islam is...
And Iraq do not want to bomb us and kill us, so that's bullshit. It's been bullshit.
Okay, see,
9/11.
my
Those
people...
are not coming here to kill us. They have their own lives in their own country. They work, they live, they pay bills. They do not want to come here and kill us.
Yeah, tell that to Europe. Yeah, tell that to England. Tell that to the UK. Tell that to Italy, to France, to Spain. You go ahead and go tell them that lie. My people, listen, my people perish because of ignorance. You don't even know what Islam stands for. It stands for submission.
You don't, none of us do.
I do. I just told you. Submission. Submission to, listen, submission to God. Submission to God, not to, okay. You see that you're being naive. You're being naive. Don't be naive.
We're the naive ones.
The one that accepts death to America is an okay thing.
Who wants to accept that?
Okay, so you are ignorant. You don't know then. All right, thanks for calling, bro. Thanks for calling. That's it. Okay, well, I hope that you change your mind. I hope you change your mind in the future. But thank you for calling. You cannot, please, you cannot be naive. You cannot tell me that this whole is he really said Islamophobia. I can't see that's when I know that there is no reason to continue the conversation, because I give you a counter opinion on what you're saying, but once I know that you don't want to take a time to rationalize what I'm saying, to try to understand what I'm saying, you got to be able to word it to be able to convince me if that's what you want to do. But the fact that you keep denying the facts, you just can't do that. You cannot tell me nobody has said death to America. You cannot tell me. I just asked you. You don't even know what Islam is. Islam means submission. He says you don't even know what Islam. I just told you submission. Submission to God. And what is the difference in the Islam? See, I have to go into a whole new topic to be able to teach you why I am against Islam. Islam terrorists, not the people that just do it as a religious, thing. They go to church and blah, 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 to the mosque. It's not about that. They can do that all they want. But what we're talking about is Islam, the submission to God. When there is a false prophet, there is a false God. And when you say submission to God, who is that God? Not God the Creator, not God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob, not God the Father of Jesus Christ. Submit to that God. Muslims in the Quran believe that the Sharia law is above all law, man-made laws. You understand how big that problem is. We have issues acknowledging that our laws are good and fair. We are fighting each other over how fair those laws are, and imagine having a religion that will come over and overtrunk our laws of this country, who is given to us to have law and order. Don't defend religions that you don't understand anything about, okay? Cutting Edge, thanks, brother. Apologizing in times of decline demonstrates the habit of weak men. Absolutely. And weakness brings difficult times. Absolutely. We have passed that. This is the rebirth of a strong man, so shut the hell up. Absolutely. I will not ever tell anybody to apologize for being American. Absolutely not. And Mr. Cutting Edge, I will not ignore you. You are the boss. And that is the Dennis Herrera Show. You are here by choice. I hope that you're entertained, and I hope that you understand my stand. I support 100% President Donald J. Trump, and all my Patriot family are on my side, and I appreciate that. I want you to know that even though I will mop the floor with you, I will disagree with you, sometimes I will agree with you. Whether you think that I hate you or not, that is actually irrelevant. I love every single one of you guys, but I will exhort you, I will rebuke you, and I will be speaking stern when I need to. Why? Because I love this country. You know, my mother never talked to me with a sweet voice when she was disciplining me, but that didn't mean that she didn't love me. And I know a lot of you who got a spanking when you were little, you didn't understand then. But now that you're a grown man or a grown woman, you do understand why your mom and your father spanked you the way they did. I will put a disclaimer. There is some child abuse, and that I'm against. But discipline, everybody needs a discipline, because if you don't get discipline, you don't learn what love is. All right, anybody else? There was a guy here that wanted to call. What was his name? Barrett, oh, Barrett, I think, because your mom was busy with the Brady. I see, that's what I'm talking about. Hey, Barrett, give me a call. This is how you know demons from people that are trying to use common sense. When they call in, you can judge them by the way that they talk. You can judge me. I'm sure that you have judged me before you even call and try to talk with me. You know, you guys don't appreciate that internet is not free. You don't appreciate that my cell phones are not free. You don't appreciate the electricity is not free. You don't appreciate that, you know, rent is not free. Everything costs money. You don't appreciate it. That's okay. Some people do, and that's why they support me. Oh, Anthony, I love insults. Why don't you give me a call? Yeah. Larry, go ahead. Give me a call. Enlighten me with your wisdom. I would like to learn. Apparently, I have been missing so much in my life. Please give me the truth, but I want you to give me the truth with love. Teach me how to love the way you love. I don't know where that came from. I just thought it was funny. I don't know. I have that craziness inside of me. Oh, boy. And I'll tell you what, you guys have no idea how crazy it's going to get in this campaign coming up. Man, I cannot wait. I think I'm not able to do this this show. I think somebody can put that on the chat in there. I don't know if I don't think I can do this show anymore if I'm a candidate for governor here in Washington State, but we'll definitely give it a shot. Let's see. David Mead says Anthony and Larry are sugar pants brothers. Come on, guys. You guys can tell the phone line works. Give me a call. Oh, you know what? I apologize. Guys, don't blame them. I took it off. My bad. There you go, bud. You can go ahead and call in. Yeah. Candace Owens. I don't know what baby is dead, but no. It's Ignacio. Si tu Dios es el mismo del presidente, lo entiendo. Ignacio, dime, ¿quién es tu Dios? ¿A quién sirves? ¿Y cuál es la verdad que tú sigues? To all my American people that don't speak Spanish, shame on you. You should speak Spanish, you bilingual illiterates. I told Ignacio, I said, Ignacio, please tell me, which God do you serve and which truth or logic do you follow? I want to know. Not acquitted, convicted of 34 felonies. He was acquitted of everything. Let's see. God bless Katie Johnson and Donald Trump. My God is the God of Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. El Dios de Abraham, Isaac, y Jacob. ¿Cuál es tu Dios, Ignacio? I'm giving a chance, guys. I'm giving a chance to this guy in Spanish, just so you know. You guys can ignore the words. Okay, bye-bye. Come on, English or Spanish. I'll give you a chance. I was starting in a Spanish channel, Dennis Ahora, but, you know, I spent so much time on this one in English that I just don't have time to be able to do both. So it is what it is. Let's see. Well, there's a phone number right there. I think I can read it very clearly. Right on 7. It looks like it. Bubba, it's on the screen, Barrett. They play dumb. They play dumb when they don't want to call. I know I love Spanish. I know a little bit. Poquito. Oh, Salvador. A ver, Chapín. Dime, ¿quién es tu Dios en verdad? Hey, thanks for calling. Who's calling?
This is Sean. How's it going?
Hey, Sean. Going good. What you got for me?
I know you were looking for people that disagreed with you, but I really don't.
I know. I want this guy. No, I want, look, in specific, the ones that insult me. Those are the ones that call. But I appreciate you. What you got for me?
I don't disagree with you. I was talking about the last guy that called in and so many others. The problem today isn't Democrat or Republican. It's so many people that don't understand the media as our enemy.
There you go, bro.
The media, everybody looks to the media, whether it's Fox, whatever. If you're right-wing, you're going to get Fox News, right-wing media. If you're left-wing, you're going to get, and it's always bad information on both sides. Yeah. I'm independent. I support Trump because I do believe, and like the last caller, he was saying, "Oh, he's a pedo."
Yeah.
The problem with that is when it pertains to Trump and anybody on both sides that's listening to this call, please hear this. It used to be innocent until proven guilty.
Correct.
When it comes to Trump, it's guilty until proven innocent.
100%.
With everything they've accused him of, it's guilty until proven innocent. Everything.
Yeah.
As soon as they say it out of their mouths, he's guilty of it, and he has to prove he's innocent.
Yeah. Yeah, that's how it is with us.
Of course, his name was mentioned thousands of times in the thing. He was iconic. He was mentioned thousands of times in rap songs too, because everybody wanted.
Yeah, they hate him. They hate him.
That was Epstein's way of giving validity to himself.
Correct.
By claiming how much he knew Trump. That's all it was.
100%.
And all of these people calling in and saying, "Oh, well, the Republicans this, the Democrats that," and need to sit back and realize our government as a whole is screwing us. Trump's about the only one that stands up there and saying, "Hey, check it out. We need to straighten this shit out. Yeah, you guys have got a table, but we need to invite everybody to it."
Yep.
And that's the biggest problem that we've been having, is that everybody just jumps on this bandwagon. This whole thing with ICE, the problem with it is we had a bunch of people come in. I don't know how old you are, brother, but I'm old enough to where I remember 9/11 like it was yesterday.
Come on, man.
And we said we would not forget.
That's right.
We just let millions of people in here unvetted.
Yep.
We forgot.
Yep. Well, New York. Tell me about New York.
It literally took 19 people to pull that shit off.
19.
Yep. We just let millions in unvetted.
Yep.
So, yeah, we need them out of here. I do believe there's a lot of good people that came across that just want a better life for their family.
I agree.
I feel for them.
Yep.
I feel for them. I wish them nothing but the best. But you can't let 50 good people in if there's 3 of them that are rapists and murderers and you don't know who's who. Everybody's got to stay out.
Correct.
That's the whole thing. You got to. A lot of these people came from countries that don't have established governments, so we had no way of looking at prior prison records, criminal records, or anything. You can't let them people in.
Yeah.
You just can't. It sucks. I mean, and some of them really are genuine people, and I do feel sorry for them. I'm a good Christian man, or I try to be, and I want to help everybody.
Yeah.
But we can't do that until we help ourselves. We opened the border up when we had a pandemic going on. We had everything closed down. Everybody's going broke, and they're just letting people in.
Yeah, that's very unfortunate, but true.
And that last caller, he was just like saying, well, I'm not a Democrat. I can't tell. He sounded like it. It's like, I'm sorry, but I mean, you got to open your mind to both sides, man.
Exactly.
If you're not a Democrat and you're not a Republican, you're trying to be independent, listen to both sides, man.
Yeah.
I mean, and the bottom line is Trump's mentioned that person that said that stuff about him doing something to a 13-year-old girl. She retracted it because it was a lie.
Yeah.
She got busted, but they don't care. So what's the thing? It was a lie, but they don't care. The good people on both sides thing. 2 sentences farther, they would have found out. He said, not neo-Nazis, not skinheads, they should be condemned. But they didn't care about that. It was a lie, and they ran with it. Everything they've done to this dude has turned out to be lies, and yet they sit there and act like, oh, well, this time we got him. Well, I don't believe it no more, man.
Yeah.
You got to come to me with 100% proof. I need to see that.
Yeah, wolf.
If you're going to tell me, if you're going to tell me he committed murder, I'm going to see the fucking gun in his hand. Excuse my language. I'm sorry.
You're getting excited. It's okay.
And I want to see the blood on it. Because now you guys have lied about this man so damn much, I don't believe a damn thing you say.
Yeah.
And that's my whole thing, man. I appreciate your channel. I appreciate what you say, man. I appreciate the points that you make. I just wish people would listen to you and listen to other people. Even on the left side, there are some people that have a good brain, and they get out there with common sense, and they say, hey, listen. I mean, Stephen A. Smith, he's still an idiot, but he does have some very valid points.
Yeah.
He does.
Yeah, I like some of the stuff he says, yeah.
Yeah, he does. I mean, when he went on The View, he gave them basically straight up, hey, here's the deal. This is what it is. You know what I'm saying? You guys, the Democrats, they say, oh, well, we're all about the Constitution and this and that. They installed Hillary Clinton. They told Bernie to back out, and everybody that voted for him got screwed.
Yep.
They just installed Hillary Clinton, and then when it came time for Biden's time to end, they installed what's her face, the cackling hyena. I can't even think of her name. Kamala Harris. They installed her.
Oh,
and
yeah.
These people aren't upset about that.
The African American?
Yeah.
Yeah.
They're talking about due process and stuff. That's part of our political due process, and none of it's happened for them. The last 2 election cycles, and they don't care. They're okay with that.
You know, but and we always come back to the same question, right? They went after him for 8 years, even when he was in office. Even when, you know what I'm saying? Like even when Biden had the full supreme power of everything that Trump has right now, not once did they go after the Epstein files. They didn't redact anything. They didn't release anything. Biden didn't sign. Kamala didn't sign. Congress didn't sign. Senate didn't sign. Why come over here into my show or anywhere and blame President Trump for this? This is what I say to Americans, okay? I am a Republican now because I'm still supporting the policies, and Republicans decided to adopt those policies, which is exactly what Cutting had just said. You know, Bill Clinton sounds exactly like Trump right now in the 90s. You know, and this that's the way that I look at it. It's like, and I always tell people, listen, when you call my show, whenever you talk to me or anybody else, do yourself a favor, take away the hate for the man, because that's not going to get you anywhere. If I talk about Democrats, Biden's administration, I can remove Biden completely out of the equation, and I can go strictly on the policies. No man in women's locker rooms. No sex exchange money. No, not allowing people to come into this country illegal. It's like, I don't have to attack Biden's name. It is their policies are destroying our country, and thank God that Trump won. Well, we won.
Absolutely, and the fact that he called in and said, well, why didn't you release him? He didn't obviously pay attention, because the minute Trump got into office, he told Pam Bondi, release everything that you can. Release everything that you can on the Epstein files.
I'm going to give you something that I'm sure you know it, but I'm going to bring this up. They really believed, okay? They really believed that they were going to imprison President Trump for the rest of his life. They went so hardcore on this Russia collusion. Pencilneck was out there saying we got enough proof to bury this guy for life, and they lied. They went 100%. They lied 200% to the people because they believed the rigged election was going to be on their favor. But what they didn't count on was so many Democrats woke up, and they said, like Senator Fetterman said, "Country first." Many Democrats. They didn't come to be Republicans forever, but they allowed us to borrow their votes. And I want that. I want competition. I want Democrats and Republicans. I want you to fight who is going to be the damn party that's going to sell it, that's going to be protecting us. Well, right now, the Republicans are those. Yeah, and you're an independent. Well, temporarily, you're Republicans because you have to follow the policies. But you're still an American, and we are all American. If we can vote, we're American citizens.
Well, if the last caller would, I'm really not trying to attack him. He may be an intelligent individual, but he needs to let emotions get out of the way. Because he turned around and he said, well, he's a 34 count felon.
Yeah.
34 count felon. Look at the felonies that he was charged with. In the state of New York, every one of them was a misdemeanor. They tied it to a Class E felony, which was they were predicting that he was doing the paperwork to cover up a future crime.
Yep.
That's how they made it felonies. It's a misdemeanors. It's 34 misdemeanors. And then just to make it, to prove my point all that much more, the judge, when he sentenced him, gave him an absolute discharge. No fines, no probation, no jail time. They just wanted to be able to call him
acquitted. 100% acquitted.
That's all they wanted to do was be able to call him a felon. That's it. And now everybody's jumping on this bandwagon that, he's a 34 count felon. The E. Jean Carroll thing, that wasn't a conviction. That was civil. And she did, for something that was so traumatic to her, she couldn't remember the date, the month. She couldn't even remember the damn year that it happened. I don't know a single victim of a crime like that can't even remember the year that it happened.
Yep.
And it was all about the money. And it's like all these people, they hold Trump to a standard they don't hold themselves to. I'm still waiting for Adam Schiff to produce the whistleblower that he had. I haven't seen the whistleblower. Have you seen him? I haven't seen him. He talked about this whistleblower for forever. He cost us tens of millions with this whistleblower. Where's he at? I haven't seen him. I still haven't seen him.
Yeah. Yeah.
It's ridiculous, man. And I just wish everybody would open up because our country's suffering, and they need to understand that this is we're the shiny city on the hill. And if anything happens here, we have nowhere to go.
Yeah.
This is the last place to go. The guy that ran from Cuba to here, they said, how thankful are you? He goes, I'm thankful I had a place to go.
Yep.
And this was his place to go. This is the last frontier. And if we screw it up with this socialism bullshit or this media bullshit, we're going to lose our country and we're going to be screwed.
That's right, brother. This is why I'm here, man. Almost every day.
Absolutely.
This is why I do it.
People like you to point out the fact that you can vote socialism in, but you got to fight your way out of it.
Yeah, I can't wait. I can't wait to start campaigning, brother. Yeah, I hope that I get a lot more locals here from Washington to be able to hear that because, here's the thing. Like, it's 2 years before the next election. I hope to convince enough people to move to Washington by law. You gotta be a resident for at least six months here and register to vote. I want American citizens to fight with me in Washington State, and I believe that we can make a domino effect by changing the livelihoods of everybody for the better being. I'm telling you, I cannot wait to start campaigning because I got so many things to say that I don't want to say yet because I want these things to flourish out in the open. But let me just say this. 2 years, I hope that every corrupted Democrat that we have in this government here in Washington State listens for a year and a half of my wording, and hopefully they will change the way that they are passing law, unconstitutional law against the Washingtonian Americans, because there is a lot of things that are constitutional where Washingtonians or citizens have the right to vote on, this government knows that the people have voted 11 times against this, and so now they have moved the people away from voting, and they're just passing the laws that they want to pass. So it really causes for people to raise up in arms, but that's not what I want. I want to be able to tell the truth out there. Just hang on, just 2 more years, just hang on there. Let's just wait and see what God's going to do for us. I believe that, I believe that we're going to have a great migration back to Washington State to do one last final stand and fight for what's right. Because if this Washington State becomes a great winner for the common sense Americans, I think Oregon will follow. I think California will follow. And I will myself support anybody on the other 2 states that will align with our values. I don't care if you're Democrat, Republican, or Independent. If you're an American citizen who really believes in what I say, I expect that vote to go on my side. If you don't believe me, I'm going to wash my hands like Pontius Pilate, as Trump did with the Epstein files, right, by giving the power to Congress. And I'm going to say, I said what I had to say. I pointed out all the things that I had to point out. You guys still want to vote this way? It's your area. I'm out. But at least I didn't give up. And now I'm just going to go down fighting, It's that simple.
Absolutely, brother.
I appreciate your call, man. Thank you so much for you. I like it when people speak facts. You're not a Republican, you're not a Democrat, and yet you're able to see common sense on everything. Whether it's perfect, no. Do I think President Trump might finish this in 4-6 weeks? Maybe. I don't know. Maybe not. I'm skeptical, but I'm hoping, and I got to support him. If I don't support him, I'm part of the problem.
Absolutely. I pray and I hope. I believe that he has our best interests at heart.
Yeah.
I believe that what he's doing, it hurts China. And trust and believe, China's sneaky, man. They'll build up.
Oh, please. I got so much on China, bro. I got so much on China. Woo.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what he's doing is best for us. I think he will get it done quickly. And I pray that everybody, both Democrat, Republican, Independent, whatever you are, I hope that you just pay attention and set emotion aside and just look at what's going on. And if you're independent or Republican, and if you can, you got to understand we need you to get out there at the midterms and vote.
Yeah.
Because he needs the power to be able to institute his plan.
Yes, sir.
And if he
we need it. We need it.
Yes, we absolutely 100% need it. And everybody's like, well, he didn't lower the prices. Well, did you guys not notice that he's getting stopped? That every judge that gets a chance is stopping him from everything.
Yeah.
So,
well,
it's slowing him down. Absolutely. He ain't able to get it done as quickly as he would be able to if we could just get him the power in the House and the Senate, get him a supermajority, and watch this stuff clean up.
Yeah. Just to end up the call,
okay.
The one thing that people don't understand, and they're probably asking themselves this question, why is gas going up so high? If we have plenty of gas here, why are we depending on foreign oil? They don't understand it's that there is a market, and I can't say much about it, but there is a market. And yes, we have to take a ding for now. But as many experts, have said, and I believe that when we take care of Iran, the Iranian people, you know how we are as America, we always help them rebuild. But, Iran is going to be one of the greatest countries in the Middle East again. I think not just by building wise infrastructure, but by the freedom of the people. And I believe that gas is going to be even cheaper than it was before we even started Trump's presidency. And I think that's going to happen.
And you know what? I agree with you on that. And there was one sneaky thing that the Democrats did at the beginning of this, because everything that they do right now just seems to be about trying to make Trump look bad. It's not about what's best for the country, what's best for anybody else. It's just whatever makes Trump look bad. And when he tried to restock our emergency oil reserves, they voted against him and they shut him down.
Yeah, yeah.
And that's part of the reason why our prices.
Oh yeah, that's one of them. Yeah.
He tried to get it at, it was like $70 a barrel and he was trying to fill it up right then, and they wouldn't let him. And now that it's jacked up, he can't refill it because of the price of the barrel. And they set him up for that, and now they're blaming him for it.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, that's one of the that's one of the things. There's a lot more than that, but yeah, absolutely. Thank you, brother. I appreciate you. Appreciate your support and your love. Thanks for the call. You're amazing.
God bless you. Take care of yourself, my brother.
Yes, sir. God bless you as well.
All right. Bye.
Later. Oh, man, I'm so glad that there's still Americans out there with common sense. Okay, Ignacio, you want to call? If it's in Spanish, it's okay. If you want to call in Spanish, I'll take your call in Spanish. I'm sure my audience will understand. We'll probably lose. What is it? What do we got on now? 120 people? Yeah, somewhere in there. I know some people are actually subscribing, I think. Let me see. Where are we? 847, and we got 40 subscribers this afternoon. So that's a good thing. That's not bad at all. All right, we have 33,000 views. I want the people that disagree with me. Iraq is a lot better than what it was before. You gotta admit that they're better off. And I heard this from Iraqi people themselves. Let's see. User said God is not here anymore. Satan is. Yeah, well, there you go. There's a Marxist right there. That's how you know them. That's how you know them. No. User, you choose that. You choose that. Yeah, man, we're almost at 17.9, and I know I took that long month break. It's all good, man. It's all good. I mean, we have a new task coming in here in the next less than 2 months now. So that's going to be a tough one. I got to get everything situated and all that stuff. Let's see. Well, come on, guys. The phone number is right there. All right, guys, we're going to go ahead and do a Spanish segment, okay? Go ahead, MindSpeak. Call it. Oh, hold on, MindSpeak. This is a call from the UK. Hey, thanks for calling. Who's this? Oh, shoot. He ran out of minutes. All right, MindSpeak, go ahead. Call it. We're going to speak in Spanish for a bit, okay? But let's keep it to 10 minutes or under. Yeah, I told Barrett to call a long time ago, but he don't want to. Right on. My Irish brother from Everett. Yeah, I got your text, brother. All right. ¿Cómo se dice? Insane. Insane in the main brain. That's insane. Got no brain. Cypress Hill. I used to listen to Cypress Hill in the 90s when I was a clueless teenager thinking that I knew everything. Tried calling, but it didn't work, says Evil. The topic is support President Trump with Iran. Support or not support? Uh-oh, man. Somebody beat you, man. You're too slow. You're too slow. Somebody beat you, bro. Hey, thanks for calling.
Hey,
who are we talking with?
This is Luis. How you doing?
Luis? ¿Qué tal? How are you, brother?
Yeah, just that YouTube live.
I hope I'm still live.
Yeah, man. Listen, man, I'm calling because, okay, I just want to get your 2 cents, right? Like your thought process, right?
Sure.
So background on me, I've kind of always been centrist, right?
That's a good thing.
With like a little bit of, I was born and raised in Texas, so I kind of have some right.
You're American. Like, you're more American is what you're saying. I got you.
Yeah. But listen, man, and this isn't like a belligerent thing, right? I have been really like second guessing things ever since that Alex Preddy thing, and I just wanted to know your thoughts on that.
Yeah.
Like, because I think nobody likes people dying, right?
Of course not. Well, I hope so.
And so I am like, I don't know, man. Around when I saw that happen, because it was, it was not censored at first.
Yeah.
It just changed something in me, like.
It's legit.
Like so what are your thoughts on that?
Well, when it comes to good, she was a leader of these disruptions, right? One of the laws is you do not obstruct, impede, federal agents. This is including ICE agents. Whether you like them or not, whether we like them or not, it's irrelevant. They're federal agents who are enforcing federal law. State law gets overpowered by federal law. Okay, the immigration part of the law has been given by every single state's constitution power to the federal government to do as they need to enforce that law. The problem with good is these people think it's funny to insult. They think it's funny to impede. It's just like a joyride when you're not supposed to take one. The fact that she sped up trying to hit the guy, do I think that he could have not shot at her? Yeah, I mean, but this is just me. As a person that has been in very critical situations, I can tell you my reactions are not the same as it would be if I had time to think about it. So I think it's unfortunate that she got shot. I don't see a full excuse for him to react that way, but at the end of the day, it is legitimate. And even though I disagree with her death, of course, the left try to make her look like she's this, mother of the year, when it was the opposite. They try to make her look like a hero, like George Floyd. This is what I don't like about the left. They always lie and over-exaggerate on the goodness of those who commit crimes. Because number one, she's committing a crime, and it's a felony to obstruct federal agents. When it comes to Pretty, Pretty was a guy that assaulted ICE agents before. Again, not the excuse, right? But this is what I'm going to tell you that I saw on that video. I saw a man that was, exercising his Second Amendment rights. And as I always say on this show, you have your rights, but you also don't get to abuse the rights of others, nor does that right let you break the law. With that being said, he goes into a protest with a weapon, with a gun, and he resists arrest. Now, the way that I looked at that video, it's horrible. I mean, one part of me says that is not an excuse, killing, and the other part of me tries to rationalize, and I'm fighting with myself, and I try to do some critical thinking here. Okay, there is ICE agents who have been annoyed by noise, by interference, obstacles, people throwing rocks and all kinds of stuff at them, and the people hate them. And the problem is that the government officials, mayors, governors, have been giving them the advice of nothing's going to happen until there's blood spilled. These are the words of Tampon Tim. Nothing's going to happen until blood spilled. What are you saying? You're putting innocent lives in danger. You're doing this fear mongering, confusing people. Here's the thing: the officers, one of the agents, right? They said gun, right? I heard gun, and one of the guys disarms him. Now, I want you to put into perspective this whole situation here. There is whistles. There's people banging on loud things. If you are in there, you may not be able to instruct people clearly. And so if all this noise is kind of silencing all commands and say, gun, I got it, I retrieved it, and nobody heard that, and they see the guy on the ground fighting, resisting. I mean, the guy did try to reach for his gun behind him, but they had taken it away from him. And that's when the guns go off. Do I think it's right? No. Do I want it to be different? Of course. But you know what? The people that are out there making all that noise and disruption, I can tell you, man, it annoys the shit out of me. And I think that they had to be blamed for that as well. If you're going to blame the reaction of the agents, I will tell you this, and I know this sounds like Trump. That would have never happened if they were not put themselves in that position. If they protest from the sidelines, from the sidewalks, those ICE agents have no reason to push anybody. They have no reason to shoot anybody. I'm actually surprised how long it has taken for somebody to get shot. Because since they started doing this, all of the anchor babies, all of the illegal immigrants in this country, and a lot of Americans that are very emotionally compromised or that are very Samaritan, right? You really care about people. I feel that's the feeling that I'm getting from you, that you want people's lives to be, safe. They destroy police officers' vehicles, civilian cars being burnt, Mexican flags being waved, Mexican kids, actually Americans, saying they're Mexican, waving the American flag. I mean, the Mexican flag, saying this is Mexico when they're on American soil. They don't understand history. They don't know any treaties. They have been violent towards ICE agents from the beginning. There was this one video where ICE agents went to a somewhere in the country, and there was a farm of marijuana. Have you heard about this one? And they got I think it was I don't know how many teenagers that were grabbed from there that were part of the child trafficking issue with the open borders. As they were taking them out of there, right, into custody, so to speak, there was bricks thrown at the vans. There was rocks thrown at the vans. Glass was shattered, was broken. They put people's lives in danger. They didn't care about the ICE agents. I'm telling you this, and I know this is probably going to make me look bad, right? But I will say this. If somebody's throwing rocks at me and is putting bricks that can possibly kill me or my partners, I'm getting out with a gun and I'm shooting somebody. Okay, you need to stop that nonsense. So I'm very surprised that after all this violence, this is all the deaths we have. And you have to remember this, that there's a lot of protesters out there, right, calling for blood against ICE. And then the one counter protester got the snot beat out of him by these protesters. You know how many Democrat leaders actually came in defense of that? Zero. Not one. Not one of them say, hey, they have the right to protest as well. No violence. See, they say no violence when it's against them. But when it's against us, the rest of the American people who support the policies in place right now by Republicans, they affirm it, they assure it, and they encourage it. And that is what I'm against. So yes, 2 lives, very unfortunate. But I blame the politicians that have been telling their citizens to go out there and impede and obstruct and get themselves in the way. I still to this day don't understand why people are still laying on the street. They think they're going to block traffic, but they're just going to be speed bumps. I don't understand that logic. What do you think about that?
Listen, I used to be in the Air Force, right?
Thank you for your service.
So I understand signing up for a contract and upholding your duties, right?
Yeah. Okay.
And listen, as a prior service member, you signed that contract willingly. And that contract says you will put yourself in harm's way and you're held to a higher standard, right?
Yes, correct.
And here's the most Republican thing about me, states' rights, right? I understand that immigration is a federal, it is a federal thing. It's not a state thing, right?
Yeah.
I disagreed that in the Biden administration, when he insisted on opening borders at the protest of Greg Abbott, right? What did he say? Our infrastructure does not have what it takes to manage.
The capacity. Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. But because I believe in that, I also believe that if Minnesota is basically resisting some like that, that I think the federal government should listen to the states, right? And this is
no, they can't.
No sides taken.
No, they can't.
No sides taken. No, I know that
It's the law. That's why they
as
can't.
it stands right now. Yeah, as it stands right now. But I just feel like ever since the Patriot Act, we've been giving way too much power to that federal government. You know.
Yeah.
So that's my case, and that is a Republican sentiment right there. Is states' rights, right? And so when stuff like this happens, it doesn't matter what side it is. I'm going to side with the state, right?
Well, you can't. You can't. That's the thing. I understand the sentiment, but it's the same reason why me as a migrant, I am for immigration law, and I'm anti-illegal immigration. The one thing that you have to understand, and I love that you're very human, and I'm glad that we have people like you. We have to understand a few things, okay? It's just so much to unpack, but I'll try to see if I can make sense and make it a little bit more compact. Ilhan Omar, right, has grown to know how to take advantage of our country. She has known the power of victimhood. Islamophobe, please. That's a word they made up so that we can look like the bad guys. I, as a migrant, light-skinned, Afro-Indian, Hispanic descent, I don't give a shit about any of the victimhood cards that they put as racism or as slavery. And my people have gone through all of that. And I know that this is not who we are today. I was accepted as an American citizen, which tells me that this country is not racist. Matter of fact, we actually put a black man in the Oval Office, right? Well, not me as at that time, but as American, right? We had to take all that history and make it ours. I don't believe in apologizing to anybody for our history. They can just take it or leave it. But in Minnesota, Ilhan Omar has so many times betrayed her oath to the United States of America. And I'm going to take a little pause right there with you, and I'm going to tell you this. I have heard Muslims, okay, arguing with Christians on podcasts. You know what the Muslims, not all of them, but the Muslims have said about oaths? They defend breaking an oath because it's not an oath, really. It's like an oath for you and me, it's an oath, right? But for them, it's like saying they can make an oath in vain. Like, not really. They can just say it, but they're not going to comply. So when they make an oath to denounce their previous government and that they promise to be under American law and government, they lie. And they say, I fight for American citizens, but they're not really talking about you and me. They're talking about their Somalis that they have in Minnesota. Why do you think that they put all these Somalis in one small city? Because they will be the majority and they will be guaranteed to win every single time. And you know what? This is another reason why I will be running for Washington State, because they have allowed illegal immigrants to vote. Here in Washington State, everybody that was getting a license, renewing a license, were automatically registered to vote as American citizens, even though they were illegal. And our current governor, his office was right next door to where this was happening. They are refusing to give voter rolls. They're hiding something. The Attorney General here in Washington State says, if you tell me that you're an American citizen, I have to believe that. You see what I'm saying? I have a problem with that. So in Minnesota, you already know about the fraud. And they continue to make more fraud. They don't learn the lesson. They all graduated from the Leering Center. You know this. And they just don't learn. So it comes to a point in our life today as Americans. You have to realize, yes, we have always had illegal immigrants, kind of get through the cracks, right? But now we just suffered an illegal immigration, a mass, let me emphasize, a mass illegal invasion into this country. So our tactics have to change. Democrats did not support the border, and they know why. We cannot grab everybody from the border. So what do we got to do? DHS, ICE, right? We got to go where they are. And unfortunately, they open a can of worms that now they can't control. A lot of migrants that were kind of safe haven, being here for decades, now those people are getting deported. Why? Because sanctuary cities do not want to cooperate releasing criminal aliens from jails. And so we have to go and get the rest of the people that have deportation notice. I know people want warrants, but that's not how it works. People have an order of deportation. That's kind of the right for them to be deported. I know some people have argued on my show here when they call in and say that people seeking asylum are not illegal. Yes, they are. Unless they got a permission to have a TPS, right? They have to leave the country. That's why when they apply for asylum or even for papers to stay here for whatever reason, they are not giving any permission to stay here. They are told to leave the country, and they do it this way. They don't tell you exactly to leave the country. They tell you to come back within a year. But they don't tell them, okay, you got to leave the country. And if they do, well, we don't know. But that is the problem, that we have a massive invasion that we have to clear. We have massive fraud in Minnesota specifically. You have these people who come from a pirate country, who come from a country where they are so broke, so poor, that giving them just a little bit of welfare benefits earns their loyalty. And so are many illegal immigrants that come to this country. So as Americans, you serve in the Air Force, meaning that you serve in the military. I love you for dedicating that and for your sacrifice. Thank you so much for your service. We have to stay in the American mindset. Even as a migrant, I can tell you, I do not want this country, whom I believe it is the land of opportunity, to become a third world shithole country like Somalia. That's my 2 cents. What do you think?
Well,
There's a lot, right? It's a lot. I know.
Well, listen. Since I was in the military, I know friends who died for people's rights, right?
Yeah.
It's not something that I easily hold on, I stand by Alex Freddie had every right to protest
Yes.
and to have a gun,
Yes, 100%.
And I stand by the ICE agents. They are held to a much higher standard.
Yes.
I was actually relieved when Minnesota's National Guard was activated, because even though LOAC is more so an overseas thing, we still, you conduct yourself the same way on the state side. And it seemed like these ICE agents, they don't have any code like that.
Okay, here.
As a matter of fact, what did that guy say when he shot Good? He called her a fucking bitch.
Yeah, she was a bitch.
Like,
she was acting like one.
But,
I know you don't like, maybe the words you might not like, but son of a bitch is a word that we use all the time. Here, let me throw one wrench at you real quick. Where is, before I tell you where they are, answer this. What are the police officers in every town supposed to do? What is the meaning of police officer? I know you know this.
It's law enforcement.
No, they're peace officers, meaning that they need to maintain order in their cities. And the problem why well, now you know where they're going to be. So my second question is irrelevant. There was no police officers keeping these protesters on the sidelines, away from the ICE agents' operations. And another wrench at you. He is a law-abiding citizen to his Second Amendment right. When he is resisting arrest, he needs to tell them that he has a gun on him. That is one of the rules for owning a weapon. You gotta let them know. Obviously, he didn't do that. It's very unfortunate that he died, but that's my 2 wrenches. No police officers helping to maintain the peace. They were told to stand down, just like the National Guard. They were told to stand down, and ICE agents have been they've been hit by a lynch mob every single where that they go, and not one Democrat has ever said, hey, don't throw rocks at them, don't impede, don't block them, don't assault them. They all support those things. And so I think that all those Democratic politicians should be in jail for inciting violence.
Yeah, so you see, I think
it's a tough one, bro. I know.
Even being a centrist, I don't. You see, listen. Okay, Obama, right? You brought up Obama, right? Who's that? Who was running? I was a little young, right? But some Republican guy was running against him, right? Who was he?
Oh,
back in the day.
Who did run against Obama? I think the last one that I paid attention to was Ross Perot, but that was against Bush, I think. Or was it Obama? I don't know. Who cares? What about it?
He's dead now, right? But in that campaign, there was a woman, right, who spoke to him in a rally, and basically she said that she couldn't trust Obama, right? She was going to make a case for ethnicity, right?
Yeah.
This guy, right? He stops her in her tracks, right? And he says, listen, I may not agree with everything that Obama advocates for, right? But he's a decent man with a decent family, and he will do great things for the nation if he wins, right? That is what I miss in the United States, right? A Republican defending Democrats, and then in turn, two Democrats defending Republicans. But the only thing I see is one side or the other pointing a finger at each other, you know, and nobody wants to take that first step, be the example, right? And I think that makes the stakes so much higher for everybody involved. I think that's why you get, good, you get pretty, you get these protests, you get people who double down on the other side.
You get that because of the politicians, not because of the citizens.
Well, it's the same thing in politics. It's it's a call and response. Biden opened the borders
Okay, here.
Limits.
Why did he do that?
The response is
why did Biden do that? Think about it. Why did he do that?
I'm not sure, but
because accusing Trump. Because accusing Trump on the first term, it's the one thing that stuck the hardest on the administration. So by allowing, because they this is plan B, allowing illegal immigration to happen in a massive scale, it does two things. One, it allows for more people to vote for them to stay in power. And two, if President Trump tries to remove them, it's going to be millions and millions and millions of people. And this is going to hit hard with a lot of people. And let's not forget that we have very unfortunate, ignorant people who are Americans that don't understand that the world has a lot of evil people that want to infiltrate this country, not to make it better, but to break it down and take advantage of it. This is who I refer to as the locusts that come into a country that has a great harvest for the people, but they are locusts that come over here and destroy all the crops, and then they just move on to the next one. This is what massive illegal immigration has done to this country. And every single Democratic politician that has been encouraging citizens to not respect the law. Imagine this, and this is my point, and this is proof. I have said, if you allow people to break the immigration law, crossing the border illegally, they are committing frauds, working here without permission. Number two. And number three, they also work here with your papers and my papers, and they commit fraud, not just to work here illegally, but using American citizens' social securities, identifications, and more importantly, they come over here to make babies so that they can turn them against us in the future. And I saw them. I saw them at the beginning of President Trump's administration. I saw all these Mexican anchor babies, Salvadorian, Guatemalan, Honduran, over there burning and pissing on the American flag. As an Air Force man, I believe that you will be against that. And waving my Honduras flag that you see over here on my left, and the Mexican and Salvadorian flag, while the American flag burns. I'm going to tell you, that is proof that this is why illegal immigration is horrible. Not only that, But look what's happening right now in Iran. How many kids that belong to Muslim parents? We have 2 in New York, right? Innocent teenagers that drove from Pennsylvania, I think it was, to New York, and they went and threw a bomb over there in Mondamis, and then he tried to make it look like it was a white supremacist thing. This is what we get when we don't protect the border. This is what we get when we don't enforce immigration law. This is what we get when people go against ICE agents and DHS agents, and they think that because they are right, they can go against federal law. No, that gets you a bullet in the ass. That's what that gets you. Because if you allow, it doesn't matter if you're armed, it doesn't matter if you're trained to resist and take insults. That doesn't give you a reason as a citizen to become a domestic terrorist. You just can't do that. Whether I have a gun or a brick that can kill you while you're driving at 50 miles an hour is irrelevant. The fact that I can cause harm and death to you, that is enough to be a felon and to be shot at. So my advice has always been this. Protest peacefully. Get out the way and protest. Hold your signs so that everybody in the world knows that you're against it. But do not hit federal agents' car. Just hitting the car is a felony. Did you know that? That's crazy. And they still do it. I'm telling you, I am surprised only 2 people have been taken out. I really am. I don't support that kind of rebelliousness, anti-law, disrespectful. Absolutely. And the one thing that I've noticed from every person that gets put in jail for doing this sort of activities has been released from prison by, guess who pays the bail for them? The leftist elites.
Yeah.
Especially Soros.
Here's also a concern I have right now with how polarized things are, right? One thing that during Trump's first presidency, right? I was in the Air Force, so I mean, I wasn't really meant to have a political opinion, right? Just your First Amendment rights, they're pretty restricted, right? With insubordination and whatnot, because you can advocate for someone, and then elections happen. Now there's a president of the other party. You don't need that, right? They don't need that.
Okay, I have a question for you when you're done. Okay.
Okay. So I refrained from really forming any opinions. But looking back on it, right, with Donald Trump, I just feel like his decorum, it has contributed to a lot of unprofessionalism in elections. Like even Biden. Biden after Trump was pretty out there with the things he said. I understand that Obama has also made some statements, but that was after his presidency, right? Nobody made it basically like the presidential campaigns were more professional. Nobody had made it this ridiculous until that moment. And what I am really afraid of right now is
why do you think? Wait. Why do you think he did that? There's a reason. Yeah, there's a reason. There's a reason why I support it. But why do you think he did that? Remember this. Think about this before you answer. Think about this. What was going on in this time? What was going on? What was the biggest thing that hit the world, not just America? And then once you find that, you go ahead and
presidency.
Well, let me just tell you, during COVID-19, tell me why President Trump will actually run the way he does, especially when everybody turned on him that loved him before he ran for president. Why do you think he talked the way he talked?
He did it from the get-go.
So I speak a certain way because of how things have changed in the way the world works today. Like, I'll give you this example, okay? And this is all the reasons why I think the way I think is because of experience that I have gathered in life, okay? I am almost a half a century. I keep saying that, almost a half a century, because I'm so proud of almost being 50. I'm pretty sure libtards probably didn't know what a half a century was. I'm sure you do, but libtards. People get offended when I say libtards. It's like, whoa, if you're not a libtard, don't get offended. Just ignore it. But here's the thing. I felt that just like President Trump felt betrayed by all these rich people that, they loved him and gave him kudos all the time. Hillary Clinton, Bill Clinton. I mean, they still have respect for each other in some way, Bill and Trump and, whatever. But, he went against all of them, and they hated him. And to me, as an American, when I see the government, specifically the Democratic government, insisting to take away my rights, my freedoms, to force me to wear a mask when I don't want to, and I believe that is unconstitutional, to do what they did to me and the rest of my American patriots, I'm sure, believe the same way. It is, no, you don't get my support. You try to shut me up. So guess what? I haven't been talking the way that I've been talking until you try to oppress my rights. Not you, but the politicians. And so I think the way I think, because I have seen the horrendous things that Democrats have been doing, and whether we like President Trump or not, the policies are solid. And if we don't support our country, well, our enemies are waiting for us to turn on each other. So I always say, pick a side. Pick America's side, whether it's for good or for bad. Pick a side. That's what I say.
So with the COVID-19 vaccine, right? I left the Air Force because I want to pursue psychiatry, right? That's medicine. That's med school, right?
Yeah, I don't believe in psychiatry. I think those people need more. They need psychiatry themselves.
So obviously, I see the merit in vaccines. However, right? I also understand that the FDA takes about 10 years to approve medical technology, and this vaccine was developed in less than 2 years.
Yeah, they were forced, but remember what?
From the get-go,
yeah, they made fun of Trump for that medicine. Remember, they didn't allow it, and he used it.
It was kind of like, whoa, like maybe we don't, if you want to provide it, then provide it, but you don't force people to get it.
Correct.
Right?
Give them a choice.
Me, trying to go into medicine, of course, I wish people would want to get vaccines.
Yeah.
Now, with this one, that was the case with me. It was like 2 years. That's not enough time, right?
That's common sense, bro. Yeah. I took it, bro. So don't talk too bad about it. I'm having heart issues because of that bull crap. But go ahead.
But and this is not, listen, in this political climate, any kind of pushback is kind of seen as like a gotcha. I'm not trying to do any gotchas, right? I'm just trying to talk to you about
I think you're pretty honest, bro.
About, right?
Yeah, your disagreement is legit.
So this is also a problem I have with this presidency. RFK Jr., right, called the COVID vaccine a crime against humanity.
Yeah, I agree with him.
And then he turned around and said that Donald Trump should win the Nobel Peace Prize for developing the vaccine. So it's a lot of
I don't know about that, but
a lot of inconsistencies like that. And this is just one example that I've been observing throughout these last few months, right?
Yeah. I don't think he should get it for that reason, but that's just his opinion.
You see, one thing is, but he is in a leadership position.
Yeah, but it doesn't matter.
It's in health, right?
Yeah. Well, I mean, but think about this: the way he sees things is not the way we see them. So he's okay to say that. There's nothing wrong with that.
I think again, I think there's a separation between like professional and then personal opinions. But if you hold a title, like that public appearance and public influence, you really need to watch that.
Yeah, I agree.
And it's in his profession to watch what he says. And so I find myself thinking, which way is up, RFK?
Yeah.
Like which one do you actually stand by?
Yeah.
Because I'm not sure, and so that's also my what I've been observing a lot is right now Iran. Why are we in Iran?
Yeah. But you still don't know why we're there?
If Iran does, it actually poses a threat, I have no problem with being there, right? But what is the reason, and why isn't it just definitively publicly stated?
All right, I'll try to make it quick. Iran, you already know we did a precision strike, blah blah blah, right? You know all that stuff. Okay. We say we obliterated the whole nuclear facility because we felt that they were, above 60% enriched uranium. The world says no. No way. It's not true. Okay. Today I play a video from CNN where the Prime Minister is saying that they do have 60% enriched uranium, but it's on the rubbles because of Trump. But that they can get access to it if they wanted to. So they made a threat. Death to America. Okay, sure. Well, whatever, bro. We'll take your ass out anyways if you try something. So he says death to America, and we have, as if they have it in their hands, we have 60% enriched uranium, enough to make 11 nukes. And we are building intercontinental rockets to send it to the United States of America. And death to America and Israel. You know what? I tend to believe such threat. And if that is not true, well, I'm going to go ahead and use my force because of your own words. And here's the kicker. So you have this, and then people in Iran start protesting against the regime. And they told the people that were protesting, we are going to kill you if you continue to protest. President Trump heard death to America and death to Israel. Now, let me tell you why it's important that you understand the threat. He made that threat against his own people, and he killed over 30,000 of them protesting, rebelling against the government of the regime of the Ayatollah Khamenei, right? Trump said, don't kill one of them. He knew he was going to do it, by the way, just so you know. We already want to bomb them. We just give me an excuse, so to speak, right? And guess what? He made that threat to his own people and followed through with it. What do you think that he is going to do against us, who he really wants death to be upon? That's my logic and why I support President Trump. I believe is the Saudi prince does, and the Emirates and the whole Middle East, that once this is over, the whole world will be better for it, and our economy will boom back up. I can tell you that right now. So that's my logic. What do you think?
Right,
But again, your points are very valid. I'm with you. And I just think to myself, what if Pretty Good was not there? What if they were not trying to impede, obstruct, or trying to run over or go to the protest with a weapon? What if they didn't do that and they just protested peacefully? They wouldn't be dead. They would be alive today. What if the government didn't encourage them to go do that? They wouldn't be dead. Is somebody responsible? Absolutely. Do we know really where to put the blame? Yeah, well, I think so. You don't think so. And that's okay. We can agree to disagree with that. But your points are very valid, my friend, and I appreciate that.
That's fine. Yeah, we can agree to disagree.
Yeah.
I really don't like the Freddie thing, man. Have you seen that video of him?
Yeah, I saw it multiple times. I know. I saw it multiple times. Different angles too.
And yes, what he did was a crime. He did obstruct in a federal investigation, but like the protocol for that is jail. It's not killing him.
Well, if they tell him to stand down, if they tell him to stand down after they found the weapon, and people are making all that noise around them, I tend to blame the beat. But it's, we watch these guys called Crime Chef. One of my favorite has become one of the favorite chefs to my viewers. These people are annoying, and I don't care how much you are trained. And I'm sure you, even working in the Air Force, I am sure you were not trained to withstand annoyance for too long, and assaults against you. And it doesn't matter how professional. You have to understand this. We have to hold our people accountable to a certain extent. You cannot allow them to break the law. You cannot allow them to go against federal agents. You just can't. We watch videos. These agents are getting hit with rocks, with sticks, ice balls. They're out there punching, kicking, and then the videos show them getting their ass kicked, eating pavement. That's why you go and get yourself in the middle of this. You know, like this one girl, oh, she claims she was autistic at the end. They grabbed her out of the car. They told her to keep moving. There was no traffic in front of her. She could have just kept going, but instead she kept trying to obstruct the federal agents doing their investigation. And, you know, people just look. Nobody likes to see anybody being manhandled. But I'm going to tell you something. I almost bite my lips on how they're not tough enough. When I see somebody that has been violent and assaulting them over and over, by the time they grab them and smack them on the ground, I'm biting my lip because I would have done it even harder. It doesn't get to that level. And this is not just ICE agents. This is police officers. This is anybody, security guards, anybody that has their lives threatened. They have to put order. I've seen fat people out there obstructing. The guy can't handcuff this girl. Not just girls, but guys. They gotta slam them on the ground. They gotta, you know how it is. They gotta, disable them. They gotta be able to neutralize the target. And I don't mean kill in this case, right? They gotta neutralize the threat. And how do they do that? They gotta throw them on the ground. Here, it's some pavement. You know, and I see a lot of, not just Americans, believe me, I can tell they're illegal immigrants that are out there stopping ICE from doing their thing. How do I know they're illegal immigrants? Well, they're young and they don't speak English. When you're young, you pick up English very fast. And that's where I'm at with that. All right, let me see if I can take another call, ma'am. Thank you for your patience and your opinions, my friend. They're valid. All right, and I pray that we all come winners at the end. All right, just keep your trust in God if you believe in God. Thank you so much for calling. Let me see if I can take another call, okay?
All right, man.
All right, man. Take it easy. Hey, make sure you turn my volume down on the YouTube. Who's calling? Are you calling me? Who are you calling? Go ahead. Was that a kid? Was that a kid or a lady? Was that a kid or a lady? All right, mind speak. Let's see how you grab someone from a car. Let me see how you grab someone from a car and at the same time you tell it to keep moving. Reset your pills, Dennis. Bro, how drunk are you today to come in here and start a conversation with me like that when I'm about to tell you to call in? And you say you want to talk in Spanish. I will eat you alive, just so you know. How about this? We're going to take a break from calls, and let me get the latest video on the crime shaft. I think it's time to remind people why we defend what is going on today. Let me see. Crime shaft, what do you got for us today? Oh, speaking of the devil, let's see. Oh, my goodness. 2 hours? Good Lord. Okay, well, we're not going to watch 2 hours, but apparently he's put a compilation of videos. Let's get to the crime shaft. Here we go. Let's get to the crime shaft.
So right now you're being arrested for driving with suspended license, all right?
Kind of out of our hands.
If you're a subscriber of my channel, then you already know the drill. We got a routine traffic stop that will escalate into a deportation by ICE. This time, it's a 27-year-old college student who decided to drive with a suspended license on his expired student visa. He could have easily avoided this entire situation, but of course, he thinks the rules don't apply to him, so he gets to learn the hard way.
Do me a favor, man. I need you to step up. I got some paperwork for you. You go to the front of it.
That look on his face says it all. He knows he messed up big time, but that hasn't stopped the liberal media from labelling this criminal as the victim of the entire situation. It's seriously getting out of hand.
Here's good, man. Okay. So, what's up with your license, man? What happened?
Guys, don't mind if I grab my nuts real quick.
Your license is suspended.
Yes, because I'm doing the renew of my visa and stuff here, and I couldn't. Honestly, I don't use the card just because. Let me show you. I have a strain in my foot.
Suspended license, expired visa, strain in foot. What the bloody hell do any of these things have in common? Just man up and take responsibility for your actions. This is a 27-year-old child with zero responsibility.
And it's the reason that I use the car because I can't work.
So it's gonna be.
I know that it's a mistake.
Yeah. Still can't do it no matter what. All right. So I'm gonna need your fingerprint. All right. You're getting a citation. I know you got one before. You're gonna get another one today for driving with suspended license. Okay.
Did this officer just say this is his second citation of the day? Bloody hell. I don't have the body camera footage for the first citation, but I bet it was for something else he could have easily avoided.
Read your fingerprint on 2 of these, and then 1 of these is going to be yours. That one's going to be yours. Has been taken care of within 30 days. You got to go to court. It's going to be a mandatory hearing. You'll see the judge about it, and then they'll take care of everything. Come over here.
The worst part of this whole thing is I bet this criminal student is pissing away taxpayers' money away on his useless degree. If you want to come into this country, you better do it the right way, and you better follow the laws here, or your ass is getting deported.
I'm gonna put it in your car, so right, just there you go. Here's your vehicle. Your hand by your back. So right now you're being arrested for driving with suspended license, alright? You already got a citation for this before. This is now your second citation. However, now you're gonna go to the courts for it, alright?
Go back to work,
Good on this officer for arresting this guy. He already received a citation for this exact offence, yet he decided to do the exact same thing again. He clearly doesn't respect the laws here, and he probably doesn't have insurance either. Imagine he gets into a car crash and damages someone else's vehicle. No insurance to pay for the damage, and now the American gets screwed again. Get out of this country if you can't follow the laws. A recurring theme in many of the cases we break down, especially those involving immigration enforcement, is the use of identity documents that don't belong to the person holding them. It really makes you think about how easily your own personal information, your name, your address, your social security number, could end up in the wrong hands, being used without your knowledge. That's why I've partnered with today's sponsor, Aura. They provide smart, simple, online safety powered by AI. It is all-in-one protection that constantly scans the dark web for your leaked information, alerts you to potential fraud, and helps you lock down your accounts. It's the full suite of essential ingredients: VPN, antivirus, password manager, to keep you and your family safe from online threats. Because you're part of the Crime Chef Kitchen, Aura has put together a special offer for my viewers. You can get started with a free trial, cancel anytime, no strings attached. To claim this deal, use the first link right at the top of the description.
Have you ever been to jail? Oh, you're going.
Today's special is an illegal college student who is idiotically driving with no license in the state of Georgia. She is initially arrested by the local police department, but ICE takes custody of her shortly after.
So, you said that you have an international driver's license, but you're not allowed to drive anymore?
No, it's not that I'm not allowed to, it's just that my mom doesn't let me.
Your mom doesn't let you in jail?
Everything that's happening, she just said,
Liar! It's not that your mum doesn't let you drive, it's that you don't have a driver's license and you are illegally in this country.
Okay.
But I had to bring this and I had no...
Where did you originally have a license from? What country? Mexico. Okay. Where do you live?
I live here
What's the address?
1103 Valencia Drive.
1103 Valencia?
I live with my mom.
What's the phone number?
706-847-3504. She's doesn't drive either. She gets brought to work by somebody.
Okay. Why are you driving?
I had to bring this.
You had to bring this?
Well, I didn't have to, but I wanted to do the person a favor.
You wanted to do the person a favor?
Yeah, they're at work. They got taken to work this morning by somebody.
Okay.
And they told me they need to get their truck somehow.
And what's your date of birth?
March 16th, 2006. I have my student ID if that gives any help.
Let me see your student ID.
It's in the back. I'm going to
Go ahead. I'll be right back. Whose truck is this?
Jenny Pichardo.
And who's she to you?
She's basically like an aunt to me. She's really close to my mom.
All right. Where's she at?
Work.
Where does she work?
I don't know.
You don't know?
No, sir. I just know her, but I don't know where she works with.
Okay. Do you have her phone number?
Yes, I do.
Can I have you run that 28 and see if you can find an RO, and if you can, get them on the phone for me? I'll be right back.
I want to point out, nobody's protesting. Everything is going peacefully. No problemo. You see that difference? Let the law take its course. Let's go here.
Still find a problem with it and try to get the man fired.
Easter said police provided crowd control in several ICE raids. Officers can use caution tape and other tools to separate federal agents from the public.
This sounds like the officers are doing exactly what they should be doing, so why the hell is this a news story? The woke mob will find a problem with anything that is pro-Americans or pro-law and order. They want the police to stop doing their job so they can interfere with ICE operations and aid the illegal immigrants. How the hell is this even a real news network?
Are you guys detaining him separate from the traffic stop?
Yeah, he's getting deported.
You're gonna be detained, okay?
Yeah. I was on the phone with my wife.
I gotcha. He's getting deported, I guess.
So, yeah, he's being kidnapped right now.
Okay. Good enough for me. Hello. Hello. My name's Seth. I work for Helena PD. The reason I stopped you, your plates are expired in the back. Can I grab your license from you?
I don't have anything with me.
You don't? Okay. No ID at all?
No, I don't.
Okay, what's your name?
Christopher.
Christopher what?
Martinez.
Martinez? Okay.
Helena PD pulled Christopher Martinez over for driving without plates. He has no ID, no driver's license, and no way to document his identity. He's already likely to be going to jail, but ICE is also on the scene. Martinez is an illegal immigrant.
What's your birthday?
6694.
Code 4. Christopher, do you have a driver's license?
No, I don't have anything.
You don't have any driver's license at all?
No.
Where's your ID?
Right now, I don't
Pull him
have
out.
anything because I'm working.
Alrighty, step out of the car. Keep your hands where I can see them, please.
Yes, sir.
You're going to be detained, okay?
Yeah. All right, I know you. Okay. Back up. Hey, back up. Back
I
up,
just
please.
want
Back up, please. Just
why are you
please.
pushing me
Take it back up.
hard?
Take it back up.
No pele. Get back. What are you doing? What the f you want to do?
Let me put handcuffs and get back. Just please get back.
He's okay, just get out. It's no big deal.
Okay. There's people back here.
He's okay.
He's okay.
No se lleven a mi hermano, por favor.
You're all right. Get out.
Que es mi hermano. No se lo lleve. No se lo
He's not going anywhere.
lleve.
Tell him to open the door back there.
Please, no se lo lleve.
Open the door. Open the door
No
now.
se lo lleve, por favor. No se lleve a mi hermano. No tengo nada.
You want me to rip him out? Get out of the car now.
He says, don't take away my brother. What are you crying for, baby? Go back to your country with your brother. Very simple. You get caught, you got to go.
Out. Get out. Don't play games. Get out of the car. Put your hands behind your back. I'm gonna.
Hey, vuelta a salir.
Open the door.
Oh, don't open it.
All right.
¿Por qué me hacen eso? Degate, hermano.
You guys got Is there more people back there? No.
Anybody else? No.
It's good.
You know what gets to me? When I hear illegal immigrants cussing at our federal agents, our American police officers, when they put down American citizens, when they don't care about your rights, that pisses me off. And when the illegal immigrants get away with it, that should bother you. It should bother you.
Herrera, Spanish officer, come back.
Is everyone else back there? Nope. No.
Your choice.
Hey, dear. Dear, you're just gonna have to move your car real quick.
Friend who's involved in this, like my nephew.
Your what?
My nephew is here.
Okay, can you just?
I just wanted to talk. Oh, where do you want me to put my car?
Oh, you just gotta park like on the road or in the parking lot or something. Okay.
Yeah. Get in the car. Get in the car. You're gonna get in the car and follow them. Get in the car.
Well, you can't follow them. It's an emergency vehicle. We're gonna stop you then.
Chill out. Mom, get in the car and follow them.
You can't follow them.
I will follow you, and I don't care if I get a charge.
While there may not be a single law that says it is illegal to follow a police car, the act of doing so is exceptionally risky and will almost certainly lead to you being charged with one or more crimes. Law enforcement officers are trained to view such an action as a potential threat, and your behavior will be interpreted in the worst possible light for their safety and the security of their detainee. While you might not find a statute explicitly forbidding the act, it is de facto illegal because it will almost invariably involve breaking other serious laws.
Oh. Shouldn't citizens, if they really are citizens, be held accountable for this type of behavior? I think so.
Okay, then come here.
No.
Come here.
No.
What's your ID? I need your ID then.
I don't have an ID on me.
I'm not doing this. Okay.
I don't care. I don't care. So, I don't care what you're doing or what you're not doing. Are they all in that car? Yes, they are all in that car. I saw his dad in that car and my Maria. I need you to be quiet.
You want to give me a second? They're going to go to a Batavia Detention Facility. It's a processing detention facility. You're not going to be allowed in there. There's going to be a kiosk. You can't get past a certain point. You understand? There'll be visitation and stuff like that.
Good for you. I don't care. That doesn't mean I can't follow them. I will sit in the parking lot.
I'm telling you where to go.
Thank you. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Yeah, just go to the they're going there right now, so you can just go there.
You where they're going to be.
Thank you.
Her mom's key from the G.
Yes, this is my key.
Yeah,
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Do you know them? Or you guys?
No, it's okay. They just took them to the Batavia.
Yeah, they're gonna go to Batavia. This is all
right
the.
here right now.
What's that?
Is Willie
Okay,
right
where are
here?
the ICE officers? Because I want to know the process
No,
of what
I already
happened.
know. Somebody called ICE. We don't know. We'll find out.
Yeah, I mean, this is.
But he's not ICE.
This isn't
Join
anything.
RPD.
Yeah, this is anything
So
through
we
RPD.
don't
We're
know
not.
if the police called or
No,
if
we.
someone else.
We're not even
took
allowed
up.
to call. We can't
Right,
call. Yeah.
That's so beautiful.
So I want to understand.
What do you want to understand?
You can't stop the car. Just get out of the road.
Grace, it doesn't matter. Once it's already over.
He's
it's
ICE,
over.
by the way.
Stop
leaving.
pointing.
I know, but I want to. He's a bitch.
So.
Stop it.
Well, so.
Bitch.
They have their own protocols and stuff that they deal with. I don't know any of that.
Right.
That's on them. Okay.
So
Were you here the whole time?
Hey! Leave him alone!
Hours after Andrea Castillo's cries.
My husband is a hardworking man with no criminal record.
False. Your husband now has a criminal record after he slashed the tires of an ICE vehicle.
We do have photos of the vehicle that had the tire slashed. There was one puncture mark. It quickly deflated and the agents had to drive out of the area on their rims.
This key detail is completely left out of this leftist propaganda story. They know they are in the wrong, so they try to manipulate you by pretending to be the victim of the situation.
He was here to buy work supplies. His work van is still in this parking lot. That's my husband. He's a U.S. citizen.
Yet her husband was detained, video shows, by agents with the Border Patrol.
This leftist propaganda network is focusing on the fact that he is a U.S. citizen, but blatantly ignoring the fact that he committed a crime by slashing the vehicle of the federal agents. And I will absolutely not let them get away with this.
And then take a look at this video. This was a guy who said he was a U.S. citizen fleeing from federal agents after they say he slashed the tires on one of their vehicles. You'll see him running away. He then gets taken to the ground, and he tangles with agents while he's on the ground. It appeared he kind of lunged at one of them, and you'll see the aftermath of that. Take a look at this picture right here. Those federal agents ended up macing that man in his face, took him into custody and took him away. His wife was yelling at agents the whole time, saying he's a U.S. citizen. The agents said too.
And that's a felony charge.
Bad. He slashed one of our tires.
I said, stop, leave him alone. He's a U.S. citizen. What are you guys doing? He's a U.S. citizen. They grab him. They throw him in an unmarked minivan. There's a...
Hold on, S.I. Thank you, Baba. Dennis, thank you. And God bless you, my brother. Patriots United. Let's go. Lifters, shut the hell up. These guys, they pay me to tell you to shut the hell up because that is a line in my show. Guys, you got to enjoy this for as long as we can because once I start running for that campaign, that will be the only time that you will be able to hear me, apparently. I think somebody told me that I can't have this show if I run for office. So I will be more than gladly to continue the Dennis Herrera show after I do my due diligence and my duty as an American citizen to run for Commander-in-Chief of Washington State. I can't wait. Here is a disclaimer that I'm going to give all of you, my American brothers and sisters, okay? You have to understand something. I don't really like to talk about this too much. But 19, yeah, okay. Sorry, wifey. No. Okay. All right. So I got to give you a disclaimer. I want you to understand something and pay attention because you will hear it during my campaign. I am going to get rid of sanctuary cities. This will no longer be a sanctuary state. Period. Number 2, I want every illegal immigrant out of this country, specifically out of my state. Let me give you the statistics of the population growth in Washington state. Population growth has not been by Americans. 78% has been growth of illegal immigrants coming to our country. Think about that for a second. So we'll get rid of every illegal immigrant, but wait. We'll get rid of every illegal immigrant in this country, starting with anybody arriving from 2021 when President Biden took office. Every single one of them. I will also, on the same token, I will fight for immigration reform. Plenty of families that are DACA and TPS document holders. Pending a criminal background check, no felonies, there will be a fine that they will pay. But I want to fight for them to have green cards, to stay here legally, and to prove that most of their income will stay here in this United States of America's economy. If you get evicted because you're violating the 2-person per bedroom rule, plus 1 in the living room, you will lose that privilege. If you get caught protesting against the government, you will lose that privilege. By me, no. By Marco Rubio, his department, wait, that's not his department anymore. By the federal government, immigration laws will be respected and abide by. Now, I hope that I am good enough to build a strong relationship with federal government, whether it be J.D. Vance as president or Marco Rubio or whoever it is. I will look to have a great working relationship with them. Would I tell you the message that if you've been here for 5 years or longer that you are not going to get deported? No. But I'm certainly going to be fighting for immigration reform to everybody that has a DACA document or a TPS. I want you to become, pending again, a criminal background, no felonies. I want to fight for you to get a green card to stay in this country. I will prioritize illegal immigrants' deportations, especially criminals. Everybody in jail's got to go. And specifically everybody from 2021 till today, till the present. And then we will go after the rest of illegal immigrants that are not supposed to be in this country. Now, I know for a fact that our economy was doing just fine before this massive illegal immigration. And I think it's fair. I think it's fair to fight for immigration reform. But I want the people who get green cards here to understand their oath, their requirements to be followed, that there is requirements to be followed, and you can lose your green card. Having a green card, being in this country legally, it is a privilege and should be an honor to you. If you come to this country fleeing a third world country or just a plain bad country, do not force this country, do not fight us to make this country look like the country that you're fleeing from. That will be a big no-no. So my advice counts, if you are an illegal immigrant right now and you've been here since 2021, you better get to stepping. Self-deport now. If you are an illegal immigrant in this country, I recommend that you pledge allegiance to this country, respect it, and force your children to respect it. Otherwise, you're out of here. With that being said, if you're an American citizen, a green card holder, and you're out there acting like these idiots, you will be deported. Because I will turn you in a second. Every Hispanic, because I am Hispanic, that honors the American law, you will be in my favor. And I will fight, not just for our veterans, not just for the farmers, but I will make sure that the Latin community is taken care of. We will fight to make you safe. There is a lot of Latinos who are very patriotic. I want to encourage you to raise the American flag, even if you get deported with it. Raise the American flag so that you have dignity in your life. Do not be a bad example to your children. If you are in Washington State, I recommend you vote for me and test me. See what I do. I am a man of my word, and I will stand by it. Now, here's the key. The key is I am running with full transparency. And whenever I have my people go and fight for immigration reform, I will make sure that we have full transparency of how the meeting goes. Laws need to be changed. Things need to be twisted to fit and be for the American people's benefit. Number one. So you will see with your own eyes, and I'll say this, if you are in Washington State and you don't want me to run for Washington State's governor, well, you do it. You make the change. And if I'm sure there's going to be other people that are going to run for governor, let them. And if they have the same policies and the same agenda that I have, well, if they beat me, they got my vote. They got my vote. I can tell you this. Not amount of money can buy my loyalty. I was raised right by my mother. No amount of money will buy my loyalty. If anybody donates to my campaign, don't think that I'm going to take your side and defend you. If it goes against the Constitution and it goes against anything that I believe in. If you support me, it's because you agree with my policies. With that being said, that is me in a nutshell. And whether you are American and don't like that, it is what it is. If you are an immigrant from before 2021, you might just get lucky. Because I do want to have the big booty Latinas to stay in this country. Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm just kidding. I'm throwing a wrench in there. That's just what other people say. But I want to make sure that our Latin community actually thrives. I want to see more taco vendors. Competition makes prices more affordable for people. I know great places where they have very economical, understandable pricing that feeds you a lot. So I support that. And, that's just on the immigration side. There's other policies that I will mention more once we're officially running in the campaign. But you all have heard some of it here first. All right? Text Poet. How much you wanna bet? How much you want to bet that Trump will endorse me? You know not what you speaketh of. Believe me, I'm going to have a great relationship with President Donald Trump. And by the way, this is for 2028. So unless you're saying that Trump is going to run again in 2028, well, but then we'll see what happens. But we'll see. Maybe by the year 2027, President Trump is going to hear about it, and he will endorse me. It's that simple. Hey, he might even put $1 million in there. You know that's what he does. Hey, support the rich and the billionaires. Let's go. Support the rich and the billionaires, and I will not let any libtard run this country anymore. I got a lot of friends in other states that want to run for governor. And we got people in California. We got people in Arizona. We got people in Utah. We got people in New Mexico. Oh, for Pete's sakes, we got people in North Carolina and Florida. Oh, this is going to be wonderful. All right, let's continue with the next story here. We all know about these illegals and these American citizens who slashed the tires, blah, blah, blah. Let's see who's next.
Decide to slash the tires of an ICE vehicle in front of several ICE officers. Well, guess what, buddy? These operations are just starting, and we got millions of more deportations to go. We are reclaiming our country and enforcing the law. Deal with it or get the hell out of here.
Border data for the month of June highlights the lowest month of encounters ever recorded. Customs and Border Protection says it is the second month in a row of zero
And I love you, random citizen.
releases of illegal aliens into the U.S. compared to almost 28,000 releases in June of last year.
These stats are so beautiful they could bring a tear to my eye. What a difference it makes when we don't have Sleepy Joe in office. It's nice to actually have borders for a change.
John, the data around illegal immigration is quite astonishing. I don't think anyone expected that these policies, Trump's policies, would end the crisis in a matter of weeks, but that's what's happened, and those historically low numbers are holding.
Actually, this is exactly what I expected to happen. As we keep sharing videos of ICE making arrests, it is scaring future illegals from entering the country and persuading illegals already here to leave on their own. They are starting to finally get the message that if they don't want to follow this country's laws, then they are absolutely not welcome here, and they will face serious consequences if they stand in our way. Keep going, ICE, and keep going, America. Also, if you made it this far, you might as well like and subscribe, because I sure as hell am not going anywhere. I will keep exposing leftist lies and sharing videos of ICE's progress.
Rita, this is an unbelievable success. If you think back to the latter days of the Biden administration where they were saying, oh, it's impossible, you can't close the border, we need new legislation, the Republicans won't pass new laws. Well, it turns out, as we all suspected, Rita, that all we needed was a president who actually wanted to do his constitutional duty and enforce the law. And once they started enforcing the law, guess what? No more significant level of infiltration by illegal immigrants. And now they're having great success in convincing illegal immigrants to self-deport.
That's exactly what I said. This guy is spot on.
So, all right, let me enlighten you a little bit. Let me enlighten you a little bit there, Unique. Human rights is not the same as legal rights. No foreigner should have the right to protest in America. The protest belongs to the people that live here legally. Just saying. If you want to protest something, do it peacefully. If you act like these guys that are out there doing something like obstructing officers, your ass will lose your green card. And you can also lose your citizenship up to 10 years of being a naturalized American citizen. So tread lightly, tread carefully. Do not give foreigners your rights. Those rights are for the American people. We, the people. Okay? All right. I could be wrong about that, but that's just what I believe. That's just what I believe. And Mind Speak, man, how drunk are you today, bro? Let's see. So are you telling me that you're the typical Latino that gets papers and he's against his own to be legal? My friend, you must have fucking not heard a word that I just said. When you get too drunk, you don't listen very well. You don't listen very well. Go back to when I started talking about it, replay it, and then come back and ask me the question. All right? All right. Yeah, well, we don't want them to lose their lives. We just want them to stay out of the way so they don't get hurt. And stop protesting when you're not a citizen. Your voice doesn't matter. You don't get to vote. So, quiet. Let the citizens protest. You can support it, but don't make it obvious that you're not a citizen. Get your American flag over there and stop talking shit about the president. Come on. You got to know how to gain favor. You trashing President Trump is not going to get you any favors from him. See, you have to be pro-peace if you want to fight war. But you can't go against war because then you create a tug of war. You create restriction, and there's a pull on both sides. If you want peace, you just have to be pro-peace. Don't be anti-war, be pro-peace. But a lot of people, they like to go out there with signs of, they complain about the insults from President Trump, the name calling, and then they go out there with signs saying some very nasty, very dirty, disgusting things about the president and those who voted for him. Make that make sense. Think about it. You want to gain favor, sit out there with the American flag and put a sign that goes pro what you want. Stop poking the bear because you're going to get scratched.
Anyways, that's all for today. Crime Chef out.
Father have any medications or anything like that?
An undocumented father arrested in Bartlett by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents. The family now claims their civil rights were violated.
Oh, bloody hell. This video is a prime example of how the media distorts the truth and tries to manipulate the public. Let's call it what it is. An illegal alien is being deported for illegally entering the United States. He is absolutely not the victim here. The taxpayers are the victim.
Patted down and taken away, Edgar Perez says all he could do was watch as his father, Gerardo Granados, was arrested this morning by Immigration and Customs Enforcement agents.
It just has me so distraught because not only did I see my father get taken away, I saw that they asked my 17-year-old brother to translate and tell his own father that he's going to get deported.
Your father's been here for 23 years and didn't bother to learn English. He had 23 years to assimilate into American culture, go through the legal process of becoming documented and learn our language. But he decided to do none of those things. He came to the United States to exploit the taxpayers and gain the system. The only mistake the ICE officers made here is waiting 23 years to deport his ass.
Perez says his father...
This is true. This is true. Now, let's take a look. Okay, here we go. That's a real question. Finally, let's take a look. How you going to do a reform when ICE and you are kicking everyone out? And you didn't answer one of my last questions about Israel. I did, fool. I answered already. I already answered, and Tanya actually liked the answer. You're not reading, man. Ask the question again, and then I'll go ahead and just reply to it. I'll reply to the answer in writing, okay? Let's say unique. Let's take a look. What kills me is the voiceover. It's not even an English voice. It's really a foreign voice. Someone in Europe, but he's over here smiling, thinking he's like, I got you. What the hell? Do you speak English, Unique? What the hell are you talking about? The voiceover is obviously just for fun. That's it. Nobody's pretending to be anything. Are you crazy? What's wrong with you? I'm going to try not to insult you, just in case you're an old lady, okay? Man, unlimited. Let's see. Oh, bro. I gave you so much benefit of doubt. I gave you so much benefit of doubt, but now I see that you are very lost, my friend. That's sad to see. Has not running his a LARPist. What? I don't know. What the hell you people are talking about? There you go. Do me a favor. I'm going to go ahead and open up the line so that you guys can call. What? Let's see. All right. Go ahead. While we have these people here. Topic, immigration. Topic, immigration. I believe I can fly. I believe I can touch the sky. Where is... There you go. Let's see. All right, here we go. Topic, immigration. ICE deportations. The Gestapo. Yeah, let's go ahead and talk about the Gestapo. The Gestapo, when these retards don't even know what that means. Let's go, unique. Use your power words. Feel free to call. All right, give me your honest opinion now. I will listen. I will listen. I'll try to be nice. I'll keep it cordial. There we go. Let's go. Sacramento.
Sacramento.
Oh my gosh, bro. Fuck this. Hey, no more drinking, man.
What are you talking about, man?
Estás borracho, cabrón. Ya sé. Andas pedo, cabrón.
No, I'm not.
Yeah, right. Bull crap. You only talk like that when you're drinking too much. ¿Qué pasó, culero?
Hey,
Dime.
my last question. Okay, you are a religion man. Yeah, I'm a religion man.
Sure.
Okay. So, I mean, it's because it's a big topic on the internet right now. I mean, I'm pretty sure you follow it.
Yeah, I know. Okay.
Okay. When God told Abraham, I will bless who bless you, and I will damn who will damn you.
Yeah, curse who curse you. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. You know.
You translate it like Spanish. That's exactly what it says in Spanish. See?
It's the same thing.
Yeah, it's the same.
You or curse you or
Yeah.
whatever. Okay. When was that established according to the Bible?
Yeah, thousands of years ago.
Exactly, thousands of years. To whom?
Yeah, to old people.
No. It was only one person specifically.
Yeah, the believers.
No, it was to Abraham.
Yes, but it's for the believers. The message is for the believers. That's why the Bible is written, so they can witness what God has spoken to his people.
Yeah, but everybody that reads the Bible and all of a sudden either to agree with the Bible or disagree with the Bible, everybody goes over there and run to the torches.
Well, in the Spanish community, I noticed this, and I'm sure it's not just us, but I noticed a lot of Pentecostals specifically. A lot of people get very religious with the Bible, and they start doing things that Jews do. That's not us. We don't cover our heads when we pray. We don't have all the nuts on our ponchos like the Jews do. We don't do the things that they do. We're not Jews. But the reason why we have the Bible and the Old Testament is so that we can see how things started, where the laws come in, how the governments were established, the good things, the bad things, the atrocities, how good things come out of bad and bad comes out of good. It's just for us to learn history. And so when I hear those things, I put them in practice, just like I don't want to go over the topic too much. I want to stay with what you're saying. But when he says that to Abraham, remember this, that we're also learning that God tempted Abraham and told him to go and sacrifice his son. But God already knew that he wasn't going to let him, but he wanted to test his obedience. So what does that mean? Well, he's talking to Abraham, but by being put in the Bible, we see that as an example of obedience and that God will never tell us to go and sacrifice our child. That's why that's what the difference is about that.
Yeah, God tells us because he knows our limit.
Yes, Oh, yeah.
Yeah. He knows our living. He knows ourselves. I mean, he knows ourselves more than we know ourselves. I mean, if that makes sense. a lot of people are looking to the west side. What the hell these guys say? Yeah, he knows better than us.
I'm going to curse the mess out of this guy, just so you guys know that are watching. This is my Salvadorian brother. This guy is crazy.
Yeah, but I mean, when he told Abraham, I mean, if everybody goes like, oh, God told him to bless Israel. Yeah, but he wasn't talking about what we have right now. Israel is much bigger than that.
Yeah. So, do you think that your children are part of you?
My children is part of me, but I don't own my children.
Yeah, but if I honor your children, do I honor you?
Yes.
Yeah, same scenario.
Mm-hmm.
It's the same.
Yes, yes, it does. So everybody has to understand that when God told Abraham that, I mean, you have to consider that Abraham did have 2 children.
Yeah.
I mean, you have to look. Everybody doesn't have. Everybody has dropped the ball and hasn't looked at the first child that Abraham had, which he also was blessed.
Correct. With the same blessing. Same blessing as Israel. Correct.
Yes, same blessing. And the thing is that everybody goes back and forward here and there. Who is who and who is that? I mean, come on. I mean, that whole 12 tribes would disperse.
From Jacob.
They're all over the place. So whenever we condemn somebody, you got to be careful with your words because you don't know if that's one of Abraham's child, bruh.
Okay, all right. Well, this is why Jesus died on the cross for us. What did he say to the disciple that brought his mom and his brother and sister to the cross? What did Jesus say to them?
He said to her, "There's your son."
Yes.
And to him said, "There's your mother."
And what did Jesus say? You got this. What did Jesus say to them?
Yes, that's what he said.
No. The disciples said, "This is your family, your mother and your daughter and your brother."
No,
what did Jesus say? Because this is the same promise of Abraham.
Yes.
What did he say?
He said, "My father is the one up there."
Nope.
No.
Anybody want to help him on the chat? What did he say? What did he say to them? And I tell you all this time. I tell you all the time because people always tell me, "Oh, what a sellout."
He said, "My brothers are the ones that will follow
that do the will of God." Okay.
God, my father.
So
he never Jesus never referred to his father as God. He will always refer to his father.
Yeah, the will of my father. Okay.
Exactly.
So, with that being said, let's go back. Okay, so Sarah was, what's the word in English so I can tell everybody? She was, she couldn't give birth. What is that called? Sterile? Sterile. Right? She couldn't give birth. Yeah, she couldn't give birth. So, she had the Egyptian servant, which some will say slave, but she was an Egyptian servant, to give birth to a son. Yeah. To give a son. His name was Ismael, right? Ishmael.
Yeah.
Okay.
Ishmael. Yeah.
And then Sarah was given a word by God, the angel of God, which I believe was Jesus Christ, by the way. It was the angel of God that came to Sarah and told her, "You will give birth." And she was actually laughing. And she's like, "Why are you laughing, woman? I'm going to slap you around and, you know." I shouldn't joke. Okay, so here we go. Okay, so here we go. So now Sarah has, who is the son? Who does she have? Isaac. Thank you. Okay, so Isaac, right? Now, Isaac is the father of Jacob. Jacob is Israel, and his descendancy is Israel. So you said it right. 12 tribes. Okay, 12 tribes. They go all over in the Middle East. I get it. And Ishmael was also blessed with the same blessing, right? That was given to Jacob. And to given to Isaac. But here is the catch. The reason why I mentioned Jesus Christ is why? Because Jesus Christ made it a point that Ishmael and Isaac were both sons of Abraham. But who really is the sons of Abraham, if not those who do the will of my Father. That's how you recognize them. So here's the reason why Jews will lose their position and us pagans might take over. And I say might because I don't know God's will. But this is the reason, right? So we believe in the Son of God, Jesus Christ, in whom I put my trust and faith.
Yes.
That he's cleansed me. Okay, so Jews don't do that. Now some do, convert to Christianity. Fantastic, but a lot of Jews don't believe that Jesus Christ is the Son of God. Those Jews,
you can still not condemn them.
no. See, we don't. God does. No, God does. So by their own choice, by their own choice, they will be condemned. So what does Jesus say to the people? Do what they say, but don't do what they do, for they do not practice what they say. And that is very important. So again, blessed are those who bless you, regardless if the Jews believe in Christ or not, is irrelevant. They are considered today in age the descendants of Abraham on Sarah's side. The Arabs are the descendants of Ishmael through the Egyptian servant. So it's very interesting that you mentioned this because you know what? I love Arabs. I respect them and I give them my love and admiration in some of the things that they have accomplished. But at the same time, I recognize that the way that they see God, some of them they call Allah, but some of them actually believe the Father, Jehovah, Yahweh, the ones that actually is calling Abraham friend, which by the way, in the Bible, only Abraham has been a friend to God. It's huge. Yeah, it's huge, right? It's huge. So, I mean, the reason why I think of Israel the way that I do is because it is a promise given to Abraham, and that is the God that I serve, Abraham's God. And so I have to respect that God gave him that. And his seed, he said that he would be blessed for many hundreds of generations, my friend, and they are still being blessed. Think about this, those Palestinians, think about this. Those Palestinians who have become Jews, right? Well, they're not Jews. that become Israelis. They're not really Jews. They're still Arabs, but they agree to follow the law, of Moses. And that's something to say about them.
Yeah, I agree with you. And the Bible.
Team Hype says that Ishmael did not get the blessing. This guy.
Actually, Ishmael did get the blessing because when his mom was pregnant
in the desert
from the tent, the angel told her to go back to the tent and give birth. And then when she was scared,
her child was crying in the desert.
Yes, exactly, and that's a part of the story that all Iranians kind of like take and say, yeah, we're part of Abraham too. So in order to understand all that Islamic, which is not just Iran, you have to go back to the story, because if you go way back to the story, you will know that a God was telling Abraham.
Sarai.
No, he was telling Abraham that all his descent and Ishmael is part of his descent.
Yeah, the Knife wants to know who Sarah was, and he doesn't even believe in God. Here's a guy that believes in Satan, and he's asking, who is Sarah? Really?
This guy believes in Satan. We all believe in Satan. He's real. Satan is real.
Yeah.
Satan believes more than God, more than us. Believe me, if we will have the knowledge of Satan, okay, brother, you will believe in God.
Yeah, they don't have to. They don't have to. They don't want to.
You will believe in God if you have the knowledge of Satan. You will believe in God, because even Satan knows who God is.
Let me ask everybody a question. When your life is in danger and you feel you're going to die, who do you call upon?
Yeah, who do you
Jesus Christ, please forgive me, Lord. That's when the demons will start screaming out. That's when they know, because they know they're going to go back to hell. That's why.
That's it is. Whenever you have that cannon on your forehead, who you pray? You don't pray to Satan. You don't pray to Satan. You don't pray to the devil. Shut the hell up.
You have been banned from the Dennis Herrera show. Shut the hell up.
You don't. I mean, you don't. I mean, I have that problem with a lot of people. Yeah, I mean, all of a sudden, you know, everything goes south, and you start praying to God, and all of a sudden, when everything gets good, oh yeah, now you can go back. Stop it. No, you don't. No, you don't. The problem is everybody that has a gun in the forehead, all of a sudden everything starts getting good to their side, and all of a sudden they start going to what they were, not knowing you made a promise.
Yeah.
And God does hold you on that promise.
You know one thing. You know one thing that people get twisted in the Bible, and even probably the most Christians get twisted in the Bible is this. They can never answer if dinosaurs existed. They can never answer if there was civilizations 10,000 years before Adam and Eve. They can never answer it because they don't understand the Word of God. And I said this before, and it's not my job to convince people, but I can tell you this. Mankind was created way before Adam and Eve. It is not what Christians believe in the Bible. Yeah. The Lucifer and 1/3 of the angels were casted down to this earth to be punished in flesh. We cannot be spirits freely because we have a jail called flesh. Now, they're not allowed in heaven anymore. That's why demons can go and possess another body and destroy people's livelihoods. But here's the thing, that there was giants. The Bible says there was giants. All men were created, not God's children. All humankind were created. And so you can have civilizations that are 10,000 years old. Not that I know any that are 10,000. But you can say 1,000,000 years ago, 10 million years BC, that there was cavemen somewhere, You can say that stuff. You can say there was dinosaurs that were 30 feet tall and 100 feet tall. You can say all that because it's in the Bible. And the verse that really specifies this is when Cain is being kicked out away from his parents, and he says, go to the city of Nod. How is there a city already? How is there a city established? It's just 4 people according to the Bible. This is why Adam is called the first son of God on this earth. Jesus Christ is the only begotten in spirit and over here in the flesh.
I don't know his first son, but I know he's his first creation. Now, here's the thing.
Yeah.
A lot of people on, we'll say it in the Catholic religion, thinks that, Mary and Joseph didn't have another kids, and they did.
Yeah, they did. So she's no longer a virgin. Yep. As soon as Jesus was born.
The Bible proves it. Now, and another thing is that a lot of people say, well, aliens. Well, you're looking at one that has right there in front of you guys TV with the dimples on. But anyway,
hey, no longer a resident alien. I am now an American citizen. No longer an alien.
You're still an alien.
Hey, don't hate because there's a 5 stars behind that blue and white. Get your own flag, man. Get your own flag.
Brother, we're still aliens. We're just legal aliens.
That's crazy, man.
Aliens did exist. All those animals did exist. Because if you deny that, okay, riddle me this. How come God didn't know how to make a woman?
Oh, he knew. He made it with Lucifer. Yeah.
He made it with Lucifer?
Yeah, that's how they multiply.
No. How God didn't know how to make a woman?
What do you mean?
Exactly. He knew
No. What do you mean? I don't understand the question. What are you saying on the question? How did God?
I don't know if you answer a question or you answer me. You question me.
No, I'm asking to repeat the question slowly. I don't think I'm understanding the question.
Okay, so a lot of people says, aliens didn't exist and dinosaurs didn't exist. You know what? All that did exist. All that did exist because God knew how to make a woman for the man.
Yeah.
Yes. Otherwise, he would make another man for the man. And you know what? God doesn't like that.
Right. But,
Exactly.
oh man, we're getting deep. But Satan does. He likes that.
Yeah,
this is going bad.
God is writing it. He knows what is writing. He knows what makes one thing worse with another.
Here, I'm going to give you something even more than that. I don't know if this is going to confuse you. But I believe that the reason why we have transgenders today, the reason why people want to be homosexuals is because...
Stop right there, Dennis. Stop right
wait,
there.
you have to understand something.
It's because of sin.
No, there's more than that.
No, it is because of sin.
We are spirits inside the flesh. Angels don't have sex. Understand? Only humans do. Satan does not like humans. And therefore, that's why demons are attacking our children today. They want to mutilate them. They want to change who they are. If men and women that are homosexuals, that are gay, have sexual, perversion in their minds, that's okay for me to accept because that's something that they can still choose to change. And until they did, they still have that chance to repent. I treat everybody, regardless, what their beliefs are or what they think. We're all the same, and I'm here to love everybody, but not their sin. But what I'm telling you is that one of the reasons why we have this craziness that we hate our bodies today is because Satan is putting that in our minds. Satan does not like that, and they just listen to read the chat and see how even Satan was mentioned in this chat quite a few times today.
Well, the thing is this. If you use logic and you use common sense, it's like Satan puts us the sin on us, and also the same way he puts the guilt as a human being.
Conviction.
Guilt, because we feel guilty of rejecting somebody.
Yeah, it's called conviction.
Yeah. He puts that in the same way. So all of a sudden you start approving something that ain't right, something that doesn't fit, something that is not logical, something that it ain't. Because you want me to accept you with your different knowledge of what already is.
See, that's why I said I am not here to convince people. I'm just here to share the message, the gospel, the good news, and then you guys decide. Let the Holy Spirit tell you what you need to know.
Yeah. I mean, hey, you have to let people decide. If God allows people to decide, hey, who am I?
Yeah. Well, I give this people the chance to call in. So that lucky one, he's always coming in here talking shit. He doesn't want to come here to argue. To have a conversation. He just wants to talk shit. He says Dennis doesn't even follow I don't know what the hell he said. His own God's 10 commandments. I don't understand where the hell that came from. I know the grammar is horrible. I understand keyboards like mine suck and all that stuff. But what does the God's 10 commandments got to do with me? I want you to point out which one I'm breaking.
Well, the thing is that the 10 commandments, it was so difficult for people to understand and follow. That's why Jesus Christ said, you know what, the 10 commandments narrowed down to only 2 commandments. I mean, if you would ask me, and God forbid, I'm better than Jesus because I'm not. I mean, you guys haven't read it, haven't listened it. It narrows down to only 2 commandments for crying out loud.
Easier to follow for those who get confused easily.
Yeah, exactly, because everybody is confused easily. It's so easy to confuse somebody that says something's green or red.
Hey, Jim Smith, Jesus Christ rose from the dead. He's in heaven, is coming back a second time. and you will be destroyed with him and all his demons and Satan that come in here.
No, because Jesus was something better. He was also a prophet.
No, he's the Son of God, period.
Yes, he knew what was going on.
Well, no,
So,
the Father only. He specifically said the Father only. Not even the Son of Man knows the date and the hour, but the Father who sits on the throne. But but verily I tell you that all this will be given to me. That meaning that there is a rank, there is a way that God portrays himself so that we can become worthy of being with him again. People, humans, we tend to think with human logic. We think on a certain dimensional life that we have. God, we need microscopes to see some of the things that God sees. We don't see the lettering that comes in from the sun. We don't know all this atomic nuclear things that come into Earth that go through our body and all this stuff. God doesn't need to have different eyes. He sees all that. He knows the DNA without even, looking through the microscope. He knows everything. He knows how energy works. He knows how he created everything himself. You cannot put a human thought to compare it with God's thought. You know
what people confuse God with the human race?
Yeah.
Because everybody wants God to be just like them.
Yeah.
And that's the problem, dude.
Yeah.
He's not.
Yeah.
He's not. He's not. Is God a man? I don't know.
Yeah. Well, let's clarify the air on that one, okay? In Spanish, we know that if there is an object, in this case is our deity, God.
Yes.
There is no male or female, but it is giving a masculinity, meaning a he. God is not a feminine God. He's a masculine God.
It's a he. It's a father. Let me say it this way. And sorry, I'm really, truly, and apologize for women. But we as
hey, be careful now.
I don't care. We as men, we have more love because we do identify more as the Father God than women. Because we love, but we also discipline. Everybody doesn't understand that. I know that everybody's like looking in the sky. Don't worry about it. You guys don't understand. We do. God loves, but he also has a lot of discipline, and he puts his rules. And everybody doesn't follow. Oh my God.
Well, let me add that there was rules put in place. Check this out. There were rules put in place to be able to be a worshiper for God, to be a Levite. If you did not follow his orders, you fall dead at the door.
Yes, strict rules.
Very, very strict.
Yes, by who?
God himself.
Exactly, and that's how we are, men.
Oh man, you're on your own on that one, bro. I believe in equality.
That's what we are. I mean,
at first, I will give you this. At first, yes, Adam, and that's it. After that, nope, we don't deserve it.
I don't have rules.
Exactly, but we do.
Yes, we did.
What's our weakness? Even Adam fell for it. Women, a woman.
Believe me.
A woman makes us weak, or in our age, a woman can make us strong.
Yes, women makes us strong. Family makes us strong. But a witness is women. God knew what he was doing, and women are so beautiful.
Now, don't be too lusty here.
No, women are beautiful.
Well, don't be too lusty. Calm down, S.A.
I love my wife.
Yeah, I get it, but just say that. Just say that. I love my wife. That's it. We get it. We get it. Don't say women. What's wrong with you?
I mean, have you ever been? Come on, be real.
What?
For one time, be real. Have you ever seen how the men dance? Have you ever seen? Oh wow, he's attractive. He looks good dancing. Have you ever seen a woman dance? That's intention. I know it. Stay away from it.
You're your own man. Don't get me in trouble for that.
But our women as married men.
Robert says a woman can make you go broke too. So shut the hell up.
Robert, you my man. You know that too. Hey, Robert. I don't see my phone right now. But Robert, I don't know if you will agree or disagree with me. But the worst thing we do fall is in women and vehicles. That's the worst investment. And also is the best investment.
Hey, Coyote says women, yes, not men in dresses.
No. You know, okay. Let me switch subjects for a minute. The thing that I was waiting to somebody come and say,
There has been in the U.S.
motherfuckers. I'm sorry about my French.
Man, you owe me so much.
I mean, the thing that I do agree, and I will give him prize for it, is this. There's only two genders. Our president said.
Yeah.
Because even if I don't like him and I disagree, like about 99.9% about him.
Because you're a biatch.
Because I'm a biatch.
Because you're a biatch, that's why.
Because I'm a biatch with a you know.
Hey, go ahead.
There's only two genders.
Hey, respect your elders, man. What's wrong with you? Only I can say that to you.
Yeah, there's only two genders.
You can't say it back. You have to only listen.
Yeah.
Just
There's only two genders, guys.
Yes, sir.
Two genders.
Absolutely.
Two genders, guys. Two genders. I'm sorry. All religions, go look for it. All religion says two genders. Men and women he created.
Here, hold on. I got a question from Unlimited. Let me pay attention because he's yelling too much. You're about this much from getting blocked. Let's see. He's got a question. When somebody asks me a question about governor, I want to listen to it. What are you going to do as governor of Washington State to the corporations, companies? Oh, he hasn't been on my show. Billionaires making record profits from mainly manual labor that are hiring illegals. Yeah, he hasn't been on my show. So number. All right, go ahead. What you going to do?
The thing is that every corporation that has
illegal immigrants,
has had a lot of profit, loves. Okay, let me tell you this: loves low pay people. They love it because they can make more money out of it.
Yeah.
I mean. Anybody out there that doesn't have a corporation that takes advantage of the low pay of a low pay person, you know what? Do not criticize me because once you get there, you will love it too.
Yeah. All right, I'll answer my question because you're giving me one of the possibilities, but you're not answering the question. The question is, if there is, number one, these people haven't been on my show before. There is this thing, and I'm going to give you an example first. There is a problem that we have here in Washington, and it has to do with farming corporations. In these farming corporations, we have resident. I'm going to mute my phone because I hit the echo there. So I have farmers who hired citizens, and we're talking about Hispanics mainly, citizens, resident aliens, and some illegals in some cases. And they have this thing to where when they know that the migrants, even though they have illegals and they have H-1B visas on there, they tend to hire them or prioritize hiring them, which, by the way, I'm going to get their ass in trouble for doing that, it's that they hire over the citizens and residents that we have here in Washington State already. Because with the H-1B visas, they pay less per hour. They don't have to give them benefits like health care. They take advantage of the cheap labor. They give them the cheapest labor, and they don't even give them good accommodations. They just throw everybody in the same room, blah, blah, blah. And so these kind of corporations, I want them investigated, number one, because they are innocent until proven guilty. And so we're going to have them investigated, audited, and if we find any facts, proof, any shred of proof that they are doing these things that being allegedly accused of, they will lose their license and they will go to jail for a very long time. And I hope that I get a good attorney general for Washington State.
Are you there?
Yeah, I muted you because I'm hearing echo.
I know. Somebody be something.
Oh, I don't know. Okay, I'll unmute you so you can hear me. And so that's exactly what I would do with these companies that are doing that. We're going to do an audit of payroll audit if we can. And we're going to find out who they hired. We're going to run Social Security numbers. If those Social Security numbers are fake, there's a $10,000 fine per illegal immigrant hired by that corporation. There is a website where they're supposed to be running these numbers through. And if they're not following that, they're out, number one. I will be encouraging other farmers who do follow the rule. We're going to get rid of some, we're going to do some deregulation. We're going to take some tax cuts on them. I plan on giving tax cuts to corporations who bring more jobs to Washington. For example, here, Microsoft. Microsoft is hiring all the time. And what the government here in Washington State, they have figured that the more Microsoft makes billions of dollars in profit, okay? They figure that because they're making billions of dollars in profits, it doesn't matter that they're creating thousands of jobs. They want more money from them, and they have said this themselves. They say, if I charge $1 billion, they won't even miss it. That is not the point. The point is keep them here, keep them incentivized to be here because hundreds of thousands of jobs depends on these big corporations. And we can't just say that the problem is the rich when the poor don't want to work. When everybody campaigns on the middle class, who gives a shit about the middle class? How about we make the poor class be middle class? How about we help them have a benefit for once? You can say that I'm a hypocrite on this because, the lower, class gets more taxes back on their returns. But that's not enough. See, this is where people don't understand about me, that I believe that capitalists should pay their fair share, but I think they already are. The problem that we have is that we have people that don't want to go to work. They are picky with their jobs. They want to sit there and do nothing until they get a $50 an hour job. In the meantime, they're on welfare. They're being a burden to every other American that's actually paying. Go get a job at McDonald's. I'm going to share a story with you guys real quick. I had a guy that I went to high school with for years. I made a lot of money. I was making about $15,000 to $20,000 a month. And you know what? I made good money. And then I hit a brick wall. Made nothing. I got a job at Target for about $8.25. Ouch. I was out there, working. I was proud of myself. A little embarrassed, I'm not going to lie. Right? But I was out there proud of myself because I'm doing a job legally. It's legit. I'm not selling drugs. I'm not selling weed. I'm not selling cocaine. There's crack. All kinds of stuff that you can do illegally. But I went out there and worked $8.25 an hour, and I did a banging job, if I say so myself. But one day, I worked overtime. I used to do a graveyard, and I worked overtime. And a guy that I went to high school with came by, and I'm wearing my khakis with my red shirt and my scanner, because I'm scanning products in, whatever, and inventory, and arranging products on the shelves. And he says, Dennis effing Herrera, what's up, man? And I was like, hey, what's going on, Joe? And he said, what the F are you doing here, bro? And I said, what do you mean? I already know what he meant because I'm embarrassed. He said, what? I said, what do you mean? He said, no, man, what the F are you doing here? Why are you doing this? That's so embarrassing. He said it like that, bro. And I said, let me tell you something, man. Hey, listen, I love you. You know what's not embarrassing? Doing something legal, honest. $8.25, my friend. I am not going to go to jail for making this money. And even though it's not enough, it's not a livable wage, I get it. But you know what? It's the job that I got right now. And when I get something better, then I move up. Like you told me last time, this is a bus stop. A very horrible bus stop, but nonetheless, a bus stop.
It is
And when the next one comes on, I'm going to get on it. And you know what? And I did. I made more money and all this other stuff. But the point is that people always try to break you down, you know?
Yeah.
That's bro, that's just the way it is. Like, I mean, shit, look how they hit me hard every day when you come here. Even you give me a hard time, ass. But just listen to all the negativity, right? That I put up with every single day from the same libtards, same trolls. I know that this is just what they do, but at the same time, it's like they know that I care so much about Americans and people in general to be doing well in this country that they take advantage that I care. Because they know I care, they bug me more. If I didn't care, F it. I don't care. There's nothing that they can do to try to trigger me. But I do care. I care about Americans. I care about my immigrants. What's so wrong about, you asked me this question here. How are you going to, you said something about me deporting people. Well, there are certain people like DACA and TPS, we talked about this, that I want to go and do criminal background checks and there's no felonies, bada bing, bada boom. Come on, baby, let's go. Get some green cards for these people. And the reason why I mentioned transparency is because Americans are not aware that Barack Obama ran immigration reform and he tried it and we thought he didn't. President Trump tried it and we thought he didn't. So I'm going to make sure that it gets played on every single news outlet, any journalist out there, any podcaster. I'm going to make sure that they are there in the room when we're trying to fight for this immigration reform, and watch who says no on the floor. Watch who votes yes and who votes no. And then you can see which party really is trying to do the right thing. Now, I know everybody that doesn't have this gotta go. But as President Trump says, I'm going to prioritize on criminals. Well, I'm going to prioritize on criminals, but I'm also going to put a date. If you've been in this country from 2021 and to the present, you better self-deport right now where you have a chance to get some money, a free ticket, and just start something in your country. And then you can still have a chance to apply for a visa later, but you got to prove a few things. One, your health, your criminal background, and that you can afford to keep yourself sustained without government assistance in this country. And I can tell you, a lot of people will be able to come back because a lot of people really are hard workers. Their business mind, their mentality is to make money, but they know how to budget. They know how to save. They know how to do this. And I think that those are the kind of citizens that I want in this country. I want people that are going to be responsible, people like yourself, even if you pay low wages, as long as you don't go under the minimum wage statewide, and according to your industry, then I'm okay with you paying minimum wage. If you have somebody that kicks ass, I'm sure you're going to pay them a fair wage and maybe a livable wage, right? And those are the things that people don't think about. But, I don't want to say too much when I'm not campaigning because it's just hot air for nobody,
Okay. Okay. Hold on a second. Sorry about cutting you off. But let me ask you this. Why?
Get rid of them.
I mean, don't you think that whenever you are targeting 2021,
yeah,
you're also targeting a party?
Yes. What about it?
Because all of a sudden you are political.
Yeah. What about it?
Yes, and America is not a political.
Well, immigration law is immigration law. If I choose to target A, B, and C in that order, there's nothing wrong with that. It's not political.
Yeah, I know. America's over the law. I mean.
Okay. So here, what if I put 2016? Is that okay?
2016,
Yeah.
you also targeted him.
Exactly. See, it wouldn't be political because I just believe that is fair. I believe that we had illegal immigration before. I get it. I own that, and I know that eventually it will be taken care of. But the problem that I have and the urgency is we had a mass migration, illegal migration in this country.
Yes.
And that's why I'm saying it that way. It's not a political thing. It's just I am trying to tackle those.
That's why I said everybody will look at it as political because you're targeting Biden, and also if you go the other way, you're targeting what the other one did. Everybody looks political.
No, but you're missing the point. Listen to what I said. We're gonna first of all, every single one of illegal immigrants should be out of this country. I said that. Okay, but what I want you to understand is I'm trying to break this out. So I know that every single one should be out, but that doesn't mean that I'm going to leave everybody to hang out to dry. I do want to prioritize the criminals, 2021, but 2020, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, all the way down to the 90s, they're also going to get deported. All I'm saying is we're going to try to crack harder, and then we're going to go as far back as we can. But I really believe that we should give a path to citizenship in the form of a green card to those who already have a DACA or a TPS in hand pending a criminal background check. That's all.
Yeah.
Does that make more sense?
Yeah, but
So how about if I just get rid of the 2021 and I just say I'm going to deport every single mofo? Is that better? Okay,
Yeah,
I'm with you. Okay, I'll do that then.
Yeah, you're still going political.
It's just I'm following immigration law.
It's political. A lot of people go political, and that's stupid. To me, it's stupid.
I don't know. You're saying it. Stop giving them ideas. They probably didn't even see that until you said it.
It's stupid because everybody goes political. Even newscasts and politics, they all go political. I mean, here's the thing. Why not say, I'm going to go check. We're going to bring everybody that hasn't have a legal status in this country. We're going to bring everybody, and we're going to run your...
Wait. Let me pause you. I like where you're going with this. Remember this. We have a limit of how many people can be accepted. You have to understand that.
Yes, I know.
Okay. With that, go ahead.
Yeah, let's bring everybody.
Okay.
That your state, Washington State.
Yeah.
Washington State. I'm going to bring everybody. Curfew if you must. Bring everybody.
Okay.
I want your fingerprints. I want to know who I have.
Okay. And then?
Okay. And then if you don't qualify because you have a hiccup, then I'm gonna determine if you are good for my state or not.
Okay.
Because
and then what?
And then what?
And then how many?
Get rid of the people that have criminal records. DUI is bad. DUI. If you have one DUI and then all of a sudden you have two DUIs, you know what? F you.
Yeah.
Die.
Okay.
You know, you're not just putting yourself in jeopardy. You're putting a lot of people in jeopardy regardless of their status. I mean, one lost life is enough.
Okay.
So no, you gotta go.
Now,
we don't need you here. We have our jails full of people that we cannot get rid of it because they're our citizens.
I'm planning on making a new jail. Oh, they're gonna hate this because there's gonna be millions of dollars of taxpayers going to it. But that won't happen unless maybe I run for a second term if I'm successful the first time, and I will probably bring that up. But I need to make sure the economy is settled in correctly. And then the other thing that I want you to add to that is there is a limited amount of people, up to 1 million. How am I going to go with grabbing the best people in here? This is why I give you dates.
First of all, you have to look at your chart.
Yeah.
Maybe 1 million is going to cut off to 500.
No. There's more than one in Washington. Believe me, I want 1 million people here in Washington State to become residents. But how far? This is why I'm distinguishing the dates. It's not a political thing because I know that I'm going to go all the way back to DACA and TPS. Everybody else is getting deported. But if we get DACA and TPS to go under that number, depending on how well the campaign runs, once I'm in office, and if we're starting to see some positive trickling effects of money being positive instead of being wasted and taxes being cut, corporations coming back, I think that we can determine, okay, we can take another 100,000, 200, etc.
Well,
it's a process.
The thing about your state is, you as a Republican and a
American.
Actually, Trump supporter.
Once he endorses me, I'll be a Republican. Right now, I'm just an American, independent American.
No, you're not independent. I'm independent.
No, tú eres independejo. I'm independent here. It wasn't. Te agarré, ¿verdad, cabrón? You didn't see that one coming, did you?
I did it. All of a sudden, he sucked my dick.
Whoa, hey, man. Sometimes I get kids on here, bro. They're supposed to be 18-year-old and older, but hey, you got to say that thing in Spanish, cabrón.
So the thing is that okay, here's the question. I know what you want. I know what your goals are.
Yeah.
Now here's the thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're going uphill against a Democrat state.
70%.
Are you willing to work with them?
Of course, 100%. But they got to know my policies.
They have a different agenda than you.
Not the agenda. It depends on the policies that they want. We're going to fight policies.
Agenda is policies for them.
Yeah. But depends on the policies that they have is what I'm saying. So you can make an agenda on the policies that you have. An agenda just means like a schedule, a fight or whatever, appointment. But what I'm saying is if they're going to go, my philosophies, my policies will be laid out for everybody to see. Okay. If they ask me questions, then we can be flexible.
Let me give you an example. You say, I'm going to get rid of all illegals on my state, and this is not going to be a sanctuary city.
Yeah, sanctuary city, correct.
But I also, I'm going to do a path for for people to stay on this country. Well, first of all, you're not running the country; you're running a state.
Correct. That's why I enforce myself on cooperating and having a great relationship with the federal government and the President of the United States of America.
Yeah, exactly. As long as he's
because they're in charge of it. I mean, I can just say here, sir, or ma'am, or whoever the next president is going to be. I'm here. I want to work with you. I know that you're going to do this. I got your back, and I will fight with you. This is what I need in my state. This is what I want.
Yeah, but I also, somebody might came out and said, well, Sir Dennis, I know you're the government or whatnot. I mean, our elections are ruled under the Constitution, under the state, not the government.
Yeah. Yeah, well, I got my Constitution of Washington State, but the Constitution of Washington State tells me that the Constitution of the United States of America supersedes the Constitution of the of Washington. So there is a thing that I can do to be able to comply. If I need help with getting rid of criminals in my city, in my state, I am going to make sure that I use the National Guard. And if that's too much money for us to handle, hey, federal government, how are you? I need some help. You send them, and then I will be saying, yes, thank you so much for your help.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Will you think that a homeless is a criminal?
No, but I do believe on what
drugs,
I do believe on.
drugs.
Yeah, I do believe in this. Cutting Edge has given me bring asylums back. I believe in that. Number two, the government that we have right now, you already know this, right? They encourage drug use. They call it safe use, protecting our citizens. So if you're a drug addict...
You should follow the law. Come and get him a beer with me. I want a beer. You should drink it with me.
Man, it's so expensive to fucking go all the way down where you are, fool. But one day I will. Even though I don't drink anymore, I will have that beer. And I'm willing to have a beer with anybody that wants to talk to me about helping this country. And, well, in this case, my state.
As an independent, when I heard that one, I was like, oh my God. I was scratching my forehead. I'm like, oh, so you want me to do drugs with somebody that does drugs so I can support him?
Yeah.
Fuck off.
Yeah, that's what they say. That's what they say. Yeah.
No.
So I'm against that. And just think about it. I want to know. This because I haven't found out. I haven't found the information anywhere. I want to know how much money do we make as government from drugs, or how much money is being sold in drugs for legal use. Baba thought that you were a woman. He must have seen your mangina. Nah, he's a very Salvadorian man. Believe me, he's a man. Not that I checked the hardware, but I can tell he's not a woman.
I will be like, are you really a man?
Hey, my speak.
Just because you have an oversized clit doesn't mean you're a man.
Hey, Mindspeak says, Robert says, tell Mindspeak to let you carry on. He's worse than a woman. Oh, shit. Too much drama, man. Robert has it for you, bro. Damn.
Maybe I am. I'm worse than a woman because I cannot give birth.
He's confused.
I will give birth better people than you.
Sometimes he's in the bathroom and he thinks he is giving birth, so he don't know.
Yes, exactly. You know what? Hey, don't let me go with it.
All right, fool. Thanks for your call, man. Let me play a couple of clips over here.
Go ahead, brother. Hey, I'm glad to talk to you. You know me.
Yeah, nah, man, I love you. I want to give you shit because when you misbehave, I got to slap you around and call you Susan for a little bit before you come to your senses.
Hey, slap me around, but as long as you give me a reach around, I'm fine.
Man, we will sit together in person one day, brother.
All right, brother.
Be good. Have a good night.
All right.
Late. That's my Salvadorian brother, or brother from another mother, as they say, which I actually think that saying is a little bit weird. But, you know, just for shits and giggles, as they say. Welcome, everybody that's coming into the chat. We have lost about 1,000 people. We are down to 50-something people watching this fantastic live. Only true supporters put up with the nonsense that comes through my channel. There is some news here from the Strait of Hormuz standoff. Trump demands global allies to take action. I will say this. I read in a post on X. Where did my post go? Oh, shoot. Here we go. Let's see. Those plans are now dead. Okay, let me see. I think it's this one right here. Let's see. The United States of America has beaten and completely decimated Iran, both military, economically, and in every other way. I don't know if I agree with that statement yet. I mean, he knows more than I do, but I do know that sometimes we exaggerate just a little bit too much. As a matter of fact, if I have any advice to give President Trump right now, the way that I would say is the United States of America has beaten and just verily used any of the military power that the United States of America is capable of delivering to Iran and to any of our enemies who dare cross our path and want war against us. That's what I would have said. But he says completely decimated Iran, both military, economically, and in every other way. But the countries of the world that receive oil through the Hormuz Strait must take care of that passage. And we will help a lot. Now, I'm going to dissect this comment because this is exactly what I have been talking about. People on the left side of the aisle, Robert, control yourself. Let comments go. I need to be able to see them. One of the things that I have been saying is this. People on the left, they always seem to criticize Trump negatively when he is doing a lot of great things. I get it. You don't like him. I know. You're libtard. Got it. But when he does do good things, they don't acknowledge. And they still are not part of the solution. So I've been saying this about the Hormuz Strait. What happened? How come England, the UK, how come NATO, how come the countries that also benefit from the oil, how come they're not over there defending it? How come they're not over there doing some, searching for mines or activating mines that have been set and laid? Come on. Where are you? You can't just pretend that only we are responsible for everything. At some point, you got to get involved. If you're on the left and you are not allowing us to do the work, all you got to do, if you don't like it, is shut the hell up and get out of the way. Very simple. Very simple. The U.S. will also coordinate with those countries so that everything goes quickly, smoothly, and well. This should have always been a team effort, and now it will be. It will bring the world together toward harmony, security, and everlasting peace. President Donald J. Trump. Let's take a listen here. Little clip from Fox, Kevin Hassett.
Do a lot of harm to the... First of all, it's not going to last for months. President Trump's team has briefed us that it's going to be 4 to 6 weeks, beginning 2 weeks ago, and that we're ahead of schedule. And so, second, if it did last for a long time, it wouldn't really do a lot of harm to the U.S. economy. Now, certainly there'd be pocketbook issues that we'd have to address, but the bottom line is that the U.S. produces so much oil that you can't really get GDP to go negative with an oil shock the way you could in the 70s. So we're in a very strong position, but it's really heightened the strength by the fact that we've got a productivity boom from artificial intelligence, we've got a capital spending boom because of the big, beautiful bill, and we've...
He just mentioned AI technology. One of the companies that is almost out of here, Washington State, is Microsoft software, AI use. A lot of AI is being pushed away from Washington State, so to speak. They just passed a 10% income tax. 10%. This is libtards at its best. 10% tax increase. Tell me which corporation is going to love that on top of the other taxes that have been raised on them. Payroll tax, excise tax, BO tax, every kind of tax that you can think of. It's almost 58% tax increase in this new government that we have in Washington State. That is crazy. Who the hell is going to want to stick around? I'm concerned. I'm hoping that some executive orders will reverse these things. I really hope so. Just like the court has said yes, just like the House passed it, but it still needs the governor's signature to actually be legal. I hope an executive order can reverse that. I will fix everything this moron is doing wrong to Washington State.
Got incomes growing the fastest we've seen since back around 2018. And so all the fundamentals of our economy are really, really strong. If Iran thinks that they're going to get President Trump to back down because they're going to make our economy weak, then they just don't understand economics. First of all, it's not going to last for months.
All right. I don't know how long it's going to last, but we can go farther. All right. That's all I got from my X account. I don't have anything that I want to go over here. But I do want to play this Fox News clip.
Joining us now, Mike Waltz, U.S. Ambassador to the United Nations. Ambassador, welcome to Fox News Sunday.
Thanks, Shannon. Good to be with you.
Okay, so I want to start with this. You've worn the uniform. You've been a troop on the ground. So I want to get your take on this conversation that may be necessary in order to get to the enriched uranium we believe Iran has.
Since it took so long to answer, Avitala, if that is the case, we're going to go ahead and extend it. It's that simple. So number one, if I go in there, the tax cuts is not going to be just for the rich. It's going to be tax cuts. You have to understand something. If you do tax cuts for corporations, companies like Amazon, products, grocery stores, etc., you have to understand something. If you give them tax cuts, they have to lower the price of their product, of their service. And this is something, you can't just say tax cuts. No, there's got to be an agreement. There's got to be some negotiation. What can you do to help? I don't want people to be losing this. I don't want to be losing that. I want to know what you can do to help. And I want to make it as attractive as I can for those corporations to happen. So it's, if you lower the taxes, if you get rid of some taxes of, let's say, for example, gas, we're paying over $1.40 per gallon. You guys bitch and complain about 10 cents, even 78 cents being raised because of the tariffs or this war that's going on. But you don't say nothing about $1.40 being raised just for the hell of it, just because I need to spend more money in my budget. Think about that logic. If you're going to fight me on something legitimate. But this is ridiculous. So with that being said, we need to take some of those taxes back. Tax cuts on that as well. Transit does not need to take $600 of my tabs for my car. I don't use transit. Not my responsibility. And I'm talking as a citizen. Why should I charge you when you don't have the use of transit? When you vote for taxes, the Americans, you Washingtonians, you vote for the taxes. If I say, hey, we're going to raise 10 cents, and this 10 cents, we have 8 million people here, this 10 cents is going to be a raise from all the other taxes that we're already collecting. We're going to go ahead and use this, some for the fire department, some for the police department. You know what? We're going to raise another 10 cents on this tax so that we can get this for that. And you can vote. If you vote no, it doesn't happen. The other thing is that one of the biggest tasks that I think that has to be done is to find out where the money is going. If we don't know where the money is going, we're never going to fix the problem. So what is the first thing that I want to do? I want a list of all the NGOs, and I want an audit of where all this money went. None of this BS that we don't know where it is. You're going to give me the budget and where the money went. I want to know where that went, and I am going to have some people that are very good with numbers and that will help me find where the taxpayer dollars have gone. Who has been overcharging us for services? Who has been taking advantage of the people's tax money? That's what I want. I want transparency. And nobody is overseeing anything. They're just asking for more taxes, more money in their pockets. Nobody knows that they're stealing. They don't care about investigating fraud. The new mayor has put a block on investigating fraud. Well, guess what? When I go in there, we're going to put an executive order that this is going to be mandatory. Everybody needs to tell me where the money that the taxpayers are giving us, where is it going? Full accountability. And I got a new merch coming up. If you agree with it, let me know. And I will be selling hats. It's going to be transparency. And I forgot what the other half of that is. But I will be wearing them on the show. If you guys want to, I will be running these on the campaign. And I will use them to raise money. So hopefully you guys are willing to go ahead and help with that. And hey, you know what? There's a lot of things that I want to do. I'm not campaigning yet, so I can't really make official talks about it. But once I do, I will let you guys know in detail everything that I plan on doing. And it's not going to be just me. There's going to be a treasurer. There's going to be a secretary. There's going to be an attorney general. I hope that we get a good lieutenant governor, somebody that's going to work with me, somebody that's going to exercise everything that I plan on exercising. And yes, doggone it, I will take my 3 weeks vacation every year, whether you like it or not. I believe that we're going to have a great lieutenant governor because once I get to talking with a person, man or female, it doesn't matter. I hope that we are on the same page when it comes to helping the American people. Believe me, there's a lot of times where lieutenant governors don't get used in government. Well, I'm going to use the hell out of mine. And that I hope that we can work together to make a great team to bring Washington State back to its greatness, to where once we had. So make Washington great again. There's that. Okay, but that's not my slogan. My slogan is going to be make the change. Okay, and I don't care if you're a Democrat, if you're a Republican. I want you to fight for your state. I want you to fight for your country. I want you to fight for your family. And remember this, no bullying. Your side is no better than the other side. Your rights don't trump other people's rights. You have the freedom of religion. You do not get to impede that. You do not get to obstruct it. If there is a Christian, thing going out in the public park, you need to shut the hell up and let it be. You want to protest? No loudspeakers. There can be an executive order for that. I am pretty sure. I will want you to respect each other's rights. I am coming in the middle, sort of like me coming between my children. I don't care who started it. You're both getting a whooping. So either you get along or you both get in trouble. Very simple. There's a couple of other things that we will roll out, but I'm still thinking about it. And I want to make sure that that's something that's going to be very smart. I plan on talking with a lot of religious figures. And I want to see not just Christians, a lot of religious figures. And I want them to know that their freedom of their First Amendment right is always going to be there, but you have to do what is right for this country, this state. If you are planning on destroying it, you're out of my city, you're out of my state. I will not stand for that. And the argument will be that they are going to be either with or for, or they're not going to be against our state, our residents, our American citizen rights, that they have to have the freedom of religion without impeding with the law. And you guys know why I'm saying that. But I don't want to talk too much about that until I actually get a written speech so that every single one of you guys can understand what the hell is going on through my mind. Yes, I can't wait to have a secretary that will write all this for me and will fix all my grammar in English and put it in the right words. And yes, Gavin Newscomb, I can read a teleprompter. Oh, man, that was the best one. Anyways, too much ranting over here. Let's listen to the clip.
Well, look, the Pentagon's job, Secretary Hegseth, Chairman Dan Kane, is to provide options to the president, to have forces that are trained, equipped, in position and ready for whatever he chooses to do as commander-in-chief. President Trump is ever going to take options off the table. And I can tell you, as a former special operator, we have forces that are dedicated to handling WMD all over the world, should we have to seize it from a rogue nation or otherwise. But what I can tell you, I'm confident, is that this isn't going to be another 2003 Iraq. There are not going to be hundreds of thousands of troops occupying urban areas somewhere. Certainly not Tehran. But if the president has to dedicate limited options, very focused, very targeted options, I'm confident that's something that the Pentagon, an option that the Pentagon can and will provide him.
Well, to this issue of the enriched uranium that we know about, is it possible to declare an end to this or some sort of victory or mission accomplished short of getting control of that?
Well, again, there's all kinds of options that President Trump can choose. There's diplomatic options. There's the options of seizing it. We'll see what he decides to do with the Iranian leadership, however that turns out. But at the end of the day, he's made it clear that Iran can never have a nuke. And I just want to reemphasize, President Trump has been clear on that point for many years in his 2016 campaign, his 2020 campaign, his 2024 campaign. You would think from all the critics out there that he just kind of invented this red line. In fact, he's been very clear on it. And I think one of the things that the American people wanted when they re-elected President Trump was a commander-in-chief that lives up to his red lines, unlike his predecessors in Presidents Obama and Biden. So he's been very clear on that point. And we've seen now by Iran's behavior in shooting in all directions, in threatening its neighbors, in attacking civilian infrastructure, in attempting to hold the world's energy supplies hostage. One could only imagine if they were doing that under their own nuclear umbrella. It's an unacceptable threat to the United States and the world, and President Trump's taken decisive action to make sure that doesn't happen.
Well, and I would note it's a point of bipartisan agreement in many ways. Democrats have for decades also been saying that Iran cannot have a nuclear weapon, at least not the current regime. I want to turn to the Straits.
And Shannon, could I just make one additional point? It's also been a consistent point for the entire world in the United Nations. The UN Security Council has been passing resolution after resolution, sanction after sanction at the UN, stating that Iran can never have a nuclear weapon and taking every measure necessary. And then just this last week, we saw an UN record: 135 countries stand with the Gulf Arabs to condemn Iran on the global stage for its atrocious actions in attacking civilians, hospitals, hotels, ports, infrastructure, airports. And I think that's incredibly important to point out how isolated Iran is. And oh, by the way, Russia and China, which had a chance to veto this resolution, stood back, did nothing, and abstained.
Well, and we know its point of leverage is obviously the Strait of Hormuz, and that is something that continues to be in contention. The president put out on Truth Social yesterday, in part, he says this, that hopefully China, France, Japan, South Korea, the UK, and others that are affected will send ships to the area. There are reports overnight, too, that the UK may have some mine detection drones that may get involved. Any update on where some of those partners may be on actually physically assisting in the Straits?
Well, you know, Shannon, another important point that I think is getting kind of lost in the noise here, 80% of the oil that's coming out of the Gulf is heading to Asia. Actually, thanks to President Trump's energy dominance agenda, only 7, 8, 9% is coming to the United States. So it's absolutely correct for President Trump to call on the world to come help make sure their energy supplies are secure. Enough is enough with Iran holding the world hostage. And again, this goes back many, many decades. You can go back to the 1980s with the tanker, what was called then the tanker wars, and you had France, the United Kingdom, even back then the Soviet Union, escorting its tankers out the last time Iran tried to shut down the Straits of Hormuz. So again, you know, I mean, we have to take a step back. President Trump has had enough with admiring this problem. He's had enough with the Iranian regime holding the world hostage in so many ways, either with its missiles, with the Straits, with, God forbid, with a nuclear weapon. And he's calling upon the world to take care of this problem once and for all.
Well, the Strait obviously ripples through the global economy and certainly here at home. Folks have a lot of questions as they're heading to the gas pumps, that looking for that relief in sight. We know there are a lot of moving parts there. Ambassador, thank you very much.
I like how people come into my channel like this. They're this expert war strategist, expert economist, and they think they know better, like they would do a better job. You guys can't even fix your own damn problems at home, and you want to come over here and tell people how to run the country and how to do this and that with peace or war. You guys have no idea what the hell you're talking about. You know, at least I can tell you is this: I have no certainty of how long this war is going to be. I have no certainty of what else is going to be affected by it. But I can tell you this: I am not the expert on war. We have a Secretary of War. We got generals in charge. We got a president that is willing to take action. And that's all we can do. And all you libtards that come in here saying all these things like you know better than the president, like you know better than the administration. You guys allowed Biden to do all this bull crap in the administration. And listen, it doesn't matter what you say. You guys were a disaster. You guys were a disaster in the last administration. So how about you help us do our job better? How about you go against these libtard Democrat Congress people and senators and tell them to shut the hell up and do what they're paid to do? Stop these stupid games of shutting down the government. Let's be honest. We don't need Congress. Congress is a waste of dollars. Congress shouldn't exist. We should just get rid of them. Period. Let them get a regular job. Schumer, sick and tired of these people just making hundreds of thousands of dollars playing politicians. Over there just talking nonsense. People call me a grifter. Well, I want to see my money. If that's right, I want to see my money. Where's it at? Where's it at? Where's the proof that I am a grifter? Go ahead and tell me. Where's my money at? Exactly. Let's take a listen to McEnany on CNN, and let's see what we got going here. What you got, sister? Let us know.
It's been a tragic 2 weeks with terror-related incidents across the country, but just as alarming as the attacks are the media coverage which seeks to downplay them and thus undermine them. Now, starting in Virginia, a convicted ISIS supporter opened fire at Old Dominion University, killing an ROTC officer. The attack was stopped when a cadet fatally stabbed the gunman, preventing even more carnage. The FBI is investigating it as terrorism, but MS Now says President Trump is to blame.
Of course.
There has been questions, real significant, meaningful questions about whether this administration has its eyes on keeping the American public safe.
You have to wonder fundamentally about the degree to which this White House, which has been caught completely flat-footed on a war of choice, really has the personnel in place and actually the interest in keeping Americans safe.
Then there's New York. 2 men have been charged with attempting to carry out an ISIS-inspired attack after they attempted to detonate 2 explosive devices at a protest. Well, here's how CNN characterized it, quote, 2 Pennsylvania teenagers crossed into New York City Saturday morning for what could have been a normal day, enjoying the city during abnormally warm weather. But in less than an hour, their lives would drastically change as the pair would be arrested for throwing homemade bombs during an anti-Muslim protest outside of Mayor Zoran Mamdani's home. The post was later deleted, with CNN saying it violated their editorial standards. At the same time, the Philadelphia Inquirer described one of the suspects as a, quote, internet-savvy entrepreneur. It doesn't end here at home. When Iran's supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei, was assassinated, the Washington Post described him as a man with a, quote, bushy white beard and an easy smile who enjoyed poetry and classic literature. You cannot make this up.
You gotta be kidding me, right? You see that? Do you see why? Do you see why we have to fight so hard? You guys paint actual terrorist dictators. It's a bushy white beard and easy smile. That's an old man, so kind. This is the problem. This is why I have no respect for libtards. None. None whatsoever. You come in here and you insult our president as if you have no sin in your life. You come and insult our president as if you are a law-abiding citizen, which you're not because you support illegal immigration. You people are unbelievable. I don't even know if I can help you. I really don't know if I can help you. I will still try, but I really don't know if I can help you. You guys are unbelievable.
And let's not forget the Maryland man hoax.
Yeah, I remember that.
Trump administration to return the Maryland father who was mistakenly deported to El Salvador's notorious prison.
The Maryland father.
The Maryland father.
The Maryland father.
He will not return the Maryland father.
Maryland father.
The Trump administration claims it is not required to bring back Kilmar Abrego Garcia, the Maryland father wrongfully deported to a notorious prison in El Salvador.
Fox News contributor Joe Concha joins me now. Joe, why do they do it every single time?
Oh,
yep,
that's an excellent question, Kelly. It just makes no sense. I mean, we were told under the previous administration, by the way, and the previous AutoPen president, that white men were the biggest threat to this country, and legacy media went along with it. And
what do you think has triggered jobless, unemployment, I'll give you a chance. There's two things that I'm going to argue with. Tell me what has caused unemployment to rise and people to not want to work. Think about that, and I'll come back to you.
To that great montage you just put together, in the past 2 weeks, legacy media is proving that once again, stupidity is not a handicap for some in this business. I mean, they're attempting to sugarcoat these homicidal Islamic extremists and who they really are. I mean, did you see Jake Tapper this week? He said we didn't know the motivation or the politics of the Michigan synagogue attacker who was clearly targeting Jewish children and hates America. That's what the motivation was. Those were his politics. And by the way, this isn't a new thing either. Remember after Qasem Soleimani, who's responsible for hundreds of U.S. military deaths, was taken out by President Trump in his first term, and the Washington Post in their obituary called him an austere religious scholar who loved to play soccer as a child. I mean, it would be like reading about Jeffrey Dahmer being, I don't know, a chef who was a victim of a fatal prison attack, now being remembered as a creative culinary genius. I mean, it's just so very wrong, Callie, and I can't definitively answer your question except that it's almost anti-American. It is at this point when you're sugarcoating bad guys and trying to make them out to be good guys like Santa Claus in the case of Khomeini.
Yeah, and it's dangerous because I've seen many media outlets literally carrying Iranian state propaganda on the airwaves. It is so insidious. It is so dangerous what they do. And I want to talk about CNN for a moment because they've had a rough week. I mean, Abby Phillips suggested that the bombs were being wielded at Zoran Mamdani specifically. She had to apologize on X. Then she had to apologize on her
She said moron.
show. And then there was this egregious falsehood that was told on Caitlin Collins' show. Roll the tape.
He has spent $15 million in 1 month for ribeye steak, $6.9 million for lobster tail, $225 million for furniture. He spent more in the month of September than most countries on earth spend in their defense.
Paul, do you believe
all for himself? Lobster tails?
Do you believe
while our troops are eating MREs?
No. Do you believe the Secretary of Defense is personally eating all the lobster?
Well, he
it's
can't
for
eat
the
16
troops.
I mean, it was for the troops. This is easy to track. But Paul Begala, I guess, just didn't do his research.
Yeah, Paul Begala, like, wasn't he a thing back in the 90s? What's he even still doing on the air? And yeah, all these videos came out after Scott Jennings in the same clip said, internet, do something. And then all of these soldiers put out videos of them literally eating lobster and steak before going off to war. So yeah, this takes, with the internet these days, Callie, I don't know, 15 seconds to research that before you make a donkey of yourself on national television. But again, Paul Begala, once again, proving that Rock Bottom has a basement, apparently.
It does have a basement. Yeah, and there's actually artificial intelligence, which will not only give you the answer, but like link you to the sources. It is fairly easy in this day and age. It's not like going through it to a library and researching.
Thank you for that, McEnany. Truth. It's unbearable for those who are criminals.
Here to discuss is founder of earlyvoteaction.com, Scott Pressler. Great to see you. He's also known as one of the driving forces that helped President Trump win re-election. And I had the chance to meet you, Scott, on the campaign trail. You were doing your best in Pennsylvania, another state that was incremental in the win here. That was big, huge for President Trump. But I want to ask you here about this. According to this new poll, 77% of Americans think that proof of citizenship should be required to vote. That's a big number, 77%. Meanwhile, some Republicans in Congress, you've got many of them, Brandon Gill of Texas is just one example, threatening to oppose all Senate-passed legislation until the upper chamber advances the Save America Act. Talk to me about this. I mean, you do a lot of the groundwork. You go into these states. What's your take on all of this?
Well, thank you for having me back. In 2024, the American people duly elected a completely majority Republican government. And here we are nearly 1.5 years in, and the American people demand and expect results. I want to make it clear, Speaker Mike Johnson and the Republican House are doing its job. They are passing bill after bill after bill, including 3 times the SAVE Act / Save America Act. And so now it's being stalled in the Senate. The House wants it. The president is advocating for it. And I want to give a shout out because you just mentioned Brandon Gill. He said he's a no on any Senate legislation until the Save America Act is passed. Anna Polina Luna is playing hardball, saying she won't even vote for FISA unless the Save America Act is attached to it.
Right.
Derek Van Orden, Brandy Fine out of Florida. All of these Republican House members are making it clear if the Senate is not going to do its job, then any Senate legislation is not going to move forward in the House. And I think that is the pathway forward.
Yeah, and you work for the Republicans and trying to get people registered to vote. How much do you think
Yes.
that this, if this were to pass, how much do you think that this would help?
It would just happen in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. We had an illegal alien by the name of Mahadi Sacco registered since 2005, an illegal alien, and he's voted in the last 5 presidential elections. That
But illegals can't vote.
means that his illegal alien vote diluted another American citizen's vote. We're seeing illegal alien voting in Arizona. We're seeing illegal alien voting in Michigan. I want to make that evident. This is not Republican. This is not Democrat. This is about fairness and equality. And any fraudulent vote discounts a legal, lawful American vote. As you mentioned, this has national popularity across all demographics. It's time the Senate get its act together, and I welcome Senate Majority Leader Thune bringing the Save America Act to the Senate floor for debate.
Tell me about the good work that you do. I know that you're part of the last election cycle. I mean, you did a lot of groundwork. Tell me what you're doing now.
I love our organization, earlyvoteaction.com. We have over a dozen staff right now in the Commonwealth of Pennsylvania. Would love for you to join us at that website, earlyvoteaction.com. We're still continuing to register voters at truck stops and fraternity houses and farms and fairs and festivals, gun shows.
Yeah.
And I want to let you know that we're expanding into the great state of Nevada. And so you're going to see Early Vote Action help to make sure that Nevada becomes a red state going into the 2026 and 2028 elections.
Absolutely. Scott Pressler, thank you again for coming on.
You know, I wonder if there could be some room in the just being sarcastic. I wonder if there could be some room on these big Navy ships for them to actually fish while they're out there in the ocean. Is there any room to bring in some sea life into the kitchen of our American soldiers and our navies and our Marines and everybody? I think that we should have corporations, big corporations, especially food industry corporations, that would donate a lot of good food for our soldiers. With that being said, hey, Cutting Edge is back at being the stream bus chat of the channel. And with that, I will take a break. I'll be right back. 1 minute. We'll continue. big boss, El Jefe, El Patron, Cutting Edge, always represented. Thank you for so much for your monetary support. Appreciate it. And every single one of you patrons who are members of my channel, thank you so much for that support. You know, we've been doing this live for how long? Today, on a Sunday, by the way. 5 hours and 47 minutes, it says. Almost 6 hours, non-stop. Not one of you mofos have said, hey, Dennis, don't you need a break? You've been live all day today on a Sunday. How about you take a break? Nobody cares. Everybody is a slave driver. You just want me to keep working and working and working and don't care about my breaks. All right, anyway. Let's see. Thank you guys for liking, for subscribing. We are actually past 17,800. We are now at 17,907 of you subscribers in here. I will probably lose like another 10 because not everybody wants to have a bunch of subscriptions. I get it. But if you are subscribing to my channel, thank you so much. You guys are huge help, and I appreciate it. Let me see if we have any live news here today, Sunday. Let's see. Let's take a look. Let me see who. You know what? I agree and disagree with Stephen A. sometimes. Steve Alvarez, the Moron Show, he says. Thanks for stopping by. Peace out. How do you cut edge if it's already the end? Where's Trinity? Any updates? Nope. And I'm actually getting worried about her because she has not replied to my messages or my voicemails. I'm starting to feel like a psycho who is, I don't know, maybe I'll fly to her house and knock on the door and see what's going on. See what's up. By the way, I need to know what Tennessee looks like because apparently some corporations like Starbucks are leaving Seattle to go to Tennessee. Now, they're not saying that they're leaving, but they are putting a corporate office in Tennessee, and they have hinted that they might be leaving Washington State. As a matter of fact, they closed about 5 of their Starbucks locations. You know what? Speaking of, that's actually pretty good. Let me see. What Starbucks locations in Seattle are being closed? Let's take a look. Let's take a look. All right, based on an announcement on this March, of course, Starbucks is closing 5 locations in Seattle. In Seattle. These closures are reportedly based on financial performance and customer experience, affecting both unionized and non-unionized stores. So we have a store on Madison Street, University Way, Harrison Street, Sandpoint Way, and Minor Avenue. Now, with that being said, let me look at a video that I've shown you before. Let's see. Where are you, my little pigeon? They probably got rid of it, to be honest, but let's see. Joins protest. How's that? All right, check this out. You heard what I've read. The zinc roofer always says that I am lying, but let's take a listen. Let me see. It's going to be on Facebook. Let me make sure it comes up. Let's see. Where the hell is the sound?
And they deserve better than empty promises and corporate union busting. That is why I am proud to stand with union baristas in their fight for a fair contract and for a union. That is why I am proud to join them on their picket line and proud to say loud and clear, I am not buying Starbucks and you should not either. And I would like to close with a message to Starbucks. This is your hometown and mine. Seattle's making some changes right now. And I urge you to do the right thing. Because in Seattle, when workers' rights are under attack, what do we do? When workers' rights are under attack, what do we do? When workers' rights are under attack, what do we do? Because this is your city. Thank you very much.
Seattle Starbucks locations closing on April 2026. Seattle's Madison Street, University Way, Harrison Street, Sandpoint Way. This one is on Pike Street, so I'm surprised that's not in there. Oh, boy. Oh, boy, oh, boy, oh, boy. Keep calling me a liar. Tell me, what am I lying about? What am I lying about? Good point on the song. The reason why I have my own music is because I have the right to my music. I don't have the rights to the YMCA. Thanks for asking, Unique. You are unique. Yes, union works. They're always defending equal right wages for their members. And tell me there, Mr. Wise Guy, how much money does the union actually makes off these employees? Let's see. Well, why don't we look? Let's take a look. Well. Yeah, you wise guy, eh? That's right, a lot of money. Here we go. This is just something small, but why don't we go ahead and hit Seattle? That's my state. Let's see, what do we have here? Union worker wages averaging 8.9% to 12.4% higher than their non-union counterparts, I guess. That's how they collect the money. Let's see, in Seattle, the average salary for a union worker in Seattle is approximately about $39,595 per year. Listen, that's about $19 an hour, with a typical range between $38,000 and $43,650, according to salary.com. Seattle Alternative Resources say that is actually between $49,500 to $63,700. Now, I'm just spitballing here. How about we get rid of the unions and grab all those profits and give that to the employees. When I worked for AT&T Mobility, I was a stewardess. I'm sorry, I gotta eat while I'm doing my show. I was a stewardess, and my job, my position at AT&T Mobility, they were getting $5 just for me. $5 an hour just off of me. Why didn't those $5 just come to me straight? And, sorry, Dub, and I would work even harder. The more you pay me, the more loyal I am to the company, because this is a contract, so to speak, an agreement. You pay me, instead of $19 an hour, you pay me $24 an hour. I think that will be advantage to the employees. Yeah. Again, unions and those so-called employees who support union. I'm sorry, union people, but I'm sick and tired of the BS. You are destroying my state, and I'm going to go against you unless you change your ways and support me voting for the next governor. But think about this. Every employee at AT&T Mobility was represented by a union. Union 47, 43, I can't remember. It's in the 40s, I think. And for every employee, they were making $3 to $5 an hour. They're making $5 out of mine. $3 to $5 an hour per employee. Woo! You know what I'm saying? Uh-oh. Mind speak. He's still not drunk enough. I would say let's get rid of all of them, unions, and make working men decide how to manage their money without an agency. Hold on. No, Robert Davidson. No more increasing minimum wage. That's not the answer. Here's the thing. And I think this is fantastic. Minimum wage here in Seattle, I mean, in Washington, I believe is like up to, what is it, $15? Let's find out. Let's find out. Minimum wage in Seattle. Minimum wages, Seattle. All right. Holy smoke. Wait, what? Man, that shit went up. Guys, it's $21.30. $21.30. And no wonder I'm paying $20 freaking for my teriyaki. Damn. And this year, in 2026, is going to be $20.76 per hour. Bruh. That is a lot. Shit, Dubstock says $16.90 in California. Do you think it's a coincidence that Washington State just became the most expensive state tax-wise? We even surpassed California. Crazy. And people say I'm lying. Never gets old. People say I'm lying. If you're wondering, I eat everything on the apple except for the little stubby thingy here. Except for this. Everything else goes. I don't make that much garbage with my apples. Don't spam. Don't spam. That'll get you kicked out. Yeah, keep raising the minimum wage, and we'll all be making the same with higher prices. So here's the deal. And I'm going to give you just a small example on how it trickles down, okay? It trickles down like so. Minimum wage at McDonald's is $10 an hour. That's minimum wage. Is it a livable wage? No. Your meals, your value meals are $5. $5 an hour, $6 a meal. Sorry, $6 a meal. They raise from $10 to $20 minimum wage. These are jobs that are meant to be a bus stop, like my friend Mindspeak says. A bus stop, something temporary. Or a spot to make just a little extra money on the side. It's mainly for teenagers, to be honest, while they're in high school. And, you know, it's sad. It's sad that I see old citizens working at McDonald's. Whether they have, lack of education or they just can't afford their house anymore, the point stands. I do not feel, now guys, it's so much that we can go back and forth, negative, positive, on any issue that we address. But it could be that people retired, but they never saved money. They never had a 401k. They never looked into saving money for their retirement. They expected Social Security to be enough, which we all know that is never enough. You know, by the time that we retired, my Social Security, for example, it ain't going to do anything for me to be able to pay anything. And so here's the thing. They should not have to work, but they are working because they have to. And that's sad. They shouldn't, okay? Number one. With that being said, I think, as I was taught decades ago, if you want to make a good wage, if you want to make a good livable wage, you study harder for that. You educate yourself to go and get that, okay? Now watch, there's a catch. Or if you want to learn a trade, carpenter, photographer, etc., mechanic, etc. You can get these trades and you can make some money and you can say, well, I'm just not good for school. I'm a better worker, I want to make money with my hands. I want to be, this and that. The problem with that, and the catch is now that if you don't graduate high school, most likely you'll have a career at McDonald's. As you move to shift manager to regional manager, you'll be making some minimum wage money, okay? Some of them actually make okay money. Not good money, but okay, okay? And with that being said, you have the choice. If you cannot go through high school, college, or whatever to get the position as a doctor, as a whatever it is, right? And you want to take a trade to do your own business, which most likely a lot of Hispanics, we do, and Asians as well. We start our own business. Why do we start our own business? Because the wages that our education allows us to have is not enough. And some people find that even with the education or with the equivalent in experience, they know the boss is making bank and they're getting paid per hour. Some contractors have subcontractors. Those subcontractors have employees. So some subcontractors be getting $10,000 for a job that is 2 days. They pay $400, $600 in that day for that job. They just pocket over $8,000 for that one job. And so the employees, they see that, right? This is why we have a lot of painters. We have a lot of sheetrock. We have a lot of bricklayers. We have a lot of all these framers, etc. And the reason for that is because they have figured out that they make more money if they're business owners. And then I know, they hire illegal immigrants most of the time for these jobs. They get a fair wage to illegals, but they don't have to pay benefits. They don't have to pay insurance. They can have one or two legal, legitimate employees, and they can pay all that for them, but they will always abuse the illegals. It doesn't matter if you're Hispanic or Asian or whatever else. They will always abuse the illegals and will not pay them a fair wage. Now, I know some employers that do pay a fair wage even though they're illegal, but I'm going to tell you something. Once I become a governor, they better check that, and they better find the right people, and they better do the right thing. Otherwise, they don't get a tax cut, and they're going to get penalized, and who knows, maybe some jail time. With that being said, you think about these unions that we have here, and they are making money off of us, of every employee. That is a lot of money that you and I can have per hour. This is why I've always been against unions, okay? And the other thing that's bad about unions is that they command a lot of influence on the vote. And if you are a politician that gets sponsored by the union per se, most likely you're going to do things to please them and not the American people. Well, I would say this. Will I take, donations from anybody? Sure. Those who are legitimate, I will take donations from. But I am not promising to change my policies. I am not planning on compromising my beliefs and my work ethics and all that stuff. I feel that the salary is more than enough for a governor, that you shouldn't be persuaded by money. It just doesn't have that effect on me. I'm going to tell you, money is not my weakness. I'd rather be moneyless and give me a fishing pole and give me some tools so that I can do my own farming and my own fishing. That's it. It doesn't matter about my back hurting or the arthritis on it doesn't matter. I can manage to work the land to be able to feed my family, and I don't need money for that. So, it is a blessing to have the land and the house to build, to be able to just live off the land. So that money doesn't make me or break me, okay? And I hope that it actually is the same for many other people out there. Okay? So I am all for trade schools. I love trade schools. I think that if I would have had a trade school instead of going to regular high school, I would have been my own business owner, and who knows if I still will be in business, but nonetheless, I think that I would have been better off, maybe more established as a business, right, as time goes by. But the problem with that is now you are not longer rewarded. This is the catch. You are no longer rewarded if you become your own boss. I have it on my X, bro. But go ahead and send it anyway. Thank you, Cardenas. You're a big help, brother. I appreciate that. But now with all this BO tax, excise tax. Now, by the way, I think it's excise tax or BO tax, business. There is a tax that was illegal to impose on businesses, and these guys. You have to understand something. Bob Ferguson, the governor of Washington State, he's a lawyer. That's his career, to lie. That's his career. He's a professional lawyer. And I think that they play with the law. They play with the wording so that they can do unconstitutional things. And so they unconstitutionally raise a tax on the businesses. And you can talk to business experts about this. I'm not an expert, but I can tell you what I have observed. And then unconstitutionally, we have 11 times the people have voted no for an income tax. You know what the Democrats did now? They actually did not allow us to vote for the income tax because they know it's going to be a no. Instead, they unconstitutionally put it on the floor right away. They filibustered for how many hours, and then they went through the courts, of course, that are in the pockets of the Democrats, and then now the governor is signing in this new bill to raise a 10% tax on any corporation. Get this, and this is where the wording goes bad. The millionaire tax, they say. If you make a gross of $1 million, it doesn't matter if you have $250,000 worth of expenses, you are still paying an extra 10% on top of the payroll tax, on top of the BO tax, on top of the excise tax, on top of property tax, on top of sales tax, on top of stakeholders tax. You have all these taxes, gain tax, I think is what it's called on stocks. You know, you have all these stupid taxes. I don't have to be a tax expert to know that too many damn taxes is not good for anybody. And what I want is I want accountability for where my money's going. That's all we want. Tell us where it's going. They have no account. They have no idea where billions of dollars have gone as of today. I kid you not. I kid you not. As a matter of fact, let me see. I have a guy. Okay, I got your email, brother. Let's see. Did he put this on post? Let me see. Yeah, I got it. All right, here's the last post. Now, Cutting Edge is a big supporter of mine, so I like to give him priority. If you want me to give you priority on your comments, you got to put super chats. This is what I do for a living, guys. This is how you can support me, okay? And so I give Cutting Edge a lot of you can say favoritism. He's earned my favor. He supports me a lot. And so I listen to the news that he gives me. And in this case, I'm going to go ahead and read the last post from President Trump. Oh, and here's Mind Speak. I do a picnic for all my workers regardless, and at the end of the year, I gave them a Christmas party and a bonus besides $1,500 a week. Wow. Bro, can I come and work for you, bro? God damn. Hey, give me a call, man. Send me a text. I need to go work for MindSpeak. I need to go work for MindSpeak, man. Come on. All right, here we go. Here we go. This is the post that Cutting Edge wants me to read from President Trump. Iran has long been known as a master of media manipulation and public relations. They are militarily ineffective and weak, but are really good at feeding the very appreciative fake news, media, false information. Now, AI has become another disinformation weapon that Iran uses quite well, considering they are being annihilated by the day. They showed phony kamikaze boats shooting at various ships at sea, which looks wonderful, powerful, and vicious, but these boats do not exist. It is false information to show how tough their already defeated military is. The 5 U.S. refueling planes that were supposedly struck down and badly damaged, according to the Wall Street Journal's false reporting and others, are all in service, with the exception of one, which will soon be flying the skies. Buildings and ships that are shown to be on fire are not. It's fake. Fake media, fake news, generated by AI. For instance, Iran, working in close coordination with the fake news media, shows our great USS Abraham Lincoln aircraft carrier, one of the largest and most prestigious ships in the world, burning uncontrollably in the ocean. Wow. Not only was it not burning, it was not even shot at. Iran knows better than to do that. The story was knowingly fake, and in a certain way, you can say that those media outlets that generated it should be brought up on decimation for treason. Absolutely. For the decimation of false information. The fact is, Iran is being decimated, and the only battles they win are those that they create through AI. And are distributed by corrupt media outlets like CNN. Oh, wait, he didn't say that. I added the CNN. The radical left-wing's press knows this full well, but continues to go forward with false stories and lies. That's why their approval rating is so low, and I can win a presidential election in a landslide. Getting only 5% positive press. They have no credibility. I am so thrilled to see Brendan Carr, the chairman of the Federal Communications Commission, the FCC, looking at the licenses of some of these corrupt and highly unpatriotic news organizations. They get billions of dollars of free American airwaves and use it to perpetuate lies both in news and almost all of their shows, including the late night morons with libtards who get gigantic salaries for horrible ratings and never get, as I used to say in The Apprentice, fired. Thank you for your attention to this matter. President Donald J. Trump. Ah, man. Libtards, come on, man. At some point, you got to stop saying lies. At some point, you got to stop lying to the people. Hey, buddy. Okay, that's it. You're gone. I thought you were a patriot. I was mistaken. Get the hell out of my chat. Go to the corner and think about what you did wrong. Come back when you learn your lesson. Let's see what we got. Travis, Travis, you better be nice before you go to the corner. Travis says he wants to play Baba like Jake Paul. All right. Yeah, I try to give him a chance. Go to the corner. Think about what you did wrong. Chad, I can read better than you and whoever else your other illegal immigrants are next to you. MySpeak says, that's somebody else. We got a lot of EBT Dems in here. Man, I can't believe it, man. You guys never leered. Oh, man, my man. You stole my thunder, man. You stole my thunder. You libtards just never leer. I think you need to go back to the Leering Center and think about what classes you didn't take. What's going on here? The Minnesota Attorney General just perjured himself when I asked why he took campaign donations from the crooks who defrauded the U.S. taxpayer dollars for $200 million. What? Wait a minute. What is this? What's going on here? I must say, I got to see this. Let's take a look, guys. Here we go. Oh, man, come on.
You know, the other thing is whistleblowers. Do I have that correct? That's a yes.
Sir, you're aware of my job. You know the answer to that.
You're not going to answer my questions? Are we going to start this way? Are you the Attorney General of the state of Minnesota, yes or no?
You know the answer.
Mr. Ellison, you're in my courtroom now. You're under oath. So I suggest that you answer my questions. You the chief law enforcement officer of the state of Minnesota, yes or no? Let's try another question. Are you familiar with the $9 billion in historic fraud out of your state, including the $250 million in the Feeding Our Future program alone? Are you familiar with that? Don't turn to the pages in your book to get your potted answers. Are you familiar with it? Yes or no?
Yes, I am familiar with it.
Very familiar, aren't you? Because the people who ran the Feeding Our Futures program came to you in your official office in the state capitol December 11th, 2021, and asked for your help in getting investigators off their backs. They complained to you for upwards of an hour about state investigators going after them, and they begged you to help them. And you agreed to it, amazingly. And we know you did.
That's not
because
true.
it's all caught on tape.
Yeah, it is
Every
caught on-
single sentence is caught on tape. Here's what you said. Let's
And
take a look.
obviously you didn't
You
listen
said,
to the
it's not a
tape.
question. You said to them, send me the names of all these folks who are investigating them. You said to them, send me their names. And I'll take that list and I'll call the person over at Education who is investigating them and say, what's going on? Why am I getting these complaints? Then he went on to say, I already have my team working on this. What day should we get together to discuss it again? You made pledge after pledge to them. You said, we've got to make sure this guy who's investigating them stops it. You said, you have my attention. I'm concerned about this. You said, let's go fight these people, meaning the people who are investigating the fraud. Why'd you do it? Why'd you help them?
Wow. Are you going to let me answer?
Please. We're all ears.
So first of all, you're cherry picking quotes out of there.
Why did you help
I
them?
thought you were going to let me answer.
Why did you
Are you
help
going to let
them?
me answer?
Why did you help
You
them?
let me answer and I'll answer you.
Tell the truth and I'll let you answer.
I will tell the truth.
Good.
Let's do that.
That'd be a nice change. Why'd you help them?
No, now see, Mr. Chairman, I didn't come here to be insulted. I came here voluntarily.
You came here for the truth. Let's have it. Why did you help them? The quotes are here. They're in black and white, and every member of this audience can listen to the recording. It's 54 minutes long. It's all in public. You can Google it right now and listen to it.
And listen to it all.
Why'd you help them?
First of all, I didn't help them.
You did help them.
No, I did not. I certainly didn't.
You're saying you didn't do anything for them. You didn't.
Well, wait a minute.
I already have my team working on this again. That's not you?
I have
ventriloquist?
my team assisted with the information that led to the prosecution and conviction of these people.
No, you didn't. You didn't lift a finger to prosecute them. No, you did not.
No,
You didn't
because
lift a finger
it
to
was a
prosecute
federal
them.
prosecution.
You had, BS. You had whistleblowers come to you as early as 2019.
You're the one talking BS.
Hey, listen, it's my time.
Doesn't know what you're talking about, sir.
No, sir. You now have encountered the truth and you don't like it. Why'd you take their money? Why'd you take their money?
I didn't.
You took $10,000.
No, that's a false statement.
$10,000 9 days after the meeting.
False statement.
You took $10,000. Here's what happened. They went to your office. They solicited money from you. They solicited help from you.
That's also wrong.
They came to your office. It was your official office. You met with them for 54 minutes.
No, they didn't.
They asked you for help. You pledged it to them, and they talked repeatedly about money. In fact, it's all they talked about.
That's a lie.
Money, 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 money. They said, we will put our dollars in the right place. We will support candidates that will fight to protect our interests. You replied, that's right. They said, if you are securing your donor base and securing your power base, you can act the way you want. You replied, money is freedom. They said the amount of money circulating, I'm reading the transcript, the amount of money circulating in our community today is powerful, and we haven't realizing it in a meaningful way. And you said, give me the specifics. And 9 days later, you took $10,000 from people who were then indicted. It's in your reports. Why'd you do it?
Sir,
was it worth it?
You know what? This is a theatrical performance.
This is the truth. This is what accountability looks like, of which you've had none. You helped fraudsters defraud your state and this government of $9 billion, and you got a fat campaign contribution out of it. You ought to be indicted.
True. Well,
that's the truth.
I think we've made the point. Let's keep the tenor just
for the record.
I'll ask how I want.
He's lying, and that's the truth.
Oh no, this is all on the record, sir. Did you bother Did you bother to investigate where the money that you facilitated their fraud for, where it went? Do you know where it went, what it was used for, the fraudulent money? I do, because we just heard testimony about it yesterday.
Because we were key players in the
hundreds of millions of dollars to terrorist groups, to transnational criminal organizations, to the drug trade, to drug trafficking, to child trafficking. And you took $10,000
That's a lie.
And helped them do it. You know, the other thing is, whistleblowers came to you as early as 2019. Let's look. As early as 2019, whistleblowers. Don't talk over me. As early as 2019, it's my hearing, pal. As early as 2019,
don't call me
whistleblowers came to. Well, I should call you prisoner because you ought to be in jail.
Well, we'll see what you can do.
In 2019, whistleblowers came to you in your office and referred to you fraud allegations from Feeding Our Futures, and you blew them off. Listen, your own state newspaper
That's a lie.
investigated it. The Minnesota Star Tribune, the Partners in Nutrition, brought its concerns to the Attorney General's office in 2018 and in 2019, and you did nothing. You did nothing for years. The only action you took is, once all these fraudsters came to your office and asked you to get involved and offered you money, then you got involved. Then you took the money, and then you got involved.
They did not come to my office. You're completely wrong about that.
You met with them
I did
for
not take anybody's
54
money.
minutes, and you took $10,000, and they also gave your family money. They gave your family thousands of dollars in campaign contributions in addition to what they gave
false
you.
statement.
Let's put the
This is completely untrue.
The New York Post.
Yeah, we know the New York Post.
Minnesota Keith Ellison, AG, accepted campaign donations from individuals linked to the $250 million COVID fraud scheme after they were in your office. The donations came on December 20th.
Sir,
you met with them on December the 11th, and
I think I've seen part of this before. When was this? This is probably about maybe a week ago. I can't remember when it was, but I've seen it before a few days back. Let me see what's coming here through my feed. Oh, that's the last one that I remember. 5 days ago, Yamaha is leaving California. After decades, moving headquarters to Georgia. Well, this is the same thing as, Washington State. No news there. Okay, and no, that's the boat's house. Poor John Fetterman, poor guy, man. They're giving him a hard time. John Fetterman backs up President Donald Trump. Oh, I know this drives their libtards crazy. Remember when they used to like him? Now they don't like him. What do you guys think about those stats, guys? About legal immigrants accounted for approximately, now legal immigrants, 12.4%, 494,000 births. And then you have undocumented or illegal aliens accounted for 297,000 of births. That, my friends, that's a lot of anchor babies. That's a lot of anchor babies. I'm going to tell you something. I know some illegal Mexicans. I know some illegal Hondurans that got babies at the age of 16 and their daughters at the age of 15 and their daughters at the age of 14. And I'm going to tell you something. They are all anchor babies. That is a problem in this country. That is a problem. Just saying. Just saying. All right, let's see what we got here. NBC Olympics and Paralympics. oh, God bless them. God bless their hearts. Now, I want to show you what comes through my feed on the X account. You guys ready for this? Here we go. First one from Noble Nations. Yes or no? If you can tip your server, don't go out to eat. Your bill is $85.80. Move decimal over 1. 10 times it by 4. Your final total bill is $120. Now, let me let me see if I get this straight. So 10%, it's $8.58. I'm gonna say $10. And then 20%, I'm gonna say 20, which is more like 24%, but still 20%. We'll say $20. I think $20 or $14.20 is more than fair to pay for this as a tip. That's $100 right there. Why we have to pay $120 more? Unless you can then go ahead and give it. What you got there? MindSpeak. What my super chats are being blocked? Do you have restrictions, and why do you're targeting USA-born children? What? Well, I wouldn't be reading that if if you were blocked to begin with. So I mentioned that because what is important to notice is that we have pushback from Americans, okay? Nothing to be prejudiced. I know how your beer works, but nothing to be prejudiced about. I am legit. I don't have one racist bone in my body. I will hate you and like you in equal ways. Listen, we have Americans, American citizens, those who actually stand that are not breaking the law. I'm talking about law-abiding citizens, that they are not reproducing at the same rate. Immigrants and illegal immigrants. First of all, I hope that they mean resident aliens, okay? Not just legal immigrants. Because those are still anchor babies. So, yeah, if you put a horrible comment on there, you probably get blocked. Or if your car doesn't go through or something, I don't know. No, he's not banned because he was able to put that 5 in there. So the reason why it's concerning is because you have to look. This is just, one statistic. That is crazy. That is a 500,000 people every year. Think about that. And I think it's every year, right? But that's over 500,000 people. What was that? 600? Let's see, 494. That's 5, almost 800 million. 800,000, almost 1 million people every year. Every year. That's crazy. No, he's not banned. Unless Cutting Edge. Brad, banned him. Yeah, I think tipping depends on the situation and the service rendered. I agree. Having said that, don't ask me to tip at Subway or similar. I do tip. I do tip. But if I don't tip, I shouldn't be judged by it. I shouldn't be judged for it. Because they're making the food, which is, the price is included in their labor. They're not coming to the table and making sure that I don't need anything else. That's not. They're just making the food. I'm paying for what the food costs. Why would I pay them a tip? They're already getting paid per hour to make that food. To our service, they got to go back and forth. Boom, boom, boom. Hey, service, anything else I can help you with? Did you want another water? Would you like another beer? Would you like another? Would you like? Blah, 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 blah. They continue checking on you. Of course, I'm going to tip. Not to boast of myself, but when I took my wife out yesterday, I went to Denny's. I ordered a couple of pancakes, couple of eggs, and my coffee. Blah, 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 blah. Boom. Eat that with my wife. Same thing. My wife, pancakes, 2 eggs, and a water. We went to pay the bill. I left the server $85 tip. No, you think I'm lying. Whatever. I don't care. I pay for it. My wife, of course, before I do that, my wife is watching. And I just looked at her and she goes, she's so cute. And she says, bless him, baby. And, I give him $85 tip. And I said, no taxes on tips. And he was like, oh, come on. Hey, come on. You know what? I told my wife, isn't it awesome to melt people's hearts? Absolutely. I'm going to tell you something. You may think that giving corporations tax credits, tax cuts, you might think that's a bad thing. But I'm going to tell you something. What is more harmful to you, it's a government who uses the unions to destroy businesses. I says it as I sees it. I says it as I sees it. And, you know, and one of the things that my wife says about me is like, you know what, hon, I know you. I know how you are. You have a big heart. And I said, so do you, babe. I know. This is why we're together. You know, there was a project. I kid you not. There was a project that I was going to do for this Asian lady. I just got to tell you this. Asian people are very cheap. They don't want to pay. And so I made this project to install some pavers. And I went out there, and there was a small project. I gave her the price. She said, okay. And as I was working, she added to it. And I said, well, that's got to be a lot. That's got to be a lot more. Oh, come on, this and that. And I was like, okay. So she raised the price a little bit, but still, I am like at a quarter of what this job is supposed to take. Okay. And I went and I hired a couple of guys, to do the job. This is not I'm not a contractor. I'm doing this as a favor. And so I paid $200 a day, $200 a day. Let me just say this. By the end of the project, when it was finished, I was minus money, negative money, because the employees deserved to pay. But the lady did not pay me what I asked for. No, we didn't go to court. No, there was no written agreement. It was all verbal. But the point stands. I made no money in 2 weeks from this project. But other people that I hired got their pay. They got their pay. And so, it doesn't bother me. I'm like Mindspeak just said, that Asians and Hindus. Yeah, I know, man. Everybody knows, man. Everybody knows. But like he said, he pays their employees a fair wage. And that's more than fair. Shit, I'll go work for you, bro. Gives them a Christmas bonus, Christmas party. I mean, he doesn't have to do that. But he does it because he knows the value, of his laborers, of his employees. And so, that a lot of people are like that. I'm not going to tell you that I did that because I'm just a great guy. It feels right. It feels right. The guy is always so good with me and my wife when we go there. I'm going to tell you another story because if you might not believe that. When I was living in Sacramento, I was living there just temporarily. So I asked my friend's dad if I can work as a server. I asked if I can just get a job. He got me in there as what do you call the person that greets you, that sits you down? I forget the name of it. Host? Yeah, it's a host, okay? So I will sit people down, and he says, Dennis, come with me to the kitchen, he says. You're too good for this. And he goes, you remember what kind of food we make, right? And I say, well, of course. This is the same menu from years ago. Of course I do. He's like, okay, well, I want you to start calling the orders. And I was like, calling the orders? And he's like, yeah, just when you see it, call the order. Okay, it's a macho burrito with steak, blah, blah, blah. Okay. And then I start, going through all this stuff. And the other waitresses, they were kind of jealous. Like, wait a minute, this guy, he's not a server. He just started as a host. He's already calling plates. I mean, I don't know how the order goes, right? He's already calling plates. And I'm like, whatever. And then he goes, after a week, he says, take the menu with you. Memorize it. When you come back, I'm going to test you. And I said, I know the menu. I said, this is the same food that we serve at Azteca. He's like, that's true, except there's some changes. And I said, okay, I'll read it. Man, I studied the menu all day, all night on my day off. Boom, came back to work. What is this, Dennis? What does it have in it? Oh, it has sauteed onions, bell peppers. It comes in the steak or chicken or shrimp, or you can have a mixture of 1, 2, or 3 of those items. And what is the one thing that we always ask our customers when they come in here, we're asking for drinks? Sir, would you like something to drink? Would you like some water? Would you like some margaritas or just a beer? Never just say, would you like some water, right? And so I will say that. And he's like, okay, I'm going to start you off right here. Now, the waitresses didn't want to give up their big tables because once you have 5 adults, paying the meal, it's automatically 18% tip. So whatever they pay, is 18% automatic. And so they gave me these little tables, and I was always very friendly. I always speak in Spanish. Bienvenidos a la clase, la casa de Plaza Servir. ¿Cómo está? How are you? Can I get something to drink for you guys? Would you like some water? Maybe a little Corona? Maybe some margaritas? You know what I'm saying? Some coffee? Anything. What would you like? And they would just laugh, because I'm always a clown. I'm always like this. I'm always like this guy, My wife is always laughing at me because I'm always talking to strangers on the street. Honey, you always do that. Why you go talk to that? Well, why not? I was like, the guy looks like he's might be having a bad day. I got to make his day brighter, And so I go in there, blah, blah, blah. I make the best tips. One day, this old couple that they are so faithful to the job, to the restaurant. Every time they come in, they always tip very well. And I gotten $5, $10, as high as $20. Well, one day they come in and they ask for my tables. And so they sat at one of my tables, sit for two. And I say, buenos dias and welcome, to Placerville and blah, blah, blah. And then they say, I like a Spanish coffee and a regular coffee. And I say, sure, no problem. So I go get the Spanish coffee and the regular coffee. And, I'm there. Guys, if you need anything else, just let me know. Can I get you some water? We get you another refill. And they're like, oh, no, thank you, Dennis. Thank you so much. And they're like, you know what? We just want our bill. And I say, sure, go get the bill. Boom, here it is. And I give them the bill. And they started counting the exact amount of the bill. And they threw $100 on top of it. And I said, no. I'm laughing because I thought it was a mistake. I said, no, that's $100 bill. I said, that's $100. You don't need that one. This one is no. He's like, we know. They're so cute. And they both looked at me and said, we know. We're paying for our coffee and we're giving you a tip. And I said, yeah, but that's $100. And I said, no, I mean, oh my gosh, thank you so much. Thank you so much. Oh man, they melt my heart. And so when I do the same thing, that's exactly, I know the feeling. It feels, I can't afford it all the time, but when I can afford it, I like to bless people. I really do. Just like you guys bless me. Cutting Edge has blessed me here when he doesn't have to. But he blesses me so much. I mean, people like Robert, like Brian, my man, the members that come in here, they pay monthly. Whether it's $6 up to $29 a month, they pay it. They honor me and becoming members. It means a lot. And that's pretty cool. I appreciate that. So anyways, I know about servers, okay? I know about tips. And I was happy to hear that this server actually got more money this year on his tax returns. And that, my friend, is a fact. All right. What is this? Hollywood is handing out statues. We're handing out $25. I will give tips to a good server, but I will take care of you if you did treat my family right. Get it? Family comes first. Well, we'll see. Once I'm running that campaign, put your money where your mouth is. Me or $5 million? Give me $5 million. That's what I say. You can go back to Somalia. Look at this. This is so good. On fire. Protesters aren't staying silent about this corrupt administration. Lion, lawless, depot. Oh, look at this. Lawless doofus, drunk, entitled idiot. These are the liptards that come through my live here, by the way. Look at that. How much money did you pay for those nice signs? Make one with my face, will ya? Look at that. Racist. Sure. Clownish traitor. We see all these liptards in my chat in here. Stupid lying hustler. The enemy within. Lying to Marco Rubio. You guys are racist. Thank you, Brian. But you know what? But this is what comes through my feed, guys. Clinton leaves behind my wife and a 2-year-old and a 7-month-old twins. Oh, man. And God bless her, the kids. May God watch over them. Bring peace. The BBC featured a Somali kid in Birmingham in the UK who dedicates his free time volunteering, picking up trash around his city, making a positive impact in his community. Of course, in his community. They make all the garbage, by the way. That's commendable. That is commendable. Oh, look at this is Grace. This is the one that I was... Pramila Jayapal. Jayapal. She is from Washington State. Unbelievable. I wonder what she has to say.
Every year since I've gotten in, I have introduced amendments to cut the military budget. You said...
By the way, she was arrested as an activist. And this is who they put. This is what the people voted. See, when people vote just to loyalty to a party, this is the garbage that we get. This is one of the biggest pushers for illegal immigrants to be in this state. Right here. I kid you not. I hate Trump. And what do? Democrat, 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 Democrat. That's it. That's how they vote. The logic. That is how they vote. I'm going to tell you right now, I want my name on the top of that voting ballot. At the top. I hope the other candidate has a different name, a higher letter than Dennis, higher letter than H for the last name. That is all I ask for. Put my name up on that list first. You know what? Because when Democrats actually, I don't want to give away some of my things from my campaign, but when Democrats campaign, they campaign for Democrats. Well, I'm not campaigning for Republicans. I'm campaigning for Americans. So if you are a Democrat, that is part of my message. You will soon hear it. I can't wait. I cannot wait. I cannot wait to start sharing some of those videos. Anywho, let's listen to her and let's see what she says.
By 99%, I was just going for a simple 10%. My amendments never get accepted, but I think it is important to push it out because there is so much fraud, waste, fraud, and abuse within the Pentagon. This is the only agency that has never passed an audit. It has failed every federal audit, and yet we keep giving them more and more and more money. And those of us who vote against it sometimes are called unpatriotic, but because we don't support the military. That is not true. We just want our Defense Department to actually be a department of peace, to consider that we go to war when we need to go to war, but we don't do it to enrich the pockets of 5 for-profit defense contractors, because that's who's getting the money.
Just so you know, this is exactly what I've been asking of her and her compatriots here in Washington State. And they don't want audits on them. They refuse audits on the Washington State government. Isn't that interesting? These are the same. That's the same thing that she is doing, and the Democrats in power here in Washington State. I'm going to tell you. I'm going to go back to where I started today on this. When I was at the mall yesterday for my daughter's birthday, I was out there with her friends, and I bought them lunch, and I bought them desserts and drinks and all this other stuff. And I saw thousands of people shopping, wasting hundreds of dollars on useless things, you know. And that's fine, but there's thousands of people there. And I talked to a lot. Well, no, I talked to one older man there with his son, and they are so defending Democrats raising taxes. They deny that businesses are leaving, and they just don't believe a thing that I told them. It is crazy. Listen, this is why I have I have an agenda. I have an agenda made up for my campaign. I still got to tweak my first speech. I got to tweak it. I got to make it sound fair enough. It's something that I believe in. So it's mostly memorized to me, but it's the truth. I will never have to backtrack. I will never have to make up a lie to cover it. It is what it is. And that is the way that you want to run a campaign. You don't want to be a politician. You want to be a business person that has been affected by this. You want to have, you know what, as a matter of fact, I believe that you want to be a person that has experience in all these fields. What an amazing concept. You know what people on the left side always say? Oh, how does a billionaire know what a middle class person has to go through? Well, guess what, mofos? I know how every poor and middle class feels like. And none of them tells me to hate the rich man. They all tell me that if I work hard and I make the right decisions and I make the right investments and I know how to manage my budget, that I too can be successful. Bottom line. Thank you, Carnage. The military industry, the military industrial complex never will accept a cut, because without a strong military, a country like this one will get weak. Easy to conquer. Absolutely. And I believe that we should always put money on our military. Absolutely. Even though I don't believe in spending millions of dollars on steaks and lobsters, I do believe our military deserves that and more. You know, we give steaks and lobster to prisoners on death row. Why not our heroes? They also are sacrificing their lives. Well, sorry, I shouldn't say also. They are actually sacrificing their lives for us. And prisoners are prisoners. They don't deserve anything but the death that they're about to get. And they get steak and lobster. That's the last meal that they want. They can get whatever they want. Well, I want my military hopefully coming back home, 100% of them, and I want them to eat lobsters and steaks. Let them have it. I mean, I am so for this, that how many businesses do we have across the United States of America? Can you imagine? Can we fill up a boat? Can we fill out a boat with a bunch of food, like the food that we get on the planes, which is all chef-like, it's tasty and oh, absolutely gorgeous. Can we grab all this perfect food from like really high-end restaurants and give it away to our military personnel? I think that'll be fantastic. There is a guy, is it in South California? Can anybody correct me? He's a business owner. I can't remember what it was, but he made a video about all ICE agents eat free at his restaurant. And it's a Mexican restaurant, Mexican cuisine restaurant, I believe. I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about. Jason says, oh, it's not millions, but I get you. I don't know. They say it was I don't know. I don't know the amount. Sorry about that. This is what CNN was saying, right? It was like millions to buy them steak and lobsters. I'm just going by what they say. I really don't care about the amount, honestly. As long as they get their steak and shrimp and lobster, I don't care how the amount was. They deserve it. And they get good food, I hear. But you know what? It is what it is. Let's see. The Pentagon has never passed an audit. Please, Sean, this is the only time that I will agree with you. They also, not just the Pentagon, but in the government, Congress and the Senate voted no to let us know about all the sexual harassment suits against them. They voted no, even though they use our tax-paying dollars to defend themselves. Isn't that interesting? Isn't that interesting? Guys, I am losing my voice. I have so much fun, man. I really do. And the reason why I have so much fun is because, you guys, my Patriot members, you guys are here supporting me, and I appreciate it every single step of the way. Man, I am pretty blessed, even though some things don't go, according to plan, but I am pretty blessed. And I'm very thankful. I thank you guys for your likes. Thank you for subscribing. Thank you for becoming members. You guys do so much for me. The least that I can do is show up for you. And so I thank you so much for your time. Thank you for being with me here. It's full Sunday. How many hours? 6 hours? Holy smokes. 7 hours streaming on a beautiful Sunday. But you guys deserve it. You guys are special. Thank you so much for being here with me. I hope to see you on the next one. Guys, tomorrow Monday, let's see what we got for good news. Hopefully something good is coming. Thank you, Brian, Robert, MindSpeak. Thank you, my man. Thank you, Janice, for being here. And all those who support me here, God bless you. All those who insult me, go suck an egg. Everybody else, I love you. If I didn't say your name, forgive me. God bless you, Cutting Edge. You are my favorite. You are my best. You're the biggest supporter on here. And all my brothers here and sisters know it. So God bless you all. Have a good night. God bless you, your family. God bless the USA. And we'll see you on the next one. Pray for my throat. It's hurting so bad right now. Peace.